Start. Why does it take so long? There it is. It's definitely started now. PKA, episode 192. Welcome to the show.
How's it going?
Hi. Hey.
All right. You guys don't know, we have been, I guess, for 3.5 hours getting started.
Yeah,
It's been really awful.
but we've been building momentum.
If only you had that whole entire show.
Downhill. We were at full speed right now.
Have another fucking apple, Kyle. Have an apple.
These guys have been some
No,
real
in the pre-show-
assholes. Like,
I'll explain the truth about this fruit situation. In the pre-show, Kyle ate no fewer than 9 apples in a pear. No fewer. And he also skins them like a little bitch.
4 of them were
So
peeled.
there's that.
I peeled a
As
few
Mirka
of
said,
them.
it's great radio food, like baby carrots and perhaps
We weren't
some celery.
recording. It isn't radio. It's
We weren't
fucking
recording
it's
because
Skype
we
call
were
food.
eating fruit nonstop.
The dinosaur
fruit,
looks
the
good.
apples, the pears, the potato chips, the celery, the baby carrots.
There was no celery.
I think
there
at
were
one
only
point
pears
you ate
and
rocks.
apples.
Do you guys mind if I chew a handful of ice throughout the show? Do you mind that?
It's not the show. It was the pre-show. We were just hanging out, so I had 3 or 4 apples and a pear. All
Why
right.
do you think we were just hanging out, not doing the show?
I have no idea.
3 or 4 apples. You are trickle truthing, sir, because a few minutes ago you said 2 apples, and unless you've consumed 2 more apples in the last 5 minutes, trickle truth. And
I
soon
have
you're saying 8 apples in
I
one
actually
pear.
have a plastic bag here full of apple skins that prove the truth.
Oh God.
That's how you're gonna pay the garbage man now. Apple skins.
Yeah. Apple skins. No, I got these really delicious apples. They were like $6 or $7 a pound at like Whole Foods, and I was like, "What do you get for this extra $4 per pound? Like, are these magic apples?" But I had to know, and sure enough, they're delicious. They
And you
taste like
still
cinnamon.
peeled them. Still
Well,
peeled.
yeah, you gotta get the toxins out.
What would you say your favorite part about the apples was?
No one gives a fuck about his apples. and I'm telling
No,
you,
the pear he had was disgusting. Apparently, I want to hear about this pear.
last night was pear talk.
Yeah, that pear was bitter.
The pears are great. I love
I think it
pears
was
more than
overripe.
Kyle's
Hey,
like
so it
28
tasted
years
bitter.
old. He had his first pear yesterday. Please, enlighten
Well,
us all.
That's actually not the case. What I meant was that it was the first time I'd actually like taken a pear and eaten it like a hand fruit. I've had it in like lots of different things.
Pear
I've had
pie.
pears.
Cups that your mommy gives you at lunch.
Sure, I've had
things.
those, but I've also had like what's the thing? And I remember these around holiday. It seems like there was something with like half a pear with like mayo and cheese or something, some sort of a weird.
That's
That's
not a
not
fucking
your
thing.
family
Pears
candy.
and mayonnaise and cheese?
Rednecks are crazy. That is not normal.
Yeah, there's a
food.
thing. Yeah, look
some
at
gravy on
Google
that,
it.
Kyle.
Google it right now. Google pear, mayonnaise, and like cheese. I bet you'll find this thing.
Yeah, Google will tell you to fuck
I
right
never-
off.
I really did. It's pear mayo cheese, and it's the pear salad 2 recipe. Sweet and
God.
delightful. Good Lord.
I'm gonna have to find this thing.
Oh, so it's just like a salad that uses a bunch of mayo as dressing.
No, absolutely not.
The
They
pear
cut
is
the-
the bread, and then you put mayonnaise and cheese on top of it, and you get a disgusting, like, fucking
Link-
pear
link 'em up.
sandwich.
What a travesty
You
of a
don't eat
treat
like a
that is.
sandwich.
Why would you do that
though.
to yourself?
You split the pear down the middle, so you make like, from top to bottom.
I've linked
and
it.
then-
I've linked it so everyone can see. Look at this thing. Do you
Yeah,
see the pear?
That doesn't look very good.
And
though.
they just slop mayonnaise and cheese and what looks like split maraschino cherries, maybe?
6 cherries, okay? 6.
Yeah, that actually it looks better in real life. I promise. That looks terrible to me, but like
No.
there's
That's
a lot less.
revolting, Kyle.
Yeah, there's too much cheese and too much mayo. Like
Oh yeah,
normally
that's it.
You know what it should be? It should be a fucking
Too
pear.
much cheese, you know.
There is too much cheese and there is too much mayo because
And
there's
guess what?
more
There's
than
fucking
0.
mayo on a fruit.
Yeah, if
Hey,
there
look,
were 0
look,
cheese
I don't
and
eat
0
these
mayo.
things. This isn't some sort of like Kyle delicacy. I don't have a big tray of them sitting here like some weird fuck. Get off my goddamn back. All
like
I'm
how it's
saying is,
called-
one time I ate one of those things a long time ago, so I'm familiar with the taste of pear.
And he hasn't
However,
shit
the
right
pear that I
since.
got from Whole Foods was delicious in a way I'd never experienced before from a hand
Yeah,
fruit.
without
it was
mayo.
the best thing ever. And I was describing it to you, and you assholes just I guess that conversation was just too lowbrow for you.
Yeah, it's crazy. to
I'm
have fruit
sorry, you
without
just
mayo.
wanted to rattle on about a Minecraft server for 4 hours. I'm sure that would have been deeper conversation than my hand fruit talk.
Don't get me started on Minecraft, but I like how pear salad is. I like how pear salad is actually pear salad 2. Like it's
There's
a
a
pear salad
first one.
2 fruiting,
Yeah,
like a
that's an
movie.
improvement on the previous one. They added the cherries.
Yeah,
Right.
pear salad 2.
Hey,
The
tonight's
refruitening.
show, Sponsored by Patreon.
Patreon.
Exactly. We had what I think is a pretty awesome Painkiller Nearly episode 1. It was
the inaugural episode, the first ever.
a million times better than Painkiller Already episode 1, which, to be honest, sucked.
Oh God.
Yeah,
It was
Woody
terrible.
wasn't even there. He was there for half of it.
Who wasn't there?
You, because you kept cutting out.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Internet.
Every now and then, people try to claim that I wasn't there when Painkiller Already started because I wasn't in a dual com where Kyle and Wings begged for money for Podbean.
They talked about the Expendables and how great it was going to be.
There was no begging, and there was a lot of hype for Expendables 1. We didn't realize it was like a Michael Bay type bullshit movie.
Couldn't even finish the third one. Awful.
It was that bad, huh?
But yes, Woody was with us from the beginning.
Patreon, the Painkiller Nearly came out. Because the Patreon's so successful, one of the milestones was make Painkiller Nearly double in length. So even the first one is a full hour instead of a half-hour show because the Patreon's so wild. At $25, you get to see Painkiller Nearly as soon as it comes out. And then I guess the rest of the world sees it like a week late on audio only. Does that sound right?
Yep, they get it audio delayed. Also, if you're the $25 patron, you get the video, which
Yes.
was entertaining this week. Pretty entertaining with Kyle's webcam setup.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I accidentally went full pedo at one point.
Oh,
Full
new
pedo.
levels, my friend.
100%.
Yeah, Woody actually broke down a class picture of a group of kindergarten girls and said specifically what attributes he liked about every one of them. It was really kind of disturbing in a lot
Picked
of
them
ways.
out
He's
of
like,
a
I
lineup.
like her supple, soft hands. I like the way her cheekbones are a little bit higher. I like her Pokemon lunchbox. You know, those kind
He
of
wasn't even that in depth. He just looked at it and moaned and groaned.
He
according
didn't
to
like
which
the
one he
black
favored.
kids, though. I noticed that. Like, he kept putting
Yeah.
his thumb over them.
Oh,
Like he was
that's
sort
not
of
fair. I
fantasizing.
They're
enjoy
not
the
as
dark
tasty.
meat.
They're not as tasty.
No, everyone likes the dark meat. Once you try
Everyone
it, you'll love
does.
it.
Bold statement.
Anyway, check out the Patreon. There'll be a link in the description, hopefully an annotation on the right of the screen, and maybe there'll be a level there that appeals to you. You might like getting Painkiller Already early. There are some people who are watching this who have already seen it. That's not explained very well. There's
They're
some people
talking
who've
about it
already
in
seen it
Reddit.
if you're watching it on my channel because we let it go. Like, the very minute we finish it, I start uploading it and stuff and put it on iTunes and all
Whenever that's going to be.
Don't be left out. Be in the clique, the cool kids group.
that. Yes.
Honestly, you guys want to get PKN because it's going to be structured, well performed, and very
Bags
concise.
of fruit.
Unlike this meandering 4-hour shit show of nonsense that you get.
There will
for free.
be no
So
less
take
than
the
one
good
bag of
stuff.
fruit per episode.
Oh.
Yeah,
Kids will
like
wear
with
his
this
funny
show,
hat.
you guys are getting a bunch of free shit from a buffet. With PKN, you're getting a prime cut of steak. So go
Yes.
over there, give us money, give me money to listen. And
Yes.
If you,
Yeah,
if you don't
and
give him money, he'll walk.
if you
don't,
donate,
But seriously,
we'll use
though,
them.
go check out the Patreon if you haven't already, and read through some of the awards, and I think you'll like them. I
Pick
think
the
there's
one that
a
fits you
pack-
best and buy it.
we're
Bam.
one of the top-rated Patreon pages. Make us number one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think,
we're getting close to that.
I think we are actually the second biggest Patreon page in the history of the multiverse, I think. And we are coming right on the heels of number one. So
We want to fuck that bitch up. I wanted to run a campaign of terror against her and her entire fan base, but these guys weren't up for it. So we need your support instead to just, legitimately.
Kyle really wanted to run a trade on this hot bisexual intellectual.
yeah, if that
we
doesn't
need
work,
to address the new benefit we've given. For $75 a month, Kyle will prank call you personally.
Oh, God.
Personally. Just leave a comment with your phone number and go $25, $50 a month. You got it.
Is it 50 or 75?
It's 50 now. It's actually
And I
it's
mean,
on sale.
legitimately, how much of this do I get if I'm making the calls?
No, it was my idea, so
No,
I get
it's
it.
Taylor's money. If we don't give it to him, he walks, okay?
yeah.
All right, let's see.
If you don't give it to me, I'm gone. I mean, my contract is already dubious as it is. So,
We own that firstborn child.
my contract is a text message from Woody. Hey, you want to do PKA? Yes. Ah, he's on the show. It's all official.
I'm sorry. Do you get paid on time every fucking week or not?
I'm not complaining. I prefer it a little more simple. I'm a simple man.
Yeah. This is
So Patreon, check it out. You will like it, I promise.
All right, first topic of the night. I have linked it in the description or in the chat there. That the people can't see it, but the hosts can.
It's a great photo.
Wrestling confronts the finger up the ass menace. So for those that don't know, in grappling, sticking a finger up somebody's ass is one method of control. It's called checking their oil, and it's a thing that people do. It's not that effective. You don't see it a lot because it's not the best way. Like if you're looking at this picture now, if I wanted to roll that guy over, I'd grab the far ankle, the one that's closest to the picture, and then push on his side. And that would kind of tip his hips over and put him sideways. But this guy, or it almost looks like a chick. Is that a guy or a dude on top? It's a guy, right?
It's certainly 2 females.
Not sure if it's a guy or a dude.
Oh, this is in California. Represent.
Oh, it's really hard to tell.
I think they're chicks.
I don't know.
I'm not seeing any boobs in this picture.
I don't know where they would be.
they put them like below the neck, above the belly button, on either side.
I know where they form, but those areas are blocked out in this photo I'm looking at.
Right, right.
I love this quote. Look at.
I love this quote here. It's quite the dark brown cloud hanging over wrestling. They've really got to knuckle down and come up with a solution before the competitors take matters into their own hands. Fisting.
Like the editor didn't get to swapping out fisting joke with the real one. I
think it's clear what you do. You paint a little blue circle back there around the asshole, and you say, if you touch this, you're out. Just don't touch the guy's asshole.
The thing is, it's a legit move, right?
No, it's not.
That's
not a foothold. That's not a limb.
This is a thing that's been done in wrestling since wrestling started.
That's wrong.
Point.
It's happened for decades.
Remember the finger breaking incident I told you about?
No.
That had been done. Okay, so in the ancient Olympiad, there was a Greek wrestling champion who had won many Olympics because his technique involved an arm lock followed by breaking fingers one after another until his opponent surrendered. They had to change the rules, but for many years that had been legal. But this guy had been breaking, I think they called him the fucking finger breaker or something. Had won so many gold. Yeah, and won so many gold medals they had to change it. Here I see someone getting fingered in the ass. Yeah. That cannot be part of this sport.
Oil checking is a part of the sport. If you don't like it, wear 2 layers of underwear, and you'll be good to go.
I would get a butt plug. I'd show them. I'd wear a butt plug, and the end of it would be like a fucking point that was sharp as hell. And when you reach back there for my asshole, they'd get a sharp blade or something.
A little thumbtack that sticks out of your rear end, and if they
remember those anti-rape devices where if you inserted your penis into the woman, it ran into all those razor blades.
I hate those things.
Remember,
right?
I'm still trying to get it off.
Right. Yeah, that's what you need for this. And if anybody complains when they pull a Chinese finger trap of blades out of my asshole, all I'm going to say is, hey, it was in my asshole, bro. You should have been up in there. That's where I keep that.
This just reinforces the whole wrestling is kind of gay thing. Like,
right?
If you actively join a sport where there's a possibility of having your asshole brutalized by another man.
I'm going to get slapped in the ass.
Probably not 100% straight. And
you might get slapped on the ass if you're in the batting circle, but you're not going to get fingered in the ass.
In the grappling arts, we like to say that if there's no eye contact, it's not gay.
A little spackle will solve this problem.
Well, that's easy to say in a sport where you're in doggy position most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a little different because you spend most of your time in missionary.
Oh, I thought we were still talking about the wrestling.
We are. But I will say this. In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, checking your oil doesn't really work because... if people don't know, the karate pajamas you wear, they're not all the same for the different martial arts. Like in karate, they're really light and like fluffy and loose. In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, they're like mega durable and thick. And it's a little like jeans. So imagine you're bent over in jeans doggy style. You just can't effectively check somebody's oil. Like
I had no idea they had different clothes.
Is that a test? Do you want to try this with your gi on?
It totally wouldn't work, yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of like
saying, do you want to try this with your ass?
I mean, why have you never done a show with the gi on?
I would want that, yes. So,
yeah, we got to test this. 2 weeks. All right, we're going to do this.
Get Jackie in there.
I was thinking on the whitewater rafting trip, I'd just bring my pants.
Yeah, just bring your gi.
But yeah, gi pants they're thicker. They're almost like denim, so you can't really check oil. But in these spandex things, if you're watching the video, I'll show it to you again. You really can.
Checking oil.
You can get in there.
I don't like that. That seems really unsportsmanlike and dirty and underhanded and something that keep people out of your sport as well.
So 3 years ago, a wrestler was charged with rape for doing this.
Good.
And he was convicted.
It is rape.
He was convicted and he was sentenced to probation, which is kind of a slap on the wrist, I suppose. And I wonder if he had to register. Like that
As
to
a
me.
sex offender.
Yeah. Like if
I
you
hope
get
he did. 'Cause
probation,
he's a sociopath.
he's not a sociopath. He's a wrestler.
Can you imagine that door to
Rapist.
door? Hello, ma'am. What? You know what I did? I fingered a man's ass multiple times
So,
while wrestling.
I can see it in court now. I can totally see it. So let me explain. So explain to me what happened. Well, I was on the ground and he was on top of me. He put me in a chokehold. And then what happened? Well, he forced his fingers inside of me. Did you say anything? Yes. I screamed no. Did anyone else see it? Yes. The entire audience in a live TV viewing. Yes.
Everyone awarded the point, and then everyone left.
Yeah. Well, what happened after? Did anyone try to stop him? Well, the ref broke it up after a while.
Yeah, when
like
the
it's
time
totally
ran out.
rape though. Like
When he
that's
started
the
kissing
definition
me
of
on the
rape.
neck is when the ref called the.
Even if it is part of the sport, technically, like just saying it's part of the sport doesn't justify it. I don't think. Like it's still just you're violating someone's butthole because you're not good enough to have an
Okay.
adequate strategy.
Well, let me
otherwise.
ask you this, hockey boy. What if I said that two guys got into a fist fight on the ice, and therefore one should be charged with aggravated assault?
No, those
Different.
fights, they're consensual. So like those
How do you
guys
know
look
this
at
guy
each other
didn't
like,
approve?
"Do you
They're
want
not
to
all
fight?" And they
consensual.
go, "Yeah."
Some are. I'll agree with that. But
The
many,
vast majority are. At least nowadays, since you can't
If you go
throw.
too hard, you do get charged with assault. Everybody saw that with that guy who fucking hit the guy in the head with a stick from behind.
Yeah, if you do something like that, like Todd Bertuzzi did when he punched Steve Moore in the back of the head, and like
He
10
used
years
a
ago or
stick.
something, and ruined his career. Like, yeah, he got charged for that, and he's being sued for millions of dollars now. So, you know,
Seems like in hockey, if you push it too far, they will fuck you over. And
Steve
Hey,
Moore
well, you
was
have
a
to push
bitch
it
in that
pretty far.
situation, though. No one talks about what a bitch Steve Moore was.
no, he wasn't, because it was a sucker punch. Like, and I'm not saying that the person who had their butthole fingered is a bitch either. It's not their fault. They're just getting out wrestled.
No,
and they're
if I remember right, Steve Moore like he like hit the wrong guy and he mouthed off like he did everything that would warrant a fight and then just
Yeah.
skated away. Like like he completely called for the fight in every way possible and then said no, thank you. I'd like to get off with this scot free. And
yeah,
that's
he
when
absolutely did.
yeah, and that's when Bertuzzi like as he's skating away punched him, and then. By the way, punch did like no damage whatsoever, but it caused him to fall, and the guy hit his head on the ice. And suddenly
Yeah.
Bertuzzi's an axe murderer because like but Moore was a total bitch. Like he fucking mouthed off and he got physical and he did everything, and then he turned so as to avoid the repercussions that he should have had. Bertuzzi punched him in the head, and this guy wore his helmet like so loose, like a lot of hockey players do, but he wore the chin strap like down fucking below like where a shirt would be. As he fell backwards, his helmet came off. He hit his head on the ice, which did all the damage. And now Bertuzzi's on the hook for like millions. And it's not that Bertuzzi did nothing wrong because he did punch a guy in the back of the head.
Yeah.
But
He also
Bertuzzi
rode
should've-
him into the ground. That's what the big damage was. It was like he knocked him on his head and then kind of like fell on top of him, like onto his head, which caused the damage. Like, and Todd Bertuzzi's a gigantic dude.
Yeah, he was an enforcer in the NFL for people that don't
Yeah.
know, which is
And,
why he
you know,
didn't want to
Steve Moore
fight.
was a pest.
That's why he bitched out. Did you say Steve Moore was a pacifist?
A pest.
A
Like
pest,
he
oh.
meant to try and instigate fights, trying to get Todd Bertuzzi to overplay his hand so he would get a penalty, which is what happened. But he lost his career, so not really worth it.
Yeah. Bertuzzi
But-
was an enforcer, and he's kind of bad, and he wrote him in the situation. But I also like you're saying, the guy was a pest. He intentionally started this thing. He was trying to get Bertuzzi to like whatever punch him from the back. He just didn't know he'd get hurt.
That's
And-
true, but the key difference here is that at no point did any part of Bertuzzi enter Moore's butthole. At no point. Completely bereft of butthole contact.
Yeah.
But we
None.
don't have people
Not a
screaming,
bit of
"You won't
rape.
finger my ass. You have no balls. You won't finger my ass in this fight." And then somebody fingers their ass in the fight, you know. Then it'd be a similar situation. But no, these guys they both go in knowing, hey, I might get a finger or two in the ass, maybe three.
I
Feeling
think
bad.
if you're involved in
know going
wrestling,
in,
you know that. Yeah, if you're involved in wrestling, you see. I know it's hard to compare the two, right? Because fingering your ass is a little more intimate. But if I said, "Hey, this guy grabbed my balls," you know, as part, we were wrestling, and you know, he got his hand between my legs, and he grabbed like my cock and my balls, and you'd be like, "Well, that kind of happens, you know?
No.
It's a control. No, it does. Like, there's definitely okay. Going back to the picture on the thing, right? What if he grabbed between that guy's leg like and pulled the inside leg up so as to like flatten him out or try and flip him over. What if you grab between his like under his ass instead of
palm
in it?
is on the thigh. That's one thing, but your palm should not be on his dick, cock, or ass.
You could accidentally grab his sack.
Yeah, it's not.
That.
Well, they're probably wearing a cup.
Accidentally.
But they might not. I don't know if wrestlers wear cups. But anyway,
I wouldn't. If I was wrestling with that guy.
But if you were like grabbing, I was talking to a high level wrestler once, and this is before I did any jits or anything like that. And I'm like, you guys like you roll with guys, you got your hands between their legs and stuff like that. And he was just, this is what he did. He like, you have to see his face almost. It was really matter of fact. He's like, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And if I were ever in a fight, that'd be an advantage I had over you. And I was like, fuck, he's kind of right about that. Right? Like, it's part of the deal. If you
wait
go
a
to
minute.
control...
Whoa. Okay, so here's the difference. Remember my story about Uncle Terry and how he said in prison he would do anything to win a fight? He'd eat an asshole if that's what it took?
Okay.
Yes.
I can see that in a real life fight where it's probably not going to end with like, that was a pretty rough fight. Yeah, man, I'm glad we made up. Like a real fight where you may actually be fighting for your life. Oh yeah, I'll bite his balls. I don't care. Then I'll fist his ass.
There's
like,
money on the line. There's money on the line.
See,
and
here's
points.
I felt like when I was defending checking your oil, I was in a pretty tough spot. But now that I'm defending just a hand between the legs as a control position, I feel really. I think I'm just right about this. What next? You can't touch inner thigh because it's ticklish.
No, but your hands can be there. I just don't think that your genitals are a leverage point. I don't think you should be grabbing them.
No,
or
I wasn't going for intentionally like grabbing it like a joystick and trying to pull the guy over.
Below the belt strikes are obviously something that points are deducted from in many sports.
True, but below the belt control, I don't know. There's a gray line here somewhere, and I would argue, wear board shorts or something.
There's a brown line here somewhere.
Right?
Left on the mat of that wrestling.
All right, so I got a story here.
Go on.
I've actually got two. Let me see. Is this one Oklahoma as well? This is New Mexico. Okay, so a dog owner is recovering from severe injuries after his pit bull tore apart his genitals when he tried to stop the animal attacking his daughter. The New Mexico man was set upon by the dog called Stitches after attempting to rescue his 8-year-old girl as the pet bit her face, said police. The 90-pound, that's 40 kilograms for the rest of you, mixed breed punctured the child's cheek before clamping its jaws around the 35-year-old father's groin. Albuquerque Police Department spokesman Simon Drobick said, when we got on the scene, the man was bleeding severely and holding his groin. It was, quote, really bad.
What wasn't I here last time with a dog that ate a man alive, and now there's a dog that's in part genitals?
Yes.
Why does no one know? Shove your fucking finger into that dog's asshole, and he'll
The man was rushed to the hospital suffering from partial detachment of the genitals and, quote, severe lacerations following
So, Chiz, your
Saturday's
go-to
attack.
move is to check the dog's oil?
Yes, do an oil check on that dog, because that'll get the job done.
Stories. These genital mutilation stories.
Now, what do you
are the
think?
worst.
His dick was hanging or his balls? I think it was his balls that were hanging.
Balls.
Yeah.
I bet his nutsack was hanging. It looked like a silly putty right before it drops off from one piece.
I feel like the penis
right before, just that thin, sinewy piece of skin, barely holding those two.
I feel like the penis is a more hardy organ than the testicles.
Yeah, there's a lot
I don't think that's an apt word for either one of the organs.
But-
Hardy.
Maybe not yours.
Have you bitten into a penis? Do you know?
That's no. It's kind of
No.
like
you don't.
Because
My
I'm not
genitals
flexible
are
enough,
hardy,
that's why.
damn it.
It's a sponge, all right? It's a little hardy if you got blood in it, you know?
I don't mean
How
to
are
come
people
off
letting
topic. There was a Reddit, like Ask Me Anything or something like that, and but they pretty much said, oh, it was Ask Reddit, and they asked girls, hey, the first time you saw a hard cock, what surprised you about it? And the answer I kept seeing was that it was spongier than they expected.
Yeah, that's all it is.
It's
I agree.
even hard.
Girls at home, take a sponge off the kitchen counter, soak it up with some water and
Some blood?
practice with it. Not blood, no, you can't get that easily, but water.
No, but blood
Soak
would
it
be
up,
more
stick-
accurate. It's filled with blood.
It would, but it's going to be a little more difficult to get off with a blood-soaked
Bloody
sponge. Yeah, people are going to ask questions.
What?
Pig's blood, chicken's blood. What are we talking here?
Oh, I was thinking just kind of like a seance over the kitchen sink with my own blood. But you know,
So this
Whatever.
is you doing this now. You're curious what it
So
feels
it's
like to be
so you're
fucked.
Oh, shit, I
masturbating
blew
while trying to contact someone from beyond the dead.
America likes to oil change himself with a bloody soak sponge.
that's
While raising the
disgusting. I
dead.
prefer other people to oil change me.
We're learning a lot about you, Superman.
I believe he's
Smurf
doing his
face.
Smurf cosplay tonight.
Smurf cosplay.
Yes.
Papa Smurf.
Yeah, he's.
Papa Smurf, you lick my ass.
Can you do Super Smurf? Can you do both?
Ooh, super
try it.
Can you? curl the-
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
You can get a curling iron. We'll wait for this.
Wow, his hair is seriously. Oh, there it is. Super Smurf, right there. Nice.
Now have an inner conflict that's just struggling with you for the next like hour and a half.
How do you know I already don't? Chiz. To pretend you know me or my
I get it.
complexities, my responsibilities as
So
Superman.
we're going. I wanted to talk about this. So what do you guys think about the airstrikes in Iraq? So to catch anyone up who doesn't know, there's like this group of Islamic extremists who are sweeping across Iraq, sort of exterminating lesser religions like Christians and this other religious group called the Aziz or something. It's some sort of ancient sect apparently, and it's becoming borderline genocidal. So the United States has decided to authorize strikes on those convoys of bad guys, I guess.
Isn't it ISIS?
Yeah, ISIS, but I heard Obama pronounce it as ISIL, like ISIL, which confused me a bit. But yeah, it is ISIS.
You think
That's
he'd
what I
know,
keep
being
reading.
Muslim, Kenyan.
You would think he. I'm going to trust his. I'm going to trust his West
that was a
African
good one.
blood to be able to pronounce the terrorist group correctly. I trust him.
He's not
So,
American.
probably not. But
No.
I am
No
in
way.
favor of it.
you are in favor of the airstrikes.
Or-
Cheers.
I'm
Against
totally
it.
up for bombing brown people. Who isn't? I mean,
Right?
That's in my blood. You know.
As long as we don't get shot down or anything, let's test out some of these airplanes.
We're bombing
guys.
brown people. There's no shooting down our shit. They're throwing rocks and sticks. Okay.
I don't think that's true.
Unless
point.
we're a Malaysian airliner, nobody's shooting us down. All right? Not too soon.
Are you in
Did that know what
favor
happened?
for this new incursion into the nation of Iraq?
No, I like to root for the terrorists because it pisses people off. So I'll make a half-assed argument that I'm in favor of underdogs, and the more if I were to go full-assed on it, I'm not sure this ever works. Can't we just stay the fuck out? That seems to work pretty well. It seems like every time we get involved with this, we just piss people off. It seems like every time, like, I don't need to go back into Iraq. What the fuck? We're on our way out. I don't need to get into Iran. I don't need to mess around with Hamas and Israel. Let those fuckers deal with it themselves.
Hey, if we stop going and fucking with other people's shit, that means we'll have to come home and address issues here, and that's scary. We don't have time for that shit. All right.
Did you hear Obama speak? Did you hear his explanation for why he was doing this?
I listened to everything he says. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh God.
No, can you paraphrase it for me?
So apparently there's a couple thousand Christians who are or I think they're these Aziz people who are up on a mountain hiding from these terrorists, and the children are dying of thirst, and the people are starving to death because they had to flee with nothing but what was on their backs, and the terrorists are at the bottom of the mountain waiting on them. So part of the operation was food drops for them and bomb drops for the terrorists. It sounds like a good mission.
I suggest that
What
they
if they-
watch the PKA adventure in September to learn how to survive off the land.
They're on a mountain in Iraq.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Yeah.
that's where Moses went to get the tablets. Like, this
Yeah,
is,
but there's
this
probably
is a
no
raw
poisonous
area.
water or turtles there.
That's true. They don't have to fight.
Yeah.
No turtles there. They do have that for them.
So there's that.
Seriously,
I
I honestly don't give a fuck. I think no, that's not true. It sounds awfully mean. But I honestly think that intervening in this stuff, I'm done with it. I am so fed up. My appetite for getting involved in more wars and being the police of the planet, it's a job that I don't want and that no one else wants us to do. Just back the fuck off.
I
But
said
America
that
has to
when
lead, Woody.
I said that when the Coney 2012 video came out, and everybody
A
wanted
high
to back
explosive
it.
example.
Did we ever catch him? The old Coney?
We were never trying to catch him.
No,
Yeah.
no, we didn't. We
He
didn't.
fell out of relevance. In
As
like
crazy as that guy ended up being, that was a really well done video.
I
It was
made a
such a
video,
good video.
supporting Coney 2012. Here's what happened. He made this video and everyone was in favor of it. Everyone was like, oh my God, Coney 2012 is the most important thing in the world. And then within a day, everyone was like, I know better. Cody's really the good guy. And as soon as you heard like the alternative to it, right? As soon as someone, this happens all the time. If you're like, I know something everyone else doesn't know, everyone perks up like, ooh, you do? Tell me more. Tell me about this thing. And then all of a sudden, everyone starts doing the, I know something you don't know. So I thought I was smarter. I watched a Will of DC video where he was talking about how he had always known about this stuff and how, like, you know, the what was it, like the Save Children Foundation or something like that. Yeah. They came to his high school. Say that again. Invisible Children. Thank you. They came to his high school and he was well aware of this thing long before Coney 2012 and how it was like a legit thing. So I made a video supporting Coney 2012. And then within hours, the guy's like masturbating on the streets in LA. He's just like, oh, we got money. We got money. This is great. Ah, best day ever. And so that goes wild. And I eventually met Will of DC and I talked to him about it. And I was like, I supported Coney 2012 only because you did. And he's like, yes, I'm so sorry. I can't believe that I did that. So
that guy's great. I wonder what he's doing now.
Yeah, I like him.
Tony 2012 guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably just filming his kid being sad at things.
I gotta say, like from the beginning, all right, so I didn't realize that it was all bad. I definitely thought, okay, yeah, they're right. This Coney guy's a bad guy. He needs dealing with. However, I immediately thought that these weren't the people to do it. It was like the Save the Children Foundation. How are they going to handle this? They're just really here to raise awareness, and that's what the public isn't understanding.
So that was their objective. Right? They were there to raise awareness, but they also were like
the solution though.
Support
immediately.
Go on.
Immediately, I thought, okay, so they're raising all this money. Why don't they just use it to hire mercenaries and send them in? That's what they need to do.
Blackwater.
Yeah, exactly. I thought. Well, there's lots of mercenary hiring agencies.
Dude, hire me. I work cheaper.
No, like you can hire legit mercenaries, people with like former special forces training and military expertise.
Now we're just hurting feelings.
Woody, there's Ebola there now, right?
I'm gonna see Woody with his FS 2000 like lock and load, just like
his Woody's gamer shorts.
Like, where you going, honey? Cuba. It turns out that there's this warlord down there, kidnapped a few American jet skiers. I'm gonna go wipe them out and save them. Yeah, they're paying me $800 a day. It's great.
I just picture him dressed in full camo, but he's got his board shorts on still, and you can only.
I'm gonna get, and he's got the surfboard. Cuba has great waves this time of year. I'm hoping I can catch some of that while I'm there.
F2000 on a surfboard. Somebody Photoshop that.
I used to daydream. So when I worked for Cisco, we built websites, right? Like I usually lead these small teams and whatever. And I'd hear about government contracts where people were paid, like the healthcare.gov shit. It was like $120 million website. I was like, oh my God.
No, it was like 800 million.
800 million?
Yeah.
Dude, I could have made that for $2 million. I could have made it for $2 million, and I had $1 million worth of profit. That shit is not that big a deal. I was like, if someone would just hire me to do this shit, I swear, like I could almost do it solo. Like it's not that big a fucking deal. It's so frustrating. You see these giant contracts and mercenary. Okay,
all you gotta do is put in a bid.
I'm not that good at mercenary. I'll put in a bid. That I don't think it was open.
Yeah, you can just go there and put in a bid. I'll do it for $5, Bob.
You'd have to show some expertise. You need a hookup. But with the mercenary thing, that's a legit thing. And I thought to myself, I was like, there was money raised. Am I wrong about that? Like there was a dollar amount?
Yes, there's money raised.
It seemed like it was a large amount of money. And I remember saying something like, you don't even need that much. You need like, and I like figured the math in my head. I was like, yeah, this many. You send 10 guys in, just send them to go kill this Coney guy if you really want him dead. But what you can't do is bomb. What you can't do is send troops in, because the whole point of the deal was that this Coney guy has a child army. His army are both the ones we have to save and the ones you would have to fight if you wanted to get him. So it was so ridiculous.
Nobody could toys.
Everybody was like, yeah, send the Navy SEALs. I was like, yeah, let's send the Navy SEALs to massacre the child armies, slitting throats and flying in stealth choppers.
Idea, right? In the same way that you might want to bring like steak cutlets if you're robbing a house and just throw them at the Dobermans. Yeah. You could drop like water pistols and fucking Cabbage Patch Kids or who knows what. And that would distract his child army, right?
Let me explain something to you.
Kites.
Christmas presents, that'll get them going. Yeah.
When McKimbe, who's 9 years old, and last year he shot his own mother and father with an AK, and for the last year he's been living with Coney, sees your water pistol, he's going to scalp you.
But when he sees that brightly wrapped Christmas present,
No, yeah,
He's
dude.
gonna open fire.
It'll be like a hungry dog. He's gonna tear into that thing and be like, Nintendo 64? No
After he
fucking
murders
way!"
you.
who's got internet or electricity?
Not us. And then he's gonna like rape your body or something, or like rifle your pockets for chocolate.
No way. These are uneducated child army people. They're gonna spend 20 minutes trying to work something without electricity.
Exactly.
okay?
You drop those motherfuckers like a bunch of Nintendo 3DSs, and he will lose his army. He will lose
Yeah.
it.
I don't
I
think
know.
so.
I know. Dude, I'll be the mercenary, right? Step 1, hook them all up with ranks at WoodyCraft.net. Step 2, kill Coney. Best
You know
and
what's-
I can see it like a bunch of freaking kids in like Grenada or wherever the hell they were. Just like, oh my god, best server in the multiverse.
We'll give them
Set up a
Hero, yeah.
Rwandan campaign where you have to defeat people.
You know
as a
what's even
soldier.
you know what's even crazier about that though is like he literally has a child army, a couple of real lackeys, and then him, and you know they could all just turn on him one day and open fire, but
They
they're so
don't
scared
do
they
that,
don't.
no.
so.
What I
So
thought
here's
was
the
interesting
thing.
about this dude is he fell out of relevance in the 90s. Like
Yeah.
he had his child soldier army in the late 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Like this was such old news. Those kids
Hey.
he had in the army are older than Kyle now.
At some
YouTube was
point,
only
yeah.
around since 2006. Okay, give the guy a break.
At some point, Invisible Children or whatever it is, they're just sort of holding on to a grudge too long, right? Like, let it
They're-
go.
they need to let it
A little child okay, here's what I'm saying. If a guy like creates a child army or hypothetically is a pedophile, and then a few years go by, just let it slide. Just saying.
All right, so while we're
I
talking
agree.
about death in Africa, let's talk about Ebola because Woody isn't scared at all.
No,
he
I'm
thinks
not.
it's no fucking big deal.
No.
He thinks it's no sweat. No, that Western society should fear this in no way whatsoever.
It's only
And
you.
while- And I disagree wholeheartedly because I see it spreading just a little bit, and I think that it could be a bit of an issue because it's, if I'm not mistaken, can it be spread by mosquitoes?
I don't think it can live that long. Really?
I don't know. I
I
made
mean,
that up.
a quick
Yeah.
Google search would tell us. Let me just hang on.
I mean,
How is
it's,
Ebola?
for those that don't know, it's not airborne. It has to be transmitted via fluids.
I think you have to open mouth kiss someone who has it.
Yeah. So if you're going into Atlanta and Frenching everyone there, then we've got an issue on
That
our hands.
actually, Kyle, is at risk then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Well, Kyle got
Yeah,
bored.
they
When
have it
he
already.
does that.
he's getting his medication, he gets bored. Just starts open mouth kissing people. But
Yeah.
it's of
Silly
no
goose.
concern.
With sores
This will
in my
get-
mouth.
This will get squashed in a month. 1
Okay,
month.
so it seems like let me double check the mosquito thing because it seems like you're right. It seems like it's spread basically the same way HIV is spread.
Yeah, and unless people Ebola patients start shooting up together or fucking each other, well, that's kind
Again,
of hard
Kyle's
to
at
do.
risk. You're describing.
It is
You're
spread by
describing a
mosquitoes.
Thursday afternoon.
Really, mosquitoes. Okay, so only Africa is of concern.
So Kyle, you're worried about it here. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm worried. There are two people about an hour and a half away from me with Ebola virus.
There's no
Jesus.
mosquito getting into this hospital, sucking on their blood, and then getting out. They're in
I-
a quarantined area.
Okay, well, what if somehow a person
mosquitoes-
got infected
And mosquitoes
and they,
cannot
and
go
they
to
left the hospital?
the ocean. Mosquitoes
I would.
cannot go to the
Look. First of all, they don't have to fly across the Atlantic. They just have to cross across like Atlantic Avenue or something in Atlanta while I'm there because I'm literally in the city where it is. There's two patients with it. All that would have to happen would be for some employee at Emory to somehow get the disease, and then a mosquito to bite them and bite
Who
me.
hypothetically was hot.
Did you see how they transport these people? They're wrapped up like fucking mummies, and so are the people
Look,
carrying
I'm not
them.
saying that it's likely. I'm just saying that it's
Oh,
possible.
it's far from.
I think that they
anything
should
is
just be
possible.
executed.
That's
as
a
It's
blanket
much
statement.
more possible for me than it is you. Wouldn't you agree? If we're talking about
I hear you.
butterfly
I am
wild
zero
reaction
worried
stuff.
about Ebola. Zero worried. Nothing.
No.
I'm not at all
Okay.
concerned. I feel like there are these health scares that pop up all the time. Like SARS is gonna do everything. Bird flu is gonna do something else.
I never worry about those. Those are
H1N1
silly.
or something. I don't even know it. That's gonna wipe out. And
cow.
in the end, nothing
Kyle.
ever happens. And Ebola is hard to spread. And oh, by the way, it's not like there's this new mystery disease that popped up. There's like 1,600 people that have Ebola in Africa right now, and like suddenly America has 2, and now we're like in deep trouble. We're not in deep trouble. We have 2. Soon we'll have
didn't
0.
say we're
We
in
brought them
deep
back.
trouble. You're putting words in my mouth. All I'm saying is that all of a sudden it's much more likely that I will get Ebola than it was a month ago. and you can't disagree with that. Because a month ago, there were a couple of people in Africa that had it, and now there's a couple of people in Atlanta that
I will
have it.
bet you $5 that you don't have Ebola by the end of the year, and I will give you 100 to 1 odds.
How about we make the bet that there are 10 or more U.S. Infected by the end of the year?
I'll even take that bet. $5.
I would take that bet.
It won't happen. It's not going to spread unless
Give me odds. You give me odds?
Hold on.
Oh, now you want odds, right?
Hold on.
I'm asking if you'll give me odds.
Hold on one second.
If I'm betting with everyone.
Let's establish something. It doesn't break out here, or that's what we're agreeing on. It
I'm
comes
talking
from
about
here.
10 people in the U.S. who get it.
Here's the thing.
Get it here.
While
Okay,
in the
then
US.
fine.
They have to get
That's
it because
fine.
what I don't want to accept is
People
10
being
more
brought
people get
back.
transferred here, right?
Yeah.
We don't even have
I'm
2
talking
that
about
got it.
10 United States people while in the United States, in its territory, and you know what the territories of the United States are.
Oh my God, we're including Guam.
Hey, you want to mince words? You want to start ticking off the ones that count and the ones
I'll
that don't?
take that.
Does
I'll
Hawaii
take it.
count? What does it have to be the contiguous?
How about
Never
we
gonna
count the
happen.
real ones? We all know the 50.
Give me the 50 in Puerto Rico.
No Puerto
Like
Rico.
that's
No
gonna
dice.
spike your odds or some shit.
Oh, if it's not gonna spike it, then why are you getting all
I'll give
weird?
you Puerto Rico.
You
You
can spike your
you
odds.
can have Canada and Mexico.
I want the American Samoas as well.
You can have the whole
You just
fucking
keep stretching it.
continent.
No, you can't have them, dude. At the end of the day, we're white.
Can I have Guam? Can I have Guam?
Taylor, I don't mean to scare you, but you're blue.
You're blue, yeah.
fucked.
But
You're blue, bro. Let's get real. Can I have Guam or not? Come on.
You don't have a chance.
you
All right,
can
so
do
here's the
it
bet.
wrong, but
Here-
that'll settle the argument.
Already reversed
It's going to play a factor.
Here's the bet. U.S. territories. I'm betting that 10 people who are within the territories contract it within the territories.
I'll even give you U.S. military bases across the world.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
No one is contracting it in these places. If they get brought back, that doesn't count. That's not
10
out of this
people.
bet now.
2015. I'm betting that you're out.
I'm out if those are the new
What's pushing you
stipulations.
Okay, I'll give you back military bases. Hang on, let's keep this flowing. Give me the U.S. territories minus military bases. Give me 2 to 1 odds.
No, dude, just the states. You don't get Puerto Rico. That's not
All
fair.
right, all 50, fine. The 50
There,
states.
boom. Done.
But I want 3 to 1 now.
Fine.
I'll give
All
you
right,
all
how-
50 states. I'll give you 3 to 1. I'll throw in the Palmyra Islands.
Cool.
Ooh.
Nobody
Listen, I'll
goes there
still
anyway.
give you the
Oh,
entire.
wait,
I will give you the
I
Western
want
Hemisphere.
something in return. I want it to be by October 31st.
Ooh, that's hard. It's August 9th.
This story will be
so
over by October
This is
31st,
gone
I
in a
promise you.
month.
September, October. You give me 60,
remember this
70, 80. You give me like 82 days. 82 days. No, I can't take
If you
that.
think it's so contagious, it'll
I
happen.
need November and December to get in like those last 2.
Oh
You
my
don't. No,
God.
come on. You can't have
You know
November and
what?
December.
I have another long running. Are you going to take this? Dude, the story's going to be out of the news.
How much
These
money?
people
How
will
much
be
money?
fine.
Well, it depends how much money we're talking as well.
$10.
We said $5.
We're just
All
doing
right,
$5.
all right, I'll take that. All right, 10 from Woody. How much from you, Chiz?
I'll go 10. I'll give you 3 to 1. I'll give you Western Hemisphere. There you
Oh
go.
shit!
Oh, shit.
It's
I'll
not
take.
fucking
You want to make it
happening.
20? You want to make it 20?
I'll
You're
make
like
it 20.
an anti-negotiator.
All right, 20 from Chiz,
Okay,
Western
I just
Hemisphere,
heard Woody's
10
terms, except I'd like to make it worse for me.
I'll make it worse for me and up the ante.
I love no. We up the ante. 20 for Chiz, Western Hemisphere. 10 from Woody, America, and those islands that no one goes to. Those the 50 plus those islands that are worthless. And what do I have from you,
There's
America?
literally a zero population on those
I'll do
islands.
10 for the 50.
10 for the 50. Okay, by end of year or October 31st.
I'll give you till the end of the year.
Holy shit! All right, 10 from you, 3 to 1. And Chiz, when does ours end?
I just want it over quick.
All right, I'll give you. All right, we'll do October 31st for you
There
too
you
then.
go.
Actually,
This is
give me
gone in a
November.
month.
But
Give me
here's the deal.
November.
Here's the only stipulation I want. If at October 31st there's at least 5, then it goes to the end of the year and we double the bet.
Fine. I'll.
Yes. yes.
Chiz just wants it to be over.
Luckily,
Whatever.
all of us
bombarded. It's so fucking
so we've got it nailed
ridiculous.
down. We can totally come back here, rewind it, and enforce the bet.
It's,
All right.
It's so
Love it.
ridiculous that no.
I'm betting
love
on
it.
mass death. I love it. All right.
If someone dies, what happens?
Oh shit! This is new.
Oh yeah. Do the 10 have to be alive all at once and infected?
No, they don't. Just and I'm
continue.
also I'm betting at least 1 U.S. death.
So what happens if the 2 people in the U.S., which by the way don't count,
Don't
they didn't
count.
contracted here?
They don't count.
I bet
So-
Woody will take your death bet because there's no way he thinks someone's going to die.
Anybody want to take a death bet? At least one death by October 31st.
60% mortality
Well,
rate.
there's
I
two
would
people
take
with
that.
it already. Like, I would need
They
a
don't
death.
count.
Oh, they don't count? I'll take it.
No. All right. How much?
Oh, they don't count. I got it.
I won't take that because the odds are not in the favor of you surviving Ebola.
No, he said if you already have it, you don't count towards this.
Yeah, Woody is betting that not one single person in the 50 states will contract this disease while
And
within
the
the 50
Palmyra
states.
Atoll.
And the Palmyra Atoll, in case someone was not only hanging out there, but then an Ebola victim started,
Wait,
like
the
parachuted in.
entire Palmyra? The entire Palmyra?
Dude, it's like an acre.
It's
Kyle, up this
4.6
bet. It's a
square
lock.
miles, and it is literally covered, the entire thing, with bird poop. It's called the Guano Islands.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
that's our
Hey,
shit.
let's mix bets. How many people are going to die in the Middle East from this disease, huh?
in the
Well,
Middle
this
East.
Africa, not Middle East.
Dude, if right now there was an Ebola outbreak and like the Palestinian camps and thousands were dying, we wouldn't know it because they're blowing up so many people. Like, who knows what kind of diseases are actually running rampant over there? The kind of outbreak that would probably be like worldwide news and like civilized culture in those countries, it's like, you know,
If we
a lot
were
of
in
people
the
been
Middle
dropping
East,
dead.
we
Yeah, a
wouldn't
lot of
be
people
talking
are
about
always dropping dead.
mosquitoes. We'd be like, if one Ebola victim gets car bombed and then mists the crowd, the
And it
mist-
happens
Some
on
of
a
his
Tuesday.
blood in your mouth.
Yeah, right. And then that blood scatters over 120 people. Then,
Yeah. We'd be voting on how many rockets go over the
They're
wall. today.
laughing at Ebola over there as they get bombarded.
Probably so.
Yeah, this is a
Raise
con-
it.
Oh, I have another bet topic. So here's, do you guys remember over a year ago, we bet whether Wings of Redemption's sister would get pregnant or not? Who was on what side? I think I took not pregnant.
I honestly don't recall.
I don't recall this either.
No
Man,
idea.
We need some PKA historians to help us. We made a bet.
It was a subject on the Reddit. Didn't someone like nail down what our opinions were?
All right, I'll hunt for it if you can keep everyone occupied for a bit.
Certainly.
get-
So I've got a
Did
little
she end up
story I
getting
wanted
pregnant or
to.
not?
She's not pregnant.
Oh, she
Ah.
well that we know of. Though she just moved in with her boyfriend, you know, so she may be
Well,
knocked
the
up right
time's
now.
over. It was a year or something like that.
Can we get a pregnancy test over there? Because if we can prove she conceived, you know, prior, then
We got 4 months to still bet on this, right? Like this is let's gamble on some more shit that seems.
I mean, just because she's not showing doesn't mean.
Oh, she might not even know and just have the kid in the toilet. I hear that's what a lot of those people do.
Ouch, that's
Those
just
People, wow.
dark.
Are you
Like
racist
that
against white people?
Oh,
Obviously, no,
that
just
hurt my feelings.
the dinosaur looks like he's crying from the side right
He
now.
is. He's looking away from my monitor in disgust.
looking in shame.
He's looking away from you, Chiz, any way he can. He's just like, look at that mountain, stare at it.
The
The dinosaur
palm trees in the
looks like it
background.
feels dirty.
It looks like it's got hair coming out the back.
His Brachiosaurus is back there. Look like they might be. Fuck them, whatever.
The Brontosaurus, Kyle.
Not Brachiosaurus.
Get it right. What's the
Sure about that?
4 months?
No.
Just moved in with her boyfriend. Pregnant or not by the end of the year?
Ooh.
Oh, you want to
Oh,
get
we gotta read that
another one
again. We gotta
going?
figure out what. We gotta
Yeah,
pay
this is
up
all
for last
old.
year's bet.
Nah, this is all old news, and we don't know who bet on what. Let's we got 4 months.
But we're trying to pull that up. I want to know who bet on what.
I want a new bet.
You
I want to
remember
get in on
who
this
was the
bet.
I
guest?
found the
Bet on
week-old
this?
thread, but they didn't outline.
Well, shit. We'll look
whose
into
bet
it. We'll,
was
we'll
what?
get it next time, I guess. We
Uh,
should pay up.
I remember the
If
thread
maybe-
you're talking about, though. I just need to find it.
Yeah.
Someone did.
I bet.
Shucks.
Wings bet on his sister being pregnant.
The
You know,
subreddit will
I
help
think I
to...
bet she wouldn't be pregnant. If that's what I feel. I feel that I would have said no, she won't be pregnant because
I'm pretty sure I said she wouldn't be pregnant too. It might be Wings who owes
I
us
think
all
Wings. Yeah.
money. How bad would that look if we all took Wings' money right now?
I wonder if Wings would be so like cheap that he'd actually go pregnancy
Get
test her
her
just to make
pregnant.
sure he doesn't have to pay up.
I don't know. That's not just cheap though, right? That's an investment. Like
That's
you-
accurate.
Like, yeah, I mean, you
Not
have
cheap.
to.
Accurate.
You know, spend $20 on the test, and then
You're rolling the
get paid
dice
20 from
because
you.
I'm sure the bet wasn't that big. So if he spends
Nah, $5 or
15,
something.
20 bucks on a test, he's
He's up $5 maybe,
And
or in the
newborn
black.
babies, excellent for views, so it's going to pay for itself.
if he did a video called "My Sister's Pregnancy Test," and use that digital thing to protect her privacy while she took a pregnancy test,
Yeah, I want the whole thing. I want to see her pissing on the stick.
Yeah.
Well,
It's all to the stick.
I'm telling you,
Here's
it's a
what I
100,000
want.
view video.
Ideally, here's what the video would be, and it would still be tasteful. If she took the camera into the bathroom
That's
and kind of
very
kept it
tasteful.
on, and she kept it on her face while she peed on the stick, that would be
Tasteful.
acceptable, I think.
Yeah.
You guys are describing a situation where like Wings like sticks the camera in the door crack and like.
I want
films
her to be
peeing,
squatting
and
in
then
the
you got
yard
blood-
over a sprinkler.
Yeah,
That's way hotter.
Jesus Christ, she's underaged as well.
No, wait.
I don't know what
I didn't know these things.
How do you think she's Woody? How do you think she smells?
Delicious. I think she smells delicious.
No, wait.
Oh, if you don't watch PKN, you don't know why
Yeah,
that's.
you're not getting
Well,
the
no, it's
Painkiller
still
Nearly
creepy.
jokes
It's still
if you're not a
creepy even if you
Patreon.
watch PKN.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm not finding the thread in there. They're just, but she's not pregnant, and
bet.
I sure hope. I bet Wings took all the bets because I don't think anyone else here said that she was pregnant. But
New
we'll
bet.
I don't
see.
think I would have.
New
It's
bets,
possible.
huh?
Wings
alright,
bet on
so-
his own underage sister being pregnant before the end of the
Hey,
year.
Are
he
we
knows
sure
her
she's
better
still
than anyone.
underaged?
That's
Yeah,
a
I think
house.
so. I think she's like 16, 17, and her boyfriend's like 18, 19, or something
That's
like
inappropriate. Moving on.
that. Maybe her boyfriend's older. Wasn't her boyfriend like 20-something? Like
I don't
late
know.
20s?
That was
Is-
the bad one that did
Is
coke,
there?
I think.
Yeah,
Her new
she
one does
moved
coke.
in with her drug. She moved in with her, I guess, boyfriend / drug dealer.
Who was like 26.
Yeah, but he's got a cool car and drugs.
Yeah, his sister's pretty. I
What a
think she
cool
should be able
guy.
to pull in like an Impala driving person.
Oh, God. Right. I know exactly what you're referencing.
That's a Honda Civic girl right there.
It's Wings' thing. He I don't mean to dig at
He
Wings.
quantifies people's worth along the lines of what kind of vehicle their significant other would drive. For example, he would say, "Oh, she's hot. She could get a guy that's driving like a $65,000 F-150 jacked up with rims and a sound system and tinted
That's
windows.
what women want.
Everything. She could get any truck
With
she
the lift
wanted.
kit.
Yeah, my sister, she could definitely get a guy with like a 1999 Chevy, with the taillights blacked out and lowered maybe a little bit, but still 4x4, something sweet like that. Leather seats maybe too. Yeah, and it's just like I don't quantify people's worth like that.
I wonder what Wings thinks I'm worth, right? Because I have like a 2003 Tacoma with dents in it, and some
And your wife
homemade
drives a
bumpers.
71 Pinto.
I wonder if
Just explodes when you hit it from the rear.
if Wings is like, Woody's only a dented Tacoma guy. If he were single, he'd probably get like an ugly girl because of my truck.
No,
Well, I
you're,
mean, let's
you're a
be real.
reliable, strong,
Hang on a minute now.
old vehicle.
I think you might actually have a difficult dating time driving your Tacoma.
No
Oh, yeah,
way.
definitely.
Here's the problem. My Tacoma is so masculine that if a woman were to hop in it, she'd get a mustache. That's my only fucking problem with that awesome truck.
We always talk about hypothetical Woody, but we never really talk about hypothetical Woody.
Okay.
Hypothetical single Woody, that is.
Uh-huh.
Hypothetical single Woody would definitely want to update his vehicle if he's going to be like taking some, 35-year-old hot soccer mom with like one kid herself on a date.
Some young
If
piece
you
of
want to
ass.
talk about the actual hypothetical Woody, right? Let's say Jackie died today, so I respectfully wait a week or so and hit the dating scene.
Is it? I prefer to imagine, and
Just fake cry.
hang on a minute. I prefer to imagine that Jackie just.
Jackie's dead.
It's awful.
Isn't it a lot easier to just?
Tears
Let's
running
go
down
with
my face as I fill out my plenty of fish.
No, not that. That's too dark. Hang on. Let's just say that Jackie has left you and taken the children.
Oh, that's
Okay.
way nicer than her just croaking. You
She's
know?
still she lives 30 minutes away, and they Woody gets every weekend plus Wednesdays. Let's calm down here.
That's a shitty deal.
Wacky's had enough of Woody's shady dealings. Jackie's had enough of it.
Right.
She can't take it anymore, so that's
Then
that.
she starts a YouTube channel and exposes me as a money whore this whole time.
None of okay, or maybe she gets her own hit sitcom. Whatever. Jackie's living her own
She has a
happy
cooking
life
show.
apart from Woody. Let's just establish that she doesn't have to be dead. Dear God.
Death is easier.
No, death is not easier because the children are with Jackie.
Death is a sympathy
Woody's got-
card. Woody does this. He goes up to women. Life is so hard. It's just me and the kids.
I picture
Sometimes it feels like they're taking care of me.
all three of them die in a car accident together. So now I am truly hypothetical single Woody.
Wow, we've really upped the odds very quickly over here.
Can they?
We're
if
not
we're gonna
fucking
kill
around
them, let's
anymore.
kill them in a more comical way then.
Okay.
Ebola, and then you still have to pay up. That was the funeral, and I'm like,
This isn't the Brady Bunch. He has a family of 3, so you still
You
lose
know-
the bet, fucker.
No,
no,
death
no,
if
this
he
is-
wins. There's a death bet
let me
too.
finish.
Oh,
we're,
there's
at
a
the
death bet.
we're at the funeral. It's raining. I'm consoling Woody. All the family's there.
He's
I
elbowing
say,
him.
you know, Woody. I don't know if you read the paper this morning, but there was a 10th victim. I believe the odds were 3-1, so it's
Yeah, no.
it's $15.
And
I
if
have
you
to
could give
pay
me a
him.
ride over to Chiz's, he also has to pay up right now. You know, I know you're still dealing, but let's get them.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw in the news, but there was an 8th, 9th, and 10th victim you might be aware of.
Your kids exploded in front of a Toys R Us and infected
Yeah.
everyone with Ebola.
All right. Would I get a new truck to score better pussy?
Or a car.
Only a
Yeah,
Or
or
a
a car.
Or
It doesn't have to be
car.
a truck. You make
No,
all right.
I think
Sports car.
Keep your truck and get another car.
my
Pussy
father
gamer.
used to tell us when we were growing up to not marry into money because you'll always be competing with that woman's father for like to impress her and do that sort of thing. Like if you marry someone whose father was like a heck of a sugar daddy, then you know, you're gonna have I don't know if I use sugar daddy correctly, but you know, a big time provider. Then you'll always be competing with him to provide for her. You know, he'll be there to give money anytime that you know, and you just you're not the guy, you're not the man if you marry into money. That's what he would say. And even now, I'm like, I don't know if I want someone who's looking for like a Mercedes driver. I think
Not a Mercedes driver. Now, hang on, Wings. Hang on a minute. You did, no. If
I'm
you're
listening.
taking a lady out, I just think your truck is a bit too rustic. That's all I'm saying.
Rustic.
You know, the floorboards are dirty. There's dirt in there. The seats are worn out. You know, it's not a comfortable ride.
Listen, you get
Not
a
one that you
$10
would
car
want.
wash, okay? He's not going to just drive it out there and pick somebody up. People invest in the
dirt
car
out of the
wash.
floor first. Come on. You know, I'm just thinking if you're having to wine and dine a lady again and start from scratch, making your best impression, then you know you're probably gonna spiffy up all areas of your life that you expose to her immediately. Make your
Or-
best impression.
I just don't
Or-
know that it's a good idea to like allude to your 401k balance when you're going for a girl.
Didn't say Mercedes.
I got you on this. First of all, we burned the truck. All right, you killed 2 birds with 1 stone. You get some money,
Here's what
and
I'm
now
suggesting because
if you
I
have
think
your
you're
truck. You ride
I think
a
you're
bike.
imagining I'm saying buy your dream truck, and not necessarily what I'm talking. You keep your old truck and maybe buy like a
scooter.
like a 2008 like truck or something like that. Something that's affordable, but you buy like a $30,000 truck instead of a $50,000 truck, or maybe a
Vespa.
a $25,000 truck would be a really nice truck. Now that I think about it, a $25,000 used truck. You know, then you're not putting on airs and showing off with a $25,000 vehicle.
This is not even cool. No, get a Vespa with fringe jacket, okay?
But I'm just saying you don't
You'll
have to
be
be
the
like
talk of the town.
some like gimmicky movie where like the millionaire pretends to be the pauper to you know and wins the lady's heart to make sure it's true love or something. You
But
can
then
you
it's
can show it,
sweet.
you know. You can pay the light bill and everything. That's okay.
I think you should buy a 15-passenger Mercedes van just to show you can.
What
Pick
would
her
you
up in
say-
that. Make her sit in the back.
I think
Here's a
with
way
the
to look
love
at it.
life
What
I
would you
have
say
in
the
mind-
dollar amount?
A white van with no windows.
You already got one in the backyard. Don't even play. You can't use that. It's got too much candy still in it. And ask questions. You don't need that shit.
And it's that
Does anybody
stale
else
old
think that-
Halloween candy, so the children he lures in aren't even satisfied.
That's
Oh,
the
this
thing,
is
though.
old.
They're
This doesn't work.
satisfied, trust me.
But that's the thing. They're disgruntled. They're upset. He cuddles them then. You know, he's like bringing them back down. He's like, don't
Yeah.
worry. I got better candy back home.
I got better candy in the back of my Tacoma.
Does
in my pocket where it's cut out.
I've got a question here. Think
Keep
about
the
this
candy
one.
in this fallout shelter underground. I'm sorry, I was fantasizing. Go on.
I know. You get on a roll, you can't stop. So I've been thinking about this, and let me know what you guys think. I think that for the 20th century, the go-to career for any woman who hadn't went to college was waitress, right? It was kind of the job where any really don't make a face at that. Come on, it is.
No,
It's
I'm saying yes. That
it's
is
a go-to
correct.
job where you
Yeah,
can make
Jesus,
some money.
Chaz,
As
don't
a,
make a face.
I think for the 21st century, like the bottom rung of jobs where you can still make money is teacher. I think that's where the dumbest of the women who actually get
Wow.
college education end up. They end up being teachers.
ladies.
I agree in some ways because I met a lot of girls in college who were education majors, and
That's not a thing.
they just
That's
were
the
not.
thing. I want to say it's not true, right?
That's
because
not
I
a
want to
thing.
be respectful. I
My
wanna be
mom
like,
and sister are teachers. Okay, I got a vested interest
But
in it.
that's not what
I
we're
know
talking
a
about.
lot
he
of
said they were.
teachers.
He said they were education majors. That's not a thing. Teaching is when it's a fallback job.
Wait. No, education
education
major is
is
a
a
thing.
thing.
It's a very popular major.
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
a very-
right. And I remember, like I'd be like busting my ass on some comp sci
Early
thing, right?
childhood
and a
education,
comp sci
it is a
major
thing.
is almost like a continuous IQ test. They're always throwing these like fucking puzzles at you that you have to solve. Like, all right, you need a program that writes a program that like looks at data and finds fucking patterns in it and does a thing. And you imagine a cube. And then imagine a 4-dimensional cube, and then a 9th-dimensional cube, and draw routes from point to point to point on this object that I can't fucking picture in my head anymore. And that's comp sci. Meanwhile, the education majors are over there. They literally are using like, what is that paper? Cray paper? Like tissue paper, right? They're putting glue on tissue paper. Okay, wait. It starts off, draw turkey with your hand, right? Draw turkey with your hand, and then put tissue paper and color in the turkey. And they had homework like elementary school kids in college.
Okay, hang on now.
Life is rough.
Let me
They
give them,
learned how to like handle objections from
as
5-year-olds.
someone who watched two people get early childhood education degrees, I can promise you it's more difficult than that.
They literally had 3rd grade homework assignments. They would
Okay, well
color.
that wasn't
Listen,
the case.
glitter is a
That
bitch.
I
to get
saw,
off of your
okay.
skin. You don't understand how hard it is.
It's okay. So here's my opinion. It's neither a very difficult thing to get a degree in, nor an incredibly easy thing to get
You're
a degree
right,
in.
you're
but
right. I
it's
mean,
the
I'm
bottom
joking,
of the
but-
barrel for the most part, and it's where the dumbest of the women go who do have college
I'll say
education.
this.
If you want to find a dumb woman, go round up 5 teachers, and you'll find that about 3 of them are morons, especially if they're younger than 30. I promise.
When we're talking about degrees, I feel like you should split them like into degrees that prepare you for a job, like workforce degrees and the less employable liberal arts degrees, right? There are communication majors out there, English majors, there are
Art.
in my school it was geology. I know at UNC they call it rocks for jocks, a lot of guys major in that. Different art majors, things like that. I might rank even below education, but among the workforce majors, the things that get you prepared for a job like accounting, comp sci, education, law, pre-med, those things, I think education is the easiest of the workforce majors.
Yeah, it
It
should
is.
almost be a tech school.
I don't know how people.
Business is really easy too.
I don't know how people go in and get one of those degrees, like an art degree. Like, this is what I'm preparing for life with my art degree.
Well,
'Cause I'm gonna
some
open a
people
museum.
literally just want a diploma, and that's
But
the goal.
that's so shit, right?
It's not.
It's gotten to the point that that's like all you need with a lot of jobs.
It is, that's the thing. I
The
know
bachelor's degree is the new high school degree of like 30 years ago. It's like
He's
you
right,
have to
he's
have
right.
it just to get your
It,
foot in
it's
the
true
door.
though. I know I've missed opportunities because someone with just that degree, doesn't matter what, somebody with a biology degree got a technical job that I was better suited for,
All
just
right.
because it was.
And it's not fair because when Woody was a kid, just surviving to adulthood was enough to be successful. And now we have to
Coal miners
thrive
only
and
was a
be
serious
so-
thing back in the day. Okay, he shoveled fucking shit.
So I have a question. So, what's keeping you from lying about your college degree at a job interview?
Usually they'll try and get a confirmation
Reference.
from your university.
How do they do that? They actually
They
call
just
and ask.
call
They call-
what is it?
The dean.
Grad office, like post-grad office or whatever, and ask for it. And if they're like, we don't have that person, they're like, bullshit.
I have a solution to
And-
that. Why don't you make up a fake college?
Oh
Because
yeah,
it's-
yeah.
Yeah, that
No.
worked out real well. There's a movie based on that, in fact. They had a skate park and everything. It was a great thing.
Yeah,
Keith
and
did
then-
what you're
Totally
talking
make up
about. I know we don't usually talk about it, but he lied about going to college, got a job, and then he actually held it for a couple years, and then they fired him.
Because they found out.
Yeah, because they found out. And he argued, like, well, wait a minute, I'm doing great at this job. Don't you think you could just let me keep doing it? And they said, no, you're fired.
I'm sure you could sneak by with some jobs, but
I think
They're
you
gonna
get
find
caught
out eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
you're a
think they'll
fibber.
find out. Especially if if it was one of those jobs where like hanging your diploma was appropriate and you had a fake one.
You're a therapist.
It's like
Yes.
Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry accounting degree.
Yeah, it's just really small print and in cursive, but it says some bullshit like that.
You just
Yeah,
show up
that'd be
wearing
great.
whatever
Just
college you say you
yeah.
went to on your clothing, and that's enough verification. You know, I went to Oregon.
Kyle's
That's-
degree emporium.
Yeah,
You know,
I used to date
I always
so
thought that was going to be a thing on The Office. You know how Andy is from Cornell, and he's always talking about Cornell and wearing the Cornell gear. I always thought it was going to come out that like he actually didn't graduate or something. I wish they'd taken that plot line.
Dude, so I went to school at night while I worked during the day. And because of that, I had like a pain for it that I think is greater than most, right? Like a lot of people, schools work. It's not the constant party that movies make it out to be. But I don't think it's the constant like knowledge that I should be doing it, the drain, the exhaustion, it sucks away all your fun time when you go to work at night after school. And I used to think all the time, not about lying about finishing, but about like hacking into the computers. Like there are people I worked with a guy who I think might have had that skill set. That or he was very much a bullshitter. And I'm like, if he could hack into Drexel's computers and just like say I finished, put my grades in, that would be worth so much to me. Like I would pay tens of thousands for that. It would be really useful to me. And instead I just kept going. But yeah, I used to dream all the time about just like hacking and getting credit.
I would too after taking an accounting course. I'd rather have acid dropped on my eyeballs than do that again.
That's one of my
Accounting
degrees.
is just
It's
so boring.
Horrible. And it was so misleading. Like the first two chapters, I'm like, I like this. I get it. Assets equals, liabilities versus equity, whatever. This is great. Next two chapters, nothing I'll ever fucking use and really difficult to understand, and I want to kill myself.
It's just
I went into it
goddamn
going,
bland.
maybe I could get a CPA, but maybe that's a backup thing. I'll try out and get the CPA. Those two next chapters came up. Fuck that. I'd rather go dig dirt.
Now,
That
why
Maybe
was
I'll
it
become
so
a
bad?
CPA.
Yeah, just the deteriorating assets and like
Depreciating.
just depreciating. Just sheets you'll never use unless you are a CPA.
No, wait a
Like
minute. What if you invest? I mean, don't you want to know how to read an income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement?
But that was the easy stuff I'm talking about that I liked. I like that stuff.
Mhm.
But
That's the easy stuff, Woody.
My bad.
that was the well, those are easy. It's like, all right, income, these things, balance sheet, balance.
You talking about like general ledgers and stuff? That
Yeah,
was,
you sound like you have a good grasp of it, Chiz.
yeah, like
ledgers,
general ledgers,
ledgers,
breaking it into all the other
balancing.
things, just horrible. Just I hated it. Just
It is just so boring.
have you
Life-
had
and
the
they
It's
course?
didn't-
fulfilling life.
they didn't teach me anything about taxes, which is what I primarily went to take that class for. Not a damn
yeah.
thing.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I wanted there to be a class in college called like "Learn to Be a Grown Up," where they're just
Yeah.
like, "This is how you do taxes. This is how you deal with the IRS or something."
This
They
is
just
how
walk
a
through
credit
adult
score is
things, and you
made.
go, "Oh, okay." Instead of just walking into the world blind, hoping
Yeah.
for the best.
Like
Why
it's
aren't
a
those
joke.
classes in high school? You're saying they should be
Right.
college courses. Shouldn't they be high school courses?
They should
Don't
be high school.
all people
but they
need
don't
this
have
stuff?
back off of that.
They don't teach you how to do.
There should be a class that teaches you how to pay your fucking bills. Like there
Yeah.
should be a
I had
class
that
that
class
teaches
in
you
high
how to
school.
balance a checkbook. There should be a
I had
class
that
that teaches
class.
you how to handle the shit that people have to handle when you.
I
Just
had a
taxes.
class
I mean,
that
everyone
taught
has
me
to
all
do
of
it.
that.
I had 15 classes about how great Jesus is and how real he is and whatever.
You had
but
Jesus
zero
classes?
classes about how to live as a functional human
Where did you go to school that there were Jesus classes?
being. The Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh,
They had
oh, I forgot. Your last name was Phelps.
Yes. No, it
I
was,
had
not
I had a
Michael.
class where they taught us to balance our checkbook. I had a class where the same class, it was all one. They taught us like about credit scores and how you build your credit and the importance of it. They taught us something about investing. They talked about what was the other thing we talked about? Oh, we talked about
Was it-
taxes.
Was it a college course or was it that one online?
It was a high school course.
Because
it
you
high
sent me a link to some other bank one or whatever. Like you could learn. You said you took it for taxes or whatever. I
But you're
forget
talking about
what it was.
the H&R Block course. No,
Yeah.
this was a high school course. They taught us about taxes, and he taught us basic things like about a job interview. Like, hey, you know what? When you walk into a job interview, this burned into my head. Know the date. Know the day and the date. Don't ask the guy as you fucking fill out the forms, what day is it? because you look like an idiot. When you go into a job interview, just fucking walk in there knowing the day and the date so that you don't look like an asshole. And, they taught us, like, how to be a grown-up.
Lucky.
It wasn't a bad course. Well, the guy was a bit of a jackass. He bragged about how many credit cards. My credit record's so good. He showed like a stack of credit cards, 15, 30 deep. I showed it to my dad, and my dad's like, no, that's not really a measure of success. I have like 3 credit cards. It's all I need. I have 3 or 4 too. Like, it's not that many.
It's like how you impress children. Like, look at all of this.
Look at all this unlimited money I have.
Yeah, you know these is unlimited cash. I have 15 times unlimited.
Each of these is worth almost $8,000 in credit.
With 20% APR. What a deal.
Dude, I don't mean to get into boring credit stuff, but it was actually one of my topics. Kyle, do you want to do yours first, or do you want to just let's do the credit thing? People want smoother segues. This is a smooth segue.
Yeah.
Credit scores are changing. The way that they calculate credit scores is changing. I don't know if this is a global thing or a U.S. thing, actually, how credit reports work. But now, if you like pay off your bills and work that out, then it doesn't show up on your credit report anymore.
Well, then, what do you have to do? Get a loan?
Like for example, like let's say that you're late on your payments and then you catch up. It no longer hurts your credit report. They'll fix it.
Oh.
And medical bills, they used to be handled like any other bill. Now, if it's a medical bill, then they don't weigh it on your credit report as much as they did before.
So this is a beneficiary thing.
It's meant to stimulate lending. Like, everyone's credit scores are going to go up because it's easier to have a good credit score now. I'm not sure it's good. Like, there's a guy quoted in this article who wrote, a lot of people just can't handle credit. You're not really helping them by letting them dig themselves into debt, which is what you're doing, right? It used to be like, look, here's a guy, you loaned him money, and then he fucked up at paying it back. And he paid it back late, and the creditors went after him, and eventually he made like a partial payment, but heck, the loan is sort of resolved now. It's a done deal. So it's taken off your credit record. Maybe that guy should have a hard time borrowing, right? He says it's like a sharp knife. Lending this is, or borrowing, I should say. If you don't know how to use a sharp knife, then you can hurt yourself with it. And by the way, this isn't about people who like effectively use this sharp knife all the time. It only impacts people who aren't paying off their medical bills, who are paying back their other bills late and stuff like that. They're just making it easier to have a good credit record. And I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
I think that we should get some listener input. If you're a listener or a viewer, comment about your credit score. How do you feel about it? Do you think it should be higher, lower? How has it impacted your life thus far? When you get your first car, do you think that'll be a big impact on that? Who knows? I don't know what my credit score is, so I just
750.
I assume it's good. Hopefully,
I don't know what mine
I
is
have
either.
a credit card, and I just pay it off every month. I just buy a few things, but that's it.
Mine used to be really high. I guess I'll just say it. I used to be 840, and I was like, I didn't even know it went over 800. Like, I thought they were like SAT scores, and that 800 was the top one. But then it was like 840. What are you saying, Chiz?
Real smug about it. Yeah, I broke a fucking record with my credit
No,
score.
I don't know what it goes up to. Is
As
it
a
840
matter
out
of
of
fact,
1,000?
It couldn't go above 800, but then I did, so they had to change it.
All right, I'm a dick. I'm sorry, but now, because I don't pay off a mortgage every month anymore, and I don't have I'm not basically paying off any debt. My credit record has surely dropped, and I wonder if it'll ever be like a problem. Like, if I have to borrow money and
It'll drop. if you
No,
don't do
no,
anything.
it'll never be a problem.
I mean, it really might. Like, if I go 7 years without borrowing money, then I'm pretty much a teenager again.
No, that's not how it works, because I've pulled credit records before that were like that. Older guys but that hadn't borrowed money in like decades, but still had strong credit. I don't know how it's calculated exactly, but I promise you're protected even if you stop borrowing money. The negative things fall off after 7 years. I don't know if necessarily all the positive does.
Oh, I don't know, actually, because I used to have 2 negative marks on my credit. Neither of them were my fault.
Yeah, those are almost certainly gone, unless they were within the last 7. After
No,
7,
old.
all
They're
the
old.
negative-
One was
They're gone.
when
Yeah.
I was still in college. I got into a car accident, and it wasn't my fault, but I hit a lawyer, so I lost in court, and I swear it wasn't my fault. But so the court said you have to pay this guy, and apparently if you lose, and then we did, right? My insurance company did actually, but they're like, all right, what do you got to pay this guy? My insurance company paid it, and it was set. That was a negative mark on my credit report for 7 years, because anytime a court orders you to pay, that's a black mark. And then there was another one where it was only like $68, and my healthcare company, my insurance company, went out of business, and they're like, you owe this company $68, and I was like, I didn't know. I mean, I always paid my insurance premium. Like, why would I ever owe them $68? This doesn't make sense. I don't get it. But I was gonna pay $68 just to fix my thing, and they went out of business, and I couldn't pay them the money back anymore. So then I called one of their sister companies. It was like I have like Wellfront or something like that in Georgia. So I called the California one. I'm like, can I pay you instead? Like, I just want to get my credit record cleaned up, and for $60 I'll do it. And they're like, no, we're actually totally different companies. And
gotcha.
Yeah, and it was just like,
thanks.
yeah, basically they just like they fucked me.
You fell right into our ruse.
What a great
and they
plan.
hang up on you.
You make a shell insurance agency, get people to owe things, and then the bank, fucks you.
I don't even think they I never missed a payment.
Oh, but you did.
But no, it was through Cisco, right? They just withdrew the the premium from my paycheck every.
Fuckers.
And then, so Cisco would pay, and then I'd pay, and together they'd get paid. And I can't miss a payment. It's withdrawn from your paycheck. It's American. It's how it works. And I don't know what to say. Suddenly this out of business.
You got
company.
Screwed.
Yeah. But that's old too. I remember I only learned about it because I borrowed money for the Tacoma for a couple months or whatever, and they're like, there is a thing here, and I'm like, no, I didn't know. Like, yeah, it's still good enough though.
Now you're fine right now, obviously, but do you think you could ever see, or 15 years back, declaring bankruptcy if your credit ever got really bad?
I think so, and here's why. I like the way that bankruptcy works. If there was no bankruptcy, then people wouldn't be able to take risks. I don't know if this is funny. People like funny on PK, but like, you should be able to sort of take a risk, bet on yourself, start a company or whatever, without it hanging over your head for your entire life. It's not just irresponsible people. Most people going into bankruptcy usually have a medical issue in the U.S. Something like 95% are driven into bankruptcy because they can't afford their health care bills. But the rest of them, it's divorce or entrepreneurs, and it just didn't work out. And they lost. And I feel like it shouldn't ruin you and hang over you forever if you take a chance and lose. If you just borrowed too much money and bought stereos and shit, then that's pretty shitty. But if you tried to do something grand and it didn't work out, then that's what bankruptcy is for. Give it a shot. I like it. And by the way, when you borrow money, they have that risk of bankruptcy built into it, right? So here's the deal. When you borrow money for a student loan, the rates are actually pretty low. Even though your credit is shitty, right? You're fucking like 17 years old, and they're still lending you money. And I'll tell you why, because they get it back. That's how student loans work. People fuss about student loans a lot as if it was the people borrowing them that are bad, but the rates are low because they can't lose. You can't declare bankruptcy on student loans. They will chase you down. They will garnish your wages, means it comes out of your paycheck. When you take a student loan, that kind of debt is really secured. When you buy a house, the rates are really low too. Why? Because it's secured debt. It's a mortgage. If you don't pay it, then they take your house away. That's why the rate is low. Credit card rates are really high. You know why? Because it's unsecured debt. Because you can just go bankrupt and not pay it back. That's why people pay 29% or 19% or all these ridiculous rates on credit cards. It's because it's unsecured debt. And when you go bankrupt, they're out. And they've changed the laws a little bit in the last 10 years to make that less true. But unsecured debt is unsecured debt. And, the rates are higher because of that. Anyway, I think I put poor Merker to sleep. He passed out.
He's just dying over there. He's got Ebola. He's hacking up a fucking lung.
I know. I could be the first victim.
But yeah,
with a house of money.
Bankruptcy's not the end of the world, and it should exist because
It's a nice clean reset. Yeah, try again.
Yeah, like Ebola. Get rid of the old, bring in the new.
Just eradicate all the poor people.
Kyle, did you
All
want to
right.
cover your topic?
Sure. Yes. So I've got another good one. Apparently, this one's a. Oh wait. Oh, it's
a
the
link?
teacher one. That's
Yeah, the
where's
teacher
my
one.
fucking link at? I lost my own link.
Uh,
Here it is. Okay, yeah.
All right. I will
Somehow
give
got your
people.
credit score thing.
I was gonna spoil it and show them a picture of this beauty.
Show them the picture, please. I've got it. in
Or
front of me.
should they
Unleash
just
the sea cow.
imagine it? Should they fantasize about this woman before they see her?
Yes, let's let them fantasize about.
Okay,
yeah.
I think that's the way.
Okay,
it should
so this young lady is she got a job as a teacher in Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
This is the teacher thing. It's coming full circle. This would have been a good segue. And so it's first day on the job, and she's obviously a little nervous. First day on the job, so she had a few drinks in the school parking lot. She had several drinks. She actually drank most of a bottle of vodka before she stumbled into the
Yeah,
school.
and picture
she didn't
her.
check in.
She's
didn't-
blonde. She's fair skinned. Go on.
She looks tan to me. She stumbles into the school. She doesn't check in with any of the faculty, any of the people in the office, anything like that. She just stumbles into one of the classrooms while class is being taught. She claims that it was hers, and then she took her pants off.
Wait,
So
this is a
they-
teacher?
Yeah, it was her first day on the job. She just stumbled into the school, stumbled into a random classroom, and she took her pants off.
And what
And,
grade
uh,
was it this?
I'm not reading that here. Sorry. But she stumbled in, took her pants off. They had to call the sheriff's deputies in, and they had to restrain her in the office, and she was arrested for indecent exposure, I believe. You
That would be awesome if you were a kid in that class. If for no other reason than
No,
you're like,
it's
all
not.
right, no
Have you
work
seen the
today.
picture?
show him this. Show him the picture, Woody.
I did now. As you were talking, I just eased it up from the bottom.
Yeah, the
Oh my gosh. Not hot.
one of the most
Not hot.
one of the
Even
ugliest.
even teenage Woody would not consider this fat material.
Not even. We were talking about we were talking about the 1 to 10 scale earlier. This lady right here, that's a 3. That is a
That's
3.
a 3. You wouldn't want her. See,
Have you put the link in
I
yet?
do the 1 to 10 scale differently than
Yeah,
other
it's,
people
it's
do.
in the Google Hangout.
For me,
Oh.
10% of the people should get a 1, 10% of the people should get a 10. That to me is how the scale should work. But Kyle and maybe
Oh.
Chiz too thinks it's
Yeah,
a bell
no.
curve. Where,
Yes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
I
a
agree
bell
with
curve because there are lots of average-looking people, and they are 5. Sarah Plain and Tall is a 5. Megan Fox is probably a 10. A 1? A 1 is a fucking mutant, bro. They don't make up 10% of the population. Not only are they bedridden and in no way control of their bowel movements, but they're also like hideous. It's an elephant boy type situation. This is
I bet
this
they
is a
make up
really
like
putrid
3%.
human being. Oh, maybe even lower. Like I think that the true tens make up a very small percentage of the population, and the true ones make up a very small percentage of the population.
I have a picture on my screen so that I'll show it to you guys if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, you got a bell
along
curve?
with me. Yeah, it's a bell curve because I'm afraid that some people haven't studied it yet. But the notion is that the bulk of it in this example, 70% are within one standard deviation of the mean, and then a second deviation out is 12%, and then the third deviation is 3%. In something like this, if you look at it, that sort of tail on either side of it are the 1s and the 10s. So Kyle thinks that should make up a tiny percentage of the community, whereas I kind of like to use the whole scale a little more, and I feel like Kyle's method doesn't accurately describe 70% of the people. If you put 70% in between 4 and 6s, then I feel like there's just not enough data points there. Like, oh, this one's a 4, that one's a 6.
The reason I put them there is because they exist in that way. I didn't design this curve on my own and then fit the female population into it. The female population existed, I judged them, and it happened to fit a bell curve.
How big
This
was your
lady
case
is
study?
Disgusting.
No, wait a minute.
The case study is my entire life.
No, that's not fair. You could just as easily say, I looked at the female population, and 10% of them were in the 10th percentile, 20% were in the 20th percentile, etc. It's just you're grading them and saying, most of them are the same to me. Whereas I
I'm
grade
not
them
saying
and
that
say,
most
no.
of this. I'm saying that there are a lot of 5s. I see 5s all the time. I see a bit fewer 6s and 4s.
Well, that's
and
because
so on and
you
so
lump,
on.
like in this case, you just average everyone. Whereas I would say if I looked
No.
at your lot of 5s, I'd find
Everyone's
differences that make
average.
some of them 3s and some of them 7s.
I disagree.
Oh, you're both
I
having
don't
good
think-
points here.
I just think that in your day-to-day life, you see a lot of chicks who are like, she's a 5. I'm not going to go out of my way to have sex with that woman in any way. However, if she was pursuing me, then yeah, maybe.
See, but
And
back
then
to
it
our
goes up from-
example. That woman who took her pants off, you're gonna 3 her? Not to me. I really
she's a
think
1.
she's a 1.
She has got
Dose.
the most flagrant
So
alcoholic.
you
face
put
of
her
any
in the
person I've ever
same
seen in my entire
grouping.
life.
You put her in the same grouping with like some sort of mutant person with
Bottom
like
10%.
hair all over their face and
Bottom
like
10%.
tumors coming out of their ears.
I put her in
Yes.
the bottom 10%. Yeah.
No, see, that's so indescriptive.
That is a
Your-
sea cow
your
paying
your
taxes.
scale is flawed. Because if I were to say to you, you have to have sex with a 1, you would say no fucking way. But unless we're using your scale, in which you'd be like, maybe.
I will admit that something like the SATs, right? The reason the SATs is a test Americans take before they go to college is so difficult is that they want to be able to measure the difference between a genius and a super genius, right? They need to know that before they choose what college they go to. And in my scale, there's just a lot more 1s and 10s on it. But the benefit of my scale is that you can distinguish between a 4 and a 6, whereas you would say they're both 5s. 70% of the people that I see day to day are 5s.
All right, here's what I want to do. I apologize, but I have to go pee. I don't have your iron bladder. I can't do
I
it.
get it. It's all that apple juice and pear juice in you.
But I have a great way to like progress into this topic, and that is to
Of you
grab
peeing?
a bunch of pictures of women, and each of us grade them, and we see whose scale is better.
All right, go
Okay.
piss. We'll do the runway shoe.
Right, right. We need pictures of a lot of women though. We need and some of them can be celebrities and just average women photos, stock photos, shit like that. I'll be right back.
Nuns.
The more I'm thinking about it now, the more Woody's scale is making sense because you just lose all the differentiability when you're.
Let me ask you a question. If I tell you
you're
she's a 5,
average.
if I tell you she's a 5, you know what I mean though. You
Yeah.
can picture a 5. She's a brunette. She's not wearing enough makeup. She's got brown eyes. Her eyebrows are a little bit too big. Her face is just slightly too round. She's probably 10 or 12 pounds overweight. She's got B-cup boobs and kind of
This
a
is
flat
oddly
butt.
specific for all 5. Like
I know,
brunette,
right?
brown
That's
eyes.
the
like,
5.
Then I
But
guess
that's the generic one you picture. That I picture.
so.
I-
Woody's
you just
scale
like
is better
blondes more.
for
A
for
5 is
describing
Sarah plain and tall.
preferences. So like Woody's scale is better for describing how you perceive someone, but it seems like your scale is better for when someone is describing how someone looks to you.
Imagine that women are cuts of meat and you're ordering them like
I don't
that.
have to imagine.
Thank you. That's when my scale is more appropriate because it just is. You know,
I mean, there are benefits.
I just don't.
Drawbacks.
A true 10 should be like perfection, right? There's
But
not 10% of the
As
population.
far as practicality for explaining something to others, the whole, a 3 could be a 4, could be a 5, could be a 6 thing on your scale is a little bit less
yeah,
effective.
that is true. That is true.
So I think
it's
yours
hard
is
to
better.
describe just how ugly someone is. Really, the base level for ugly is a 3. For
Yeah,
like
I can
common
get behind
ugliness, like you got to be like a meth head to drop down to a 2.
What are you doing with your head right now? Because that
Yeah.
dinosaur's out of control.
Well, I'm like halfway leaning up to go take a piss, but I'm like trying to continue the thought with you, so I'm kind of stretched
The
out.
dinosaur was
All
like,
right, I'll be-
I don't know.
oh, you're
right back.
peeing right now?
No, I'm not peeing right now. I was like leaning to get up to walk to the bathroom, but then I like leaned back to my microphone so I could continue this thought. So I'm in this position. Now I'm
Dinosaur's
leaving the
freaking
room
out.
to go. Yeah,
Ah.
I'll be right back.
All right, go. Dinosaur like closed his eyes and fell head first.
I have so
The
many pictures
dinosaur
of women now. I need to stop.
In that amount of time, Woody just stocked up. Has plenty.
One,
He's
two,
wrong, though. I
three,
mean, it's-
4, 5,
that woman is a sea cow.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Jesus
14,
Christ.
15, 16, 17, 18 pictures of women.
If you pulled up
Just
her
talk
double
amongst
chin,
yourselves. Give
you
me
would
90
find-
seconds. I'll get a bunch of
Cuss.
pics. I'll just go to my folder, copy paste.
His imagery gallery.
Yeah.
Just
Oh.
that's
Yeah, I don't know.
that woman has back
Feels-
hair and tusks like that.
Oh, the alcoholic lady that stripped?
Yeah.
Dude, she is disgusting.
You lift up that double chin, I bet there's a smoker's hole there.
Oh my god!
smoker's hole?
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, that's not even a double chin as much as it is just that puffy alcoholic face. Like her neck is literally bigger in girth than her head.
Mm-hmm.
Is
And
that
her
an
just a
alcoholic
fat head.
face?
Yeah,
She's bloated.
When you get like those really bloated cheeks that are tinted red and your nose is kind of squished in and just big billowy face.
See,
that
now
looks
I think
soft.
if Merker was involved in the hiring process, he would have weeded her out.
I would have because she's an alcoholic, very clearly.
She's also a liability. The health care isn't going to cover her.
It looks
Sorry.
like from that picture she's about 5 feet tall and coming in at about 300.
She's got the gravitational pull of Mercury over there. Kids try to
Yeah.
run, but they can't.
I bet her fupa just completely covered up any.
You called a
genital-
fupa too. I like
Yeah,
Gunt
yeah.
better.
You
Yeah,
went
the-
with what?
No, well, the
Gunt?
Gunt is good.
Yeah, Gunt.
I pictured her in her panties, right? Like, is there anything even
why would
remotely
you
hot
do
about
that?
this?
How
Oh,
can
you
you
did
still
too.
see?
Shut up.
She has to
And-
tuck her
couldn't.
belly into him.
Yeah, and you're like, dude, her pantless is not at all hot. You will hardly even see her underwear with the fupa like hanging over it. Or
Yeah.
heaven forbid, she wear giant underwear that covers her fupa, and that's not good either. This is it's a bad scene.
It's
her
horrible.
naked. It's,
Yeah, it's disgusting. There's no winning here.
It's like walking into an IHOP at 2 in the morning. You're not gonna like what you see there.
it's
There are
all-
certain mentalities where that's an excellent feeling. To walk in at 2 a.m. and think, there are pancakes right now for me?
Hey, I have a topic that we. Kyle will be right back.
Oh, yeah, we were going to do
Will
the
he be right back? This is Kyle. Will he?
I want to know if on Painkiller nearly the next week, if we really have Jeremy on the wheel, and what else did he promise?
Everything. Prank calls and lightning round.
Prank calls, lightning round, and Jeremy on the wheel of pain
Wheel
for
of Pain.
Painkiller nearly.
Yeah.
All right.
lightning
How are you
round.
gonna know if
What
that
a
happens,
lightning round.
guys? You got to be a $25 donator over at patreon.com/PK. Link in the description.
Yep. Check it
Go
out.
see-
Actually, you know what? We're waiting for Kyle to come back. Now would be a really good time if you just, scan the
read through it.
Patreon page, figure out which level you want to be, and then make it happen.
Yeah.
Bam.
If you're a
Go ahead.
capitalist, you'll probably go for the $25 one. If you're a communist, just get away from our page. Don't need that over here. Bad mojo, bad vibes.
Patreon's creating a split in the community, right? Into good
Yeah.
and bad. Join the good.
versus bad. Yeah. Don't be an asshole, right? No, pay the tax. I
That's
kid,
funny.
but seriously though, this will go away if you don't.
It's all going to be over.
If we can't afford Merca, well, bye.
Yeah.
It's the Woody and Kyle show, and it's been said Woody will fucking kick Kyle off if he eats one more goddamn apple into that microphone. That's all it'll take.
And then it just gets down to the Woody Power Hour, and everybody hates on it, and it's just an angry rant every week of, you fuckers don't know what you gave up.
Right. Every week, just an hour of me complaining about the complaining.
Yeah.
You know
it just
how when you
becomes
go into
a catalog
presidency,
of Woody going insane? Just
When you go
slowly.
when you become the president and your hair ages like 300 times quicker, that'll be Woody when he's the only host left. He'll be all white and grayed out and just yelling at the camera like Kramer or like Rush Limbaugh, like, you fuckers made me do this. There's no one to talk to. I'm not crazy. That's what I want.
Haters.
I want that.
Haters, leave your hate comments. Do it. You feed me. Come on. Help my SEO, my Google search interactions. Get me my views.
The ulcers
Go
that
ahead,
are
haters.
growing inside.
Say a thing. Go ahead, say a thing, stupid heads. You make me money while I drink your blood.
Now say that while looking at Kyle's camera right now, that dead face.
I hate how little effort they put into those shitty little dinosaurs in the back. That looks like a sperm diving down into something.
I'm looking
Just-
at it. I haven't really looked at the picture. There's the front. Yeah, I'll tell you though, the foreground or the midground is the worst. There's a background and there's a foreground, and somewhere in the middle there isn't shit.
There's a murder fog right there, like if we're watching Friday the 13th,
All right,
That's what that is.
I'll be right back. I'm going to pee, and I would bet I'm back before Kyle. Here we go.
I bet that too. I'll take that bet. 10. Oh, he left.
Chiz, I'll be
Go.
right back. I gotta pee. I bet I'll be back before Woody.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It's the Chiz Show. Da 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 da. Chiz Show. He's wearing his hat. You're gonna be mad because it's just me on the camera. Just show. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't burn yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna sell another show. Patreon.com/PKA. Go join it today. I'll keep singing till someone comes back. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Come on, leave me hanging. Here comes Woody. I'm alone. Patreon.com/PKA. It's me. And Woody's back right now.
You were alone?
I'm alone. Merkel left too.
So when Kyle gets back, I want to ask him what else he did. Right?
Dude, he got some more apples. He's taking a
he's got
shit
some
while doing an
apples.
apple.
He's like, I swung by the kitchen, did a thing. Like,
You
whatever.
both are back before this fucker.
I even half-ass washed my hands.
I sang a fucking song. That's what I did.
I just
made
peed
up
in the
a song.
hallway to save time and didn't wash my hands. I still lost.
What is he doing? Where'd he go?
Yeah, what the hell?
You know, apples.
Oh, I just
and-
stopped.
Do you know how hard it is to get mayo on
He's
those
back.
pears? It takes a while.
Kyle, where did you go?
Me and Woody peed in the time it took you to leave and get
Well, I
back.
went to pee and I realized
Little
that I
apple
hadn't
break?
eaten today. Other than those apples, of course.
You just fucking ate.
Yeah, you had like 9 apples and pears. But go on.
I've had like 8 meals today. I wanted the soup, man. I had to have some hearty soup, to get me through the night. And I knew there were a couple more hours of the show, and I wanted to give everybody
Great.
Great. Great.
Now he's
effort.
dead.
So, what?
So you swung by the kitchen and you made yourself some hearty soup?
Well, I have to go past the kitchen to get to the bathroom. So,
to
there.
the second kitchen.
and I already needed to freshen up my beverage anyway. So it only seemed right.
Thanks.
What do you
I sang
drink
a-
tonight?
I sang a fucking song while you were gone.
What?
Marvelous. I
What
was
did
left
you say?
alone. It was the Chiz show, and I was going na 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 na, and I rhymed Patreon.com/PKA join today. It's pretty good. It'll be a platinum single.
I go
I
back.
like
I
how
almost
much
burned myself.
everybody is gonna hate that.
Practice with this, so I almost burned myself. Oh, they're
Yes.
pissed. I'm sure they are.
All right.
It's gonna be great.
So have we accrued a few women to look at?
We have actually. So
Woody has quite a few.
In the 20 minutes you were gone? No.
I was gone for 6 minutes.
here's a
Yeah,
link.
it took
The
Woody
links
40
are going to be
seconds,
big, but they
but-
should work well.
Oh wow.
All right. Hey, look, if they were all 10s, then it'd be hard to rate them.
Wow.
So drop
So
a
is
number
there-
on her. Kyle.
Damn.
Hmm.
Look at that leather face.
2. I'm going to give her 1. I think she's bottom 10%. It's sad. I'm sure that she used to be a much higher thing.
I don't think so.
I won't always keep this.
I'm
But
gonna
I'm
say
going to give her 1.
Is her nose pierced?
yes, it
Oh.
is. So that's sexy.
Maybe that's not
1.5.
all.
Maybe bumps her up to 3.
No, that hole is sealed tight.
Two.
Oh, there's white in her facial cracks. I'm
All
giving her a 1.
All right.
Oh, now add a tumor to her eye. Now what is she?
She's still a 1. There's a
Yeah.
critical point where you're just
That doesn't
fucking ugly.
increase the number.
Really?
all
You
right,
would
all right.
much rather tell me?
got
I
next
would
woman.
so much rather have sex with this one. Okay, I'm willing to keep it reasonable.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I would say a
wait.
2 for that lady. 'Cause
Oh,
there
this
is
lady?
somewhere-
This woman is a 2, you think?
Oh wait, I still need to open this one. I was talking about the
I kind of like
Punjabi.
the hair.
I don't like the Will Ferrell hair at all.
4.
So
This
I'm gonna
is
go
4.
ahead and say 4.
You know,
She's
I'm
got a double chin going thing. I don't care for the hair or the eyebrows or the eyes, frankly. I'm going with a 4.
It's
Yeah, I'm
hard
gonna-
because you
here's
can't
part of the
gauge for
here's-
age.
Kyle, what are you giving her?
She looks.
I'm giving her face a 4.
What else?
See, that's not fair.
What else are you
it's
judging?
not, I guess it's not unfair. Okay, I'm giving her a 6, and here's why.
Wow.
She doesn't look fat to me. And I think that if I take the population, there's going to be a big chunk of I don't like fat chicks, right? Like that's not my thing. I think
Nobody
there's a
does.
Big chunk of the population who I'm going to grade lower than her. More than half of the women are going to be under her to me because they're too heavy.
Oh, God, these
Here's
are all
what-
good points.
But
look
here's
at-
why I said face. Here's why I said face. Imagine this. Imagine her with like a really tight ass, like a booty,
We're
and
judging
maybe
based
some.
off this.
I'm judging women. You guys are judging of women's faces, which is fine. But I'm saying I wish we had full body pictures
Well, yeah.
because
They're
I'm
less
sure.
common. Sorry.
But
I
if,
know,
we,
I
if we
know.
did the whole body, it would just fall into a ooh nice tits, ooh nice ass category, and we would just rationalize every other fault.
I'm just gonna
do
make
it
up
makes
her
it
body.
She has a
more
double
honest.
chin.
All right, well, let's stick to faces.
I'm just going to extrapolate, dude, because I assigned her, based on her face and neck and shoulders, a normal thin body.
That neck doesn't look good.
A normal thin is maybe a stretch because I feel like that means something like closer to hot, but a normal person's
Healthy.
body, healthy, yeah, that works for me. You know, I admit, but dude, if she posed
Better
better,
than average.
she'd have a much better neck and chin. Her problem is that she's looking down slightly. All she needs to do is lift her chin a bit, and she'll get a point in your book.
Yep. I'm
Still
saying
going
5.
4.
I'm changing it just because Woody's right about the fat point, 100%. So that's 5. I'm saying.
I think she's like rescued somebody or something. Like, it's an
Give me
Onion
a
article I
backstory?
can see. Yeah, so it's purposefully probably kind of an odd picture. It's the fucking Onion.
Is it really?
So
Yeah,
Kyle,
it's from the Onion.
Did Kyle say 5?
Oh.
I said 4
4, and she said 4, right?
4.
because I felt that
And
she
Woody,
was.
you said 5.
I don't like any of those
Oh,
features.
Wow. So this next one, let's skip. When I saw her tiny picture, I didn't realize how young she was.
Whoa,
she looked too
Woody,
young for
Woody.
me, right?
Oh my God!
For
this
you?
is like,
No, not for you.
You know what? I would rate this girl 3rd grade out of 10.
This is from How to
So-
Become a Stronger Woman.
Okay. Look,
This
what
lady has
happened
baby
was
teeth.
I was on all these little pictures and I couldn't see that I think she's. I don't want to play a game with someone who's under 18 like that.
Dude, I've totally clicked messages from people and I was like, oh, a message from a girl, and clicked it and it was like a dude with long hair. You can't tell from the little pictures.
Yeah,
Next.
the thumbnail I couldn't tell how young she was. So next,
7. 6. I give it a 6.
I give her an 8.
An 8.
Damn.
I think she's
Really?
better looking than 80% of the population, roughly.
I'm having.
She's
I
in
think
shape,
I think
and
she's
she's
an 8.
pretty.
That chick is really fucking hot. She's got great hair. She's got great style.
I was gonna call out her hair and her skin is nearly perfect. I don't know if it's shopped, but what
I was
I'm
going to
seeing
skin
here,
next.
I
It looks
don't
like
like
maybe
the
a
hair
little
that
shopping, but look at her teeth, dude.
See, all right.
Those are.
I'm with Merker
Excellent.
on that. I don't like her hairstyle,
Not
but her
very
hair
stylized.
looks so healthy. Like there's a body and a shine there.
Is this a Pantene Pro V
Very-
commercial? What is this?
Yeah,
I don't know what she's promoting. This lady could sell anything from. She could be in a commercial right now for
She's a
anything,
businesswoman.
business suits, to like Pantene Pro V, to like skincare, to like whitening toothpaste. She's hot. She's an 8.
Yeah, I give her an 8 too. I think that I might
I'll
even
give
give her
her
an 8.5 would be a better score
Yeah,
for me.
exactly. Like it's
Because
yeah.
she's really pretty, and now I'm starting to like infer things. But I just feel like she's educated. She could probably speak well. I think that she's.
I'm with you 100%. She looks successful.
Yeah,
Well, it does say businesswoman.
it does right there. So now you know. I'm gonna give her an 8.5 maybe.
Yeah, this lady's got a good. I'll say this: not only is this lady attractive, but she's put together very well. This is an example of
Yeah.
a photograph where their goal is to make her look great.
Now I don't think she's a model. Like I think her cheeks are too wide and puffy to. Well, she's obviously a model. That's probably why she's in this picture. But I don't think she's like a fashion model, right? A
Yeah, she's
fashion
not a runway
model would
model,
have
but-
like a taller, longer face to me. Like it wouldn't be so rounded in the cheek area, and like I'm not tanning her for that reason. But she's very pretty and well put together.
I'll stick with 7.
7. Merca?
This is hard. The hair is just so
So
awful
flat.
and bad. It's
And
just,
her cheeks poof out.
the
It's
cheeks
like
are.
that's Elaine hair. I got no problem with that. I think maybe.
No, it looks like healthy, good hair, like you said.
And you're looking at it head on too. I think maybe if she like shook her head, it would look.
If
For
you're
the
listening on
listeners-
iTunes, I'll make sure this doesn't go more than like 5 or 10 minutes. So skip ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna say 8.
Let's keep judging on the picture, not change things.
Ooh, this next one. She looked prettier in thumbnail form.
Oh wow.
When you get big like
I mean,
this,
To be fair, I bet I look better in thumbnail
Okay,
form.
so for those of you out there who can't see this lady is a ginger. She has very poor skin, not wearing much makeup. She's getting really shiny on her forehead and her cheeks from oil. Her hair is dead, split ends everywhere, and it's all frizzy. She also has the earlobes that attach at the bottom, not the ones that
Oh,
dangle, which
yeah.
are less attractive. Her ears are very pointy too, and you can tell she tries to hide it by flipping her bangs over, but she's not doing it well right now. Her teeth are okay. They're definitely better than average teeth. Her style's terrible. Those earrings are hideous. She's laughing, and it's a very unattractive face she's making.
she's
Three.
I'm gonna guess that she's like 37 because she has crow's feet as she smiles. and the
laugh
skin
lines.
next to her. Yeah, she has like laugh lines. She looks. I mean, I'm gonna.
As she sits,
As much
if
as
I had to
we're ripping her apart, I'm still sixing this woman just because she's not fat.
yeah, I have
swear,
a caveat on mine. Yeah,
Just because she's not fat. But look at that brambled mess on top of her head. It looks
Yeah,
like
yeah.
an old
So
wild
I'm
mare's
giving her-
hair where you just get burrs and stuff stuck in there. It looks awful.
Yeah, I like red
As-
hair, but her hair's still below average because
No, red hair is great, but this is not good.
The
Just regular,
lobes.
not the color, just the hair itself doesn't look good.
Yeah, she's not done right by it, but she's still for 37. She's pretty in shape, and that's why I might 6.5 her. And also, I think it's a very bad picture, and I think that she looks
Yeah,
better
that's
than
what
this
I was
most
gonna
of the
say.
time. Yeah.
So if I have to judge this picture of this woman,
Yes.
it's much lower than what I think this woman is capable of.
I'm also turned off by the fact that it says the woman quietly responsible for everything at Google because that's such a pretentious, douchey title. No, you're not silently responsible.
Here's a good idea.
smarmy.
Let me quickly find another picture of this lady, and we'll see if she has a better day. Because right as she sits,
Going with 4.
Yeah, the
Might
the
seem
skin-
harsh, but my
than
criteria isn't the fat thing. I mean, the skin, the hair, the lobes.
The lobes, what? Oh, the
Yeah,
attached
earlobes.
earlobes.
Yeah, it's just not as attractive as hanging.
Are you
I
serious
found
right now?
more pictures of her.
It's like
I was trying
I'm
to
not
do
even
this.
positive it's the same person. I think it
yeah,
is.
I'm getting different. It looks different people to me in my searches.
Did you search for Melody McFessel?
I did not. I saw Julie Bort on mine for some reason.
that's the person who wrote the article or whatever.
Okay, gotcha.
That's why
Julie
it looks
Bort's
so
a-
different.
Julie Bort's a good-looking woman.
The more I look at her, I just want to pop her right in the face.
She's like a
just
Batman
irritating
villain.
Yeah.
Check out this
Ugh.
picture of her.
This is a Batman villain. All right.
I'm thinking she's like a 6.5 too.
Oh, I would
mean-
say that last lady was like 6.
And then
Yeah.
this picture looks older of her because she looks so. Her name is Margaret
Is
Schmidt.
she the child?
That's not even the same person.
No, I'd give the kid like a 9 though. Look at that skin, flawless.
Look
Eating
at this
grapes,
picture of
staying
her.
healthy.
Tight ass.
Whoa,
I
Kyle.
bet.
I don't know
All
what
right.
you guys are talking about. Are you seeing
Kyle,
something
let's
on
be
that?
fat.
babies.
Oh, that little baby god.
Wow, her hair is really white in the center.
I like how she has reasonably sized teeth.
All right, we need to flow through this. I think we need to move faster.
Let's go one more girl or 2 more.
Oh, all right. So you're moving along quicker than I am. I need to
Oh,
grab
and let's
one.
judge on the photo. No what ifs. That'll speed this up. The redhead was a 4.
Ah, come on.
Redhead is a 6.
She's
Definitely
a
above
she's an
average.
Oh,
eight.
new link.
She's an 8.
She's not an 8.
You're giving Natalie Portman an 8.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
she's just as hot to me as that businesswoman before. I mean, the fact that she's fucking Natalie Portman changes things, but I'm judging this.
Not to me. To
girl's
me, she
picture.
is clearly in the top 10% of the population and
She's-
has earned a 10 with flying colors.
She is a 10, absolutely.
Compared to that last chick, the last chick's hair was better. So was her skin.
What?
Natalie's getting kind of a raccoon face in the middle. She's a hot chick. She's an 8. She's gorgeous.
Picture decade ago, Natalie.
It's not what we're
Even
playing
better,
right
2
now.
decades ago.
I'm judging
Wow.
this picture right here.
Judge the picture. 9. Moving on.
I'm saying 10.
Well, I'm surprised that Natalie Portman couldn't pull better than an 8 on Kyle's scale. This is where I think Kyle's just wrong. So one more
Kyle
girl.
gives a 3 to a fat alcoholic, but can't give 10 to Natalie fucking Portman.
I know, right? All right, go ahead. But that really sums it up to me. Kyle gives a 3 to a fat
She's
alcoholic.
flat chested. Like her
Oh,
her
that
ass
doesn't
is
lose
nice.
points
but
with me. You have to be really flat chested before I start deducting points for that. Like see ribs.
her lips
this-
are pretty. Her lips are bad. Her nose is too small for her face.
All right, new link.
New
'cause
link.
I wanna
Okay,
roll
this
up-
new
I wanna-
link
not
doesn't even look
perfect.
real. It looks creepy.
Yeah. She looks like
This
a
looks like
porcelain
it's
doll.
a couple doll hands, and that she was frozen in that terrible movie House of Wax.
This isn't real. This is a
Yeah,
10.
7.
That's some creepy doll that a Japanese dude is fucking.
Look at the skin. If her real skin was that perfect, wouldn't it be a 10? She's like a cartoon fantasy world. It's not even real.
No, because
Yeah.
she's so creepy.
it is a bit creepy. Yeah.
I would
that's-
also give her a 10.
That being said, 10.
I think she's a 10. Yeah.
Interesting. This violates my reputation, but I'm a little turned off from her because she looks too young. Like if you go back
That too,
into
yeah.
the inferring game, I'm like, she looks just young enough to be stupid. Like I don't know what I would do with this girl. Well,
Perfect.
aside from the
Young
obvious.
enough to be stupid.
I guess I'm a little more turned on by
They're all-
someone who's been there and done that to some extent. I'm not just talking about sex stuff. Like been around the world. She to me looks. She's a kid.
Like she's doing keg stands still.
Yeah.
Maybe
Nothing wrong
Barbie
with that.
Dream House parties. Let's get another one in here. She's
Like,
creepy.
I find her to be a bit of a turnoff because she's just too little.
Do we got any middle of the road ones?
But she's still a 10. And just yeah. Here.
Let's get a middle of the road one.
I think this is
I'd like something other than a white person.
I couldn't.
Well,
there were
you're not
very
gonna get
few choices. If you just search for
Well,
woman,
Woody
on-
made the choices.
I'm gonna go with 5.5.
Ooh, look at this! Look at this thinking woman here, hand on her chin, poised in thought.
Fingers.
What should I do
looks
today?
like-
Should I
She
give my
looks like
picture
she
taken with
takes it
my
in the
hair?
ass.
She
she
does.
looks like what?
She looks like she takes it in the ass.
She
Oh, I
looks
thought you
like
said
she's got
she
about a
licks
quarter
ass.
inch of
I bet
makeup
she
on her
might.
face.
Her skin looks fucked up.
So she's Italian and she's got bad skin, stubby fingers, long hair.
Fingers.
Her eyes are too far apart. Her nose is too thick and too broad. And the
Look at her hairline.
the
You can
bridge
see
of
the
it.
discoloration
Her
between her,
lips
scalp.
look like a vagina
and-
turned horizontal.
I know I've been handing out a lot of sixes tonight, but that's where I'm placing her too. One, because like I said, she's not fat. That's going to put her above average.
Hey, like that
But she's
jawline.
not
Woody.
pretty.
I was gonna say, damn it, Kyle! Damn it!
That's
Yeah.
so pathetic that just being not fat puts you above average.
Woody, how do you like that jawline?
Woody, that is your jawline again.
That is a lumberjack jawline.
It doesn't work with her cheeks.
No.
I can't believe it didn't sell you. I can't believe Kyle fucking beat me to it. I was trying to get it in there.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna say 4.
I'm
For
going
this
with
one.
5. She's average.
She is a little below average, and she's barely getting up to average right now with all that stuff caked on her face. Look at how much different her scalp is from her forehead.
Let me get back to her.
It's
Yeah,
orange
her
on her
scalp is
forehead. and
really
it's pale
white.
white on her scalp.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Oh wow, you can really see where the makeup stopped.
Yeah, and she's like she's looking up like she doesn't know. She's got 3 pounds of makeup all over her face and enough lip gloss to cause a truck to spin out on the highway.
Does she
Just
have dandruff
fire.
on top? Is
Just
that what
see
we're
her.
That's what I
seeing?
said. Yeah, she's
And her
got
little
dandruff.
fucking stubby hobbit fingers.
So look at the new image, the new one I linked. Is this the Austin
Oh.
chiropractor? I think that's what I meant to link.
Oh, did everybody put their numbers in for that one? Said
I
4
looked.
for her.
I sicked
I
her.
said 5.
Did you just Google black girl and send
Yeah.
me a link to that?
Yeah, totally. So that we can pick a black girl to judge. That seems fair.
Kyle, Google black. You can't just Google black girl.
Why?
Do you see? Hey, scroll
what I
down. Do
wanted.
you see Obama? Do you see the Obama? one?
Why can't I Google black girl? I just did it, and I got some pictures of black girls.
Nice.
Wow. Okay. So I guess we should be looking at this one.
We should vote on.
Wow. When I click view image, I get a different girl. Oh, and she's hot ass black girl. All right. Aside from I'm gonna ignore that she's young and say she's a 8.5, maybe 9.
Yeah, I give it a 7.
I feel like I'm looking at a 16 or 17-year-old here, but
Well,
she's
let's
got.
move on to someone more mature.
Yeah, well, we could pick a different photo. I actually don't know why it showed you this one, because now that I click the link, is it showing you guys the one with, like, the big boobs and, like, the necklace and...
Chiz, your picture's silly. Yeah, big boobs, necklace. There's like a pink bow in her hair.
Yeah, I didn't want that one. That's what it's linking me to now as well. But there was one that looked like she was a dancer or something in related images with like long hair who was like kind of striking a pose with suspenders on and a bra and I thought that's the one I wanted. Maybe if I hang on. No? Well, here, just go to this link and pick one of these.
You guys think this should be the last one of these? Move on to something else?
Yeah, I think I'm ready
this
for
is
a
the
new
last
topic.
one, but here, pick a The black girl.
someone is fuming right now. These goddamn idiots talking about.
We're looking at black girls. Calm down.
Did you just say pick a black girl?
Yes, because I sent you a bunch of pictures of black girls. You keep acting like that's a racist thing to say.
Some
No,
of these
it's one of
girls
the
are
black
totally
girls
not
now.
black.
You know, they have
No, it's
names.
just a funny thing to send someone. Just a Google link that you search black girl.
Yeah.
It's like if I wanted
What
to
do
tell you
you
about a news
search when you're
story
looking
and
for
I
pictures
sent
of
you a
black
link
girls?
that just said, malaria.
I
or
would have
something,
searched
or
for black
Ebola.
woman, but you're you and I'm me.
That's right.
Yeah, at first it was black children, and then he had to change it and resend it.
Didn't get that many results.
Tiny black children. That's
Children
one of my
gleefully
favorites.
playing
Got that thumb.
amongst themselves.
You got that bookmarked. Saved.
So did you pick one here? I know.
I was gonna let you pick one.
All right, I have.
Pinterest.
Oh, this is difficult for me.
Mhm.
Ooh, so this is not good. This hair is not.
Right?
That one
But I
I'm
feel
into.
like
Nah, I hooked up with a chick that had hair very similar this one time. It was kind of cool.
So I
Was
think
it-
she's
did it-
mulatto, right? She's part black and part white.
mm,
And I hope
Anyway.
Me and Chiz both.
you don't think so.
I'm
feel
just
like me and
saying,
Chiz-
you're just making a big guess there, you know? Just,
No, I'm looking at her hair.
Oh, I
It's-
thought Chiz thought the word mulatto was funny.
Oh,
She's,
I
she's
think
like
it's okay. I had a
Beyonce
friend
black.
who was mulatto, and one time, but you could hardly tell. Like I swear, this guy, just the way he looked, he could be white, he could be black, or he could be some sort of fucked up Asian combo of something or other.
He's got every card in his deck.
He was in our off-roading club, and when people were like, "What is he exactly?" I don't even know. So like I was one of the guys that was closer to him. Like he was a good friend, and anyway, I was like, "What are you?" And then he gave me a link to mulatto because we were like IMing. So that made me think mulatto's not an a racist thing. If it is, I'm so sorry. I think it's not though. I think it's just
You can't blame Woody. It's the times he's from.
To me, it feels
But are
it
you
feels
sure
like the
it's
same
black
as
and
like the
white?
word as like Oriental. Like it feels like it used to be acceptable, but maybe someone decided it wasn't anymore, like Redskins. And I'm just not sure if we're still allowed to do it.
I'm not even sure. But anyway, I'm not using it with racism in my heart. Back the fuck off. Just back
I'm
off.
pretty sure Oriental is fine because they call it
Oriental is
Oriental
wrong
restaurants.
unless
think
they're
Oriental's
literally.
very
I know
not
it is,
fine.
and it's wrong. I promise you, Oriental is offensive.
Yeah, that
No,
in
If you
your
refer to
lifetime,
people as
Oriental has
Orientals?
gone from descriptive to insulting.
Yep.
Just so
They
you
still
know.
don't say like Oriental
I
cuisine.
give this woman an 8.
wow, that's high.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
giving her high
thinking
numbers
about a
too. As
9.
a matter of fact, I'll give her a 9. I
Yeah,
think she is
I'm-
hotter than 90% of the people.
I'm gonna give her a
hair's not
9 too.
Not for
I'm
me.
sorry, I give her a 9. It's a 9.
Interesting. We both 9'd her. Yeah.
You're
I'm
right.
giving her an 8 because there's a lot of potential if the hair grows
She's so
out.
fucking hot, and she's got look at her eyes. She's got gray eyes, which is really
Her
really
face is a
hot.
little roundish. I'd prefer
Very
a
flat,
stronger
though.
jawline.
Well, she's turned to the side a bit. I think it's more like apple shaped. Like I think she's got wide cheekbones and.
Hold on, Woody.
I think she's got like a beautiful
Look
face.
at her
and her
belly.
lips are excellent. Her nose is great.
I think
belly
she's
is-
hunched over, and I know there's a line
She's
in
got
her
her knee
belly.
pulled up. Look, that's what's doing it.
She has what?
She has her knee pulled up.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
also
yeah.
look at the way her clothes are hanging on her. She's very flat. You can
She'd
tell
have
they're
to
trying
be-
to cover that up.
She
You
is kind of
can't
flat.
tell. She could
She's
totally
not too
have
flat for me.
Let's find out who this is. I'd like to know.
She might be.
Oh, her
Maureen.
name pops up. Her name is Daphne Lynn Duplax.
DuPont.
You guys ready for a whole new topic? I think we need to get going. I think people are
We
going to
drilled
be.
that into the ground.
Yes.
All right, what do we got?
It's deader than Ebola.
Ah, so many choices. So many choices. Taliban gangbang a goat. You want to go on to that?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's it.
I shall give you a link.
I'm down for getting down on Old McDonald's farm.
I'm sorry. We need to stay on this just one more second, and you need to look at the link that I have here. We can't abandon Daphne just yet.
Oh, I can't
Wow.
share these images.
No, you
Oh
can't.
God, yeah! Don't share the images though.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thankfully, I didn't.
Jesus.
Just to give my beauties a hint, the one I see here is called Daphne, full frontal beauty.
No, that's the chick we were just looking at.
I can see that.
I like
Oh,
what
I'm
you
just-
typed
okay.
into Google there, Kyle.
I
Daphne
typed in
Lynn.
Daphne Lynn Duplax topless.
Yeah.
Because that's
She's
what I
more than
wanted.
that.
Well, she definitely.
Well,
yes.
you have exceeded your expectations with just topless.
Greatly.
That's a lot of sand. That's gonna get in places you don't want it.
So I think we can all agree on that 9 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
look at her
really
butt.
hate. The
She is
fucking
clearly
hair.
a 10.
Maybe
Wow.
it's.
Yeah.
I think she might be a 10. Yeah,
She
yeah.
is
What does
clearly
Chiz
a
say?
10.
What's Chiz got?
Her boobs are just a little too small.
Look,
I was going to say, now that I see them more clearly, they're bigger than I thought they were going to be.
I'll bump it up to a 9, but really the hair is killing it for me.
You
That ass
racist
is
son of a bitch. I
insane.
can totally get it. She is a 10.
That ass is insane.
No.
So if they were
I'm
gonna
not
sculpt a
talking about the
woman,
ass. I'm talking about the hair. The hair is not very appealing.
I'm looking
I
for
don't-
one more picture that I can
I know what
share.
that hair feels like, and it's cool. I like that
It's just, I
hair.
don't like the look of really short hair on women.
Okay, that's the thing then.
Yeah, it's just not feminine.
Throw a wig on her, man. Come on. Then she's a 10.
Well, that's just a whole new level of shit I need to delve into. At
She'll
that
put
point,
the wig on for you.
I'd be wearing the wig.
No,
guess I
she'll
wanted-
put the wig on for you. If you give her
Oh.
10.
I wanted to wear a red wig. Because a black chick with red hair, that'd look creepy.
All right,
Yeah,
the
that'd be
most
hot.
recent link I posted,
Yes, let's go to that.
Taliban and goat. Taliban gangbang a goat. So,
Now, can you share that?
yeah. So, we're deep into the show.
So no titties, but we could definitely watch some guys fuck a goat. I
Yeah,
love
should
it.
we watch the whole show?
it's
No.
at 2 minutes is when it starts.
Let's start at 1 and see where it goes.
Okay. Where's the
All
link
right.
at? I'm sorry.
So
oh, I
it's
see.
right above yours.
Oh, I see it. It was mashed in with the Pinterest link.
So I'm at 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 second actually, because it auto plays.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Sounds
I am as
fun.
well.
All right, ready, set, play. So here we have 2 men and 1 goat.
I hope it's a goat, not
We
a
should
dog.
mention this footage to me looks like it's taken from like an Apache helicopter from probably a couple thousand meters away. They're using thermal imaging, and you can see these guys kind of hanging out, and I
Isn't
can't really
that
make
thing
out what
He appears to be holding the goat in like a wheelbarrow position.
That's
right?
really short, though. Are we sure it's a goat and not a dog?
You get better profile pictures, I think, coming up. I really think it's a goat. And the title of this video is
And that
Taliban
goat.
Gangbang a Goat. But I think it's just one guy with the fondness for goats.
Well, the other guys are all hanging out with him. Like, they're cool with hanging out with a goat fucker.
yes,
They're
yeah.
gonna take turns, I think.
Yeah, I think they're into goat fucking too, or at
He's
least
just
they're,
warming it up for them.
they're very accepting of it at the very least.
He's just trying to milk that goat.
They're not new to the concept of goat fucking.
No,
by any
they're
means.
definitely
No,
some
that's
pro
tradition.
goat fucking Taliban.
I mean, they're hanging out with him.
All right,
at-
that's
at 2 minutes in.
definitely a goat head. Definitely a goat head.
He's
yeah,
really
it's a
giving it
goat.
to him.
And now he's going at it with the goat.
He's going to snap that goat's spine while he fucks
He
it.
is fucking the shit out of that goat.
They're
and then
holding
the
it
other
down
guy
now,
is holding
see?
the goat still.
I think the other guy's gonna take a turn. Yeah.
Yeah, he's swapping
Sloppy seconds with the goat.
while it's still
Wait.
hot.
Is
This
that
guy
a
starts
thing?
fucking them out.
So he's
Oh, I think it's
picked
getting
up-
away.
It's trying to run.
Has he rescued the goat?
Oh, I
or-
think he's taking it to privacy, maybe. He's like, I'm gonna fuck him over here. I like to do my goat fucking in privacy. Let the goat feel like it's romantic.
These guys have zoomed out the scope.
It's
Oh,
over.
and then it ended there. Well,
We'll never know what happened to that goat. Little
Yeah.
Billy didn't stand a
Well,
chance
it's
with
not
these
doing
men.
well.
how do you
No,
know?
I feel like we could almost do a segment called Live Leak where we just keep clicking the related videos.
So is this what happens when you pay like $5 to go donate a goat to some like Afghan or African family? This is what they do to the goat.
They get a goat and they fuck it.
Fuck it,
That's
and
like
then when they're
their
done,
flesh.
That's like their cocksucker 2000 that supposedly has been sent to Woody.
Oh yeah. So has that arrived yet? Woody?
It has not arrived yet. But, so the kids are home from school, and every time a box arrives, I'm like, oh, shit. Like, could this be the one? And we've been, like, getting a lot of stuff lately. And I don't know. Somebody sent my wife flowers, which I thought, like, first I saw the flowers. I'm like, what the fuck? Who's sending Jackie flowers? Like, what the hell is this all about? And then it came with a letter that was like, I love all you guys. Thanks so much. So the flowers are for Jackie, but this letter's for everyone or something like that. And it had a bunch of really nice things to say. So thank you so much for the flowers. We appreciate them. Jackie was disappointed they weren't from me, so I got in a little bit of trouble. 'Cause, apparently I'm not buying her enough
funny how
flowers.
that worked out.
But flowers are stupid. They're just a
You don't
waste of
believe
money.
Waste of money. Yep. I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. Waste of money. Just like the gambling, right?
Yeah, I've gambled before. I still have your money. I invested it.
Just
It's
like
probably worth
rims.
even more now.
Just like rims.
Just
Woody
like-
refuses to play poker on the PKA plays. I had this great idea where we were going to edit all the footage together, so the fans would be able to watch the game just like on ESPN. They'd know everyone's hole cards and they know what everyone's thinking, and we could be plotting back and forth. But Woody doesn't want to gamble.
Worst fucking video idea in the history of my channel. I don't think I'd upload it.
A video that's so good they made a TV show about it that's been on for like 15 years.
These people thought Cards Against Humanity wasn't fun to watch. Poker is going to be even less fun to watch. It's going to be
False.
like Civilizations, but with less talking between the people.
So much talking in poker. There's so much talking in poker, going
It's-
back and forth, discussing the hands,
it's
trying to get
going to be
information
the
out of
most
people.
boring shit that you've ever seen. Imagine
If there was
this.
a vote, I'd win by 85%.
I'm sure you would because you're fucking Kyle. But when the video goes up, it's going to get 30% likes.
I think the idea, for as I just described it, is incredible. If we're playing a real money cash game, and we're going back and forth, and
It's so
someone's-
totally not a good video idea.
it's
going to
such
be
a-
long
It's such.
and slow.
It would be long, and it would be just like what you see on ESPN. It's people playing poker, and it's a TV show
but without
that's
the
been on-
talent or production values.
I am zoning out just considering the possibility of this happening.
All right, fine.
It is so. It would be
I'm
so
zoning
I think
out because I'm not picking a side.
Go ahead, Merker. What were you going to say?
Oh no, I was just saying that poker wouldn't be fun to watch.
It wouldn't. It would be like Cards Against Humanity, but less funny.
Like for Kyle, I'm sure like with his like pro poker buddies, like yeah, you can have some rapport and talk and you know what you're doing when you're playing, and maybe it's entertaining. Probably not as much as any other card game like Cards Against Humanity, but still. But with people like me and Woody who don't play poker, we would just be aggravated, bored, and just try and get rid of our paltry amount of money that we threw in, so we didn't have to play the fucking game anymore.
That was the other thing. I was wanting it to be at least $100, and Chiz was suggesting $200, and I thought that was a good idea
Right, because
too.
their big
I agree.
whopping
I'll need Woody
idea,
to buy me in.
Their big whopping idea is that if I had like $100 on the line, that I would surely have to take it super seriously because my financial situation would be fucking wrecked if this were to go wrong. And I need to
Certainly not.
escape
I
this
Certainly
would
not.
call.
told a story on PKA where you
But
went
I don't
in
think your
on every
value
hand.
of,
and that's
has
not
your
fun.
value of $100 really changed so much that I mean, come on,
You
$100
have
is still
mistold
$100.
the story of me going all in so many times. What actually happened is this, and I hope poker players hear this. We're playing poker, and I got ahead. I got ahead by either catching good cards or making good decisions or whatever you call it, and now I have more money than the other people. So I used my big holdings to just bully people. I'd have a hand that I thought was good, and I'd go all in with it. And now you have to make the call as to whether or not like you think your hand is good enough to risk your fate. Because if I win, I keep playing. If you win, you're out of the game. That's how you play a game like this. It's good poker strategy. He's making it act like I just drunkenly went all in every hand. That's not how it went.
It was the same effect, though. It ruined the game.
It ruined the game because
What
you
would have been
lost
more
all your money
appropriate
and
would
I
be to
got it
bet.
all.
What would have been more appropriate would have been to bet like 30% of the other player's stacks, so that it wouldn't be an all or nothing type scenario every time we played.
All right, so
And when you
that
say you
would
gotta
be the
hit-
advice of someone
we had
who lost.
limited- we
right?
had a limited
And
amount
the
of
way that
chips.
I played.
So
as a
so
guy who
everybody
won,
had like, it was a situation where like everybody had like 30 chips total, and all of a sudden you had like 35 or 40 chips total or something like that from like winning the blinds and antes or something from the first hand, and maybe like a couple of bets, and then it was quickly like the next hand was like all in, and then like it was like
That's
all
not
in
true.
like
No.
it was all in like 4 out of 6 hands progressing through there, and you just kept
it wasn't
taking the
all in
blinds,
until we were
and
like
it-
7
it was
hands
terrible.
in. And once we were 7 hands in, I had more than double the money of some other people. It was like I'd have like 75 and they'd have 30. And it was like,
would have to.
even if I
You-
dropped
you
to
took it from
45, this isn't the end of my world. So all in. And they would either have to give up like the 10 they had in, or, how you feeling about your 30? So yeah, and
I just think that we disagree on the poker etiquette, and it I like to play poker. I'm not looking for revenge. It's not that. Like, I think that's what you're thinking like right now. Like I'm like, yeah, I'll show Woody this time. I'll make him play for reals. My only reasoning is that like I think poker would be fun to watch. I think it would be really fun for me to play, and But I think the only way to make sure that you don't fuck me over is by, adding a little bit of real monetary value to it. And I also think that makes it infinitely more fun to play and infinitely more fun to watch when there's actual real money on the line, even if it's only a couple $100. Like on ESPN's, it's tens of thousands of dollars, but when
It's just with poker, there's never a cohesion amongst everyone in the group about how serious to take the game. So there's always
I take it 100%
one hardcore.
There's 100% very serious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's always one person who's taking it really, really seriously in the game. Like a few people who don't really give a fuck, and then a couple who are like, I know what the river is, and like that's about it. And there's always the one person.
I don't mind how seriously
the other people do. Like, oh, you're small blind,
money.
you're big blind, and it just gets aggravating. Or I figured it would get aggravating for you, the person who likes poker, to deal with people who don't really care. You know what I mean?
I would love that because I would take your money.
How'd that work? How'd that go?
That was such that you're being so silly about that $20 sit and go that we played on a bed in a hotel one time.
I mean, you call it $20, but like it was $20 for everybody, and they're like
it was
six of us.
That's what I described. It's a $20 sit and go. Everybody puts in $20, and winner kind of in that situation, winner took all. But usually there's places
It was great.
paid. But it wasn't much of a poker game. I'd like to play a cash game because it's really fun. That's all I'm saying. I'm not looking for revenge on that. It was $20. I didn't care.
And people like every video idea we propose, really. So you're right. If you held a poll right now, they'd all be for it. But then once they see the video, they're all going to rip it to fucking shreds because it's not good. We played Civilizations for 8 hours. And I was like, well, I'll just upload this as a one-piece video because it'll do less damage to my channel than 8 separate videos.
Okay. How about this? How about this suggestion? Why don't while we're
8 hours.
It's 8.5 hours or something. Like
can we
8
play
hours,
a real
45
poker
minutes.
game on the?
You
On
uploaded
the
a Lord of the Rings trilogy to your channel.
I did, and they hated it. And I was like, well, thank God I didn't break this into 8 parts.
10-minute sections.
Oh, God.
Hundreds of videos pouring out every day.
Here's the thing. So what do you think about?
Please stop. I don't want.
What do you think about playing poker on the trip, and maybe just filming that?
Yeah, it'd be better if you're in person filming it, but it's still. I just don't think it'd be that
I mean,
good.
I think you like poker and have a distorted view of how fun it is. Like,
Can we just play poker? We don't have to film it.
Kyle, if
Yeah,
you
I'll play
bet
if we
hard
don't
up,
film it.
I'll give you $100. Would that make you feel better?
I'll play if we do film it. I just don't want to lose
I
money.
can give you
I know I'm not gonna win.
$100 and we can tell everyone we play poker. I don't give a shit about poker. But your proposal to play poker to me is right in line with like a proposal to play chess or checkers or any other boring game.
Don't you talk shit.
About checkers? Is that your game?
Any of them.
I just
Chinese
don't
checkers,
think.
backgammon.
I can't imagine it being boring when there's money on the line. It's so exciting. It's it's such a huge
So
adrenaline.
if we
fish.
put $100 on checkers, it'd be a winner.
Oh, it'd be an intense fucking game of checkers if you put money
Let's
on
bet
it.
heavily
Poker
on
is a game
tic-tac-toe.
that think about the way you find out the whether your decision is correct or not in poker. Like the cards are flipped over. Like it's like boom, 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 and it's just like this.
King.
You keep having this moment of truth where you're finding out if you're winning or losing, or if you're improving or
Okay,
doing
I'll
worse in
play,
hand.
but you have to let me wear a big straw hat, sunglasses, and a bandana that goes like that, like I'm some sort of
hate you
highway
all
robber.
so much.
I want to play poker.
I
And
like
a Bluetooth
though.
headset so I can whisper things to someone outside.
Oh,
We don't have to film
I got
it.
3 of the same. Is that good?
I would love to play poker. I love poker.
Yeah, we'll play heads up for 6 hours. That'll be fun. While Woody sits in the hot tub and does whatever evil pedophiles do.
Is Heads Up the elementary school game where you put your thumb up?
Heads up, 7-Up, baby.
Heads Up, 7-Up.
Yeah.
We should do some like children's games, like Red Rover, Foursquare. Play those.
We can play Spoons.
Spoons is
I
really
bet people
fun.
right now want to see the poker game. But I promise you, when it goes on my channel, they're all going to be like, Woody, this is the worst fucking video that you've ever put up. And I saw that one
And
about
he
any
just-
given Sunday.
And he
I
just
will
put up
take
Cards
look.
Against
I'll take
Humanity.
responsibility for editing the motherfucker. I promise this thing would be good. It would be so good. It would be so good. But you gotta.
You know it's just gonna get liked because he's saying this and it's on his channel.
but it needs to be like it really needs to be four-handed. I feel like I just don't know the right way to do it.
And they're all anti-Woody. Like, everyone on my channel fucking hates me. Or at least everyone who talks hates me. So they're all going to be like, do the poker! Do the poker! But, yeah. Once I upload it, I can't believe you got 3 cards.
I'm gonna tweet that later.
Well, that's
Me
cheating.
and Kyle
Woody.
were really excited about our poker game, but Woody forbade it.
I'm just a really big poker fan. Like in the back, like just now, I was thinking to myself, like, what if we all dressed up like professional poker players that we like? And I was like, they don't have professional poker players they like.
Oh, I like the guy with money in his name.
Phil Hellmuth?
No, there's a guy who's...
There's a guy with actual name.
His name is Money.
Oh,
I think.
Moneymaker? Chris Moneymaker?
Yeah, Chris Moneymaker.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Shithead.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
accountant. The
He has-
accountant.
He has a
Of
bracelet.
course.
He has a bracelet.
You like him because he was an accountant.
I like him because of his story. He played online poker and just got really good at all the decision making and such. And then when he came in real life, everyone thought that he'd be a chump because he wasn't well known in like poker circles. And then he won the World Series of Poker, just like out of the blue. And he was like, I play poker online. I'm from the internet.
Which is still pretty crazy because there's a whole other element playing in person.
I will say this about that guy. That guy launched an entire industry with his win. All of a sudden, every guy out there said, wait a minute, you can go to this crazy tournament where you win millions of dollars just off the street and beat these guys who are supposed to be the best in the world? I got $10,000. And poker exploded. I remember back then, like, a set of poker chips was like $150 or something. Like, you couldn't get a set of poker chips. Like, it was a supply and demand
It's
issue.
hard to pin it on just him though, right? Like
It was
movie
him.
Rounders also came out.
That movie was nothing. It wasn't very big at all.
Really?
It's a great
Because
movie, but
pro poker players say the movie Rounders was a big part of it. Matt Damon has had guys thank him for bringing all the bad poker players into the game.
I don't think it was nearly as big as Moneymaker winning. I think that was huge.
So you think more people know about Moneymaker winning than Rounders?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I just do.
Did you see the last link I sent?
I'll play
Let's
poker.
see what you got.
It's not much of a topic, but it's fucking funny.
That's funny.
Bishops agree. Sex abuse rules.
Nice. Who's the editor at that paper?
Ah.
Yeah.
It would appear that he's in favor of abusing children, but in reality, it's probably a court.
He's agreeing to
like
some
that.
new rules or something.
Yes.
He likes
yes.
the new anti-sex abuse rules. That's what it really is.
No, there's new
No-
Catholic rules on
no
how
more
to fuck the
mid-morning
child,
rapes.
how to not get caught, etc., etc.
It's bad when they
all
have
their
to implement rules for that, isn't it? Like how many
Yeah.
other jobs are like, oh, we have this whole rule against fucking kids. Just keep that in mind. It's a big deal here. Really? Because I think that's a big rule in like society.
Isn't that with every job you get though? You go into the HR meeting and they're like, "All right, we have a big no kid fucking policy here. We'd like to uphold that. 0 tolerance for putting it in little kids." Absolutely not.
Can you see? Now, can you get blown by kids here?
Now, does it
Depends. Are they on the ball pit or not? If they're in the ball pit, it goes. You know.
Yeah, it's creepy.
It's not creepy if you brought candy and money.
Yeah.
If you're trying
Why'd
to
you
pick
bring
children
money?
with nothing. Yeah, money talks.
Are you
and
that
bullshit walks.
unpersuasive that you can't convince a child to come with you with
How are
candy
you going
alone?
to-
You need money.
How do you get
I'll pay your
teenagers?
allowance
That's
too.
Creeper 101, bro. You should know that.
How do you get teenagers? They like money or stereo.
They like alcohol. Step your game up, bro.
Yes.
That's how you get some young girls in your car.
No,
You
you're
gotta have alcohol.
breaking too many laws now. You know, stick to
One.
one.
You're fucking an underage girl. You're already breaking a lot of laws.
Whoa.
In for a penny, in for a pound. I always say.
Exactly.
Don't project your child fucking. onto me.
85 pounds.
fucking
All
anything.
right.
Oh.
What do you got here? Steven Seagal getting sued for driving a tank in Arizona.
Wait, who got sued?
I didn't even know this was a real thing.
Wow.
All right. Steven
Go ahead.
Seagal sued for driving a tank into an Arizona home and killing a puppy. Well, this is an old story. It's actually from 2011. But yeah, apparently he was with like Sheriff Joe Arpaio. If you guys,
That guy
he's
got
like
fired.
he's like the only famous sheriff in America. He's like really hard on crime, and Steven Seagal had like a 1-day course, and then he drove a tank into a house and killed their puppy.
Only got sued for $100,000. That seems
My
shockingly
favorite
low.
part is Steven's. So apparently at this home, the guy was suspected of cockfighting, and Steven Seagal is like, "Whoa, animal cruelty is a big deal with me.
Oh, shit.
Let me get involved." And then he drives a tank into their house and kills their dog.
Kills
because-
hundreds of roosters and a puppy.
Oh my god. Hundreds?
Woody, remember when we went to Wing's house and he had all those cages out back? Steven Seagal drove through those.
He killed. Wait,
Okay,
did he
well,
really kill hundreds of roosters? Oh, here it is. You're right. So, so this guy hates animal cruelty. He says it's like a big deal with him, and he killed hundreds of roosters and a puppy in the process.
This animal bust required several armored cars, a tank, and dozens of sheriff deputies in full riot gear. And the man had hundreds of, I can understand, hundreds of roosters. That's some
What if he
serious
had
pecking.
unleashed them?
That's what I'm saying. That's some serious pecking power.
Fly, my pretties, do my
Now,
bidding.
I don't know if the puppy was like the ringleader of the roosters. I don't know why the puppy was involved in the murder process.
Oh man, maybe there was some sort of Animal Farm type rebellion that they're just trying to keep quiet, and that Steven Seagal was really a hero in all of this.
I just love how he's only being sued for the puppy, not the hundreds of fucking roosters that were killed.
Right?
Steven Seagal, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy.
He needs to make this into a movie. This would
Dude,
be
I
fucking beautiful.
I saw him a few months ago. I didn't talk to him. I just stood next to him. He's a big dude.
Yeah, he's tall too. He's like 6'6" or something, 6'4".
I would say he was about 6'4", and he was dressed like he was ready for combat. Like he had like combat boots on, which was probably giving him another inch or so. He had like combat pants. He had like this desert camo do-rag on. He looked intense and really fucking tan.
But that guy
looks
wouldn't
like
be a
a
bigger
lunatic.
douche even if you filled him with the fucking fluid and stuck him in
He
a
was
woman's
taking
vagina.
pictures with he was taking pictures with chicks, you know, and letting people were stopping him and shit, and he was being cool about it.
There's somebody who didn't age
Scroll
well.
up on this article and look at the author's picture on the top left. It's not like a normal journalistic picture.
I see it. I saw that first.
Camera.
I saw that
blue
first.
tint on it, like to show that he's really sullen and into his work or something, looking down like he doesn't really care. But here he is, big anyway. On a
Wait, look at his bio though. Let's go to his bio.
yeah, his
he
bio.
says, "I write about video games."
the industry, and the culture.
And a technology
Why does he-
reporter and
are we
critic
sure he
covering
wrote
the
this?
industry.
His
Look at
most
his other
popular
articles
post
about
ever.
the Xbox One and Sony and Killzone.
It's just so douchey to put your picture like that as a professional picture. Put your whole goddamn face in there, you ass.
He's a starving artist. Give the man a break. He writes
scroll.
starving
Scroll.
artists.
I'm going to sit here and look down and pretend like I'm not writing about Steven Seagal genociding a bunch of roosters, dick.
Hey, if you scroll down, there's a picture of that sheriff, and it said, it says, actor Steven Seagal and Sheriff Joe Arpaio dispute puppy side. And it's got a picture of the sheriff like making an angry face and pointing.
Puppy Side 2011. No puppies were supposed to die.
Does-
This is, to be fair though, $100,000 for a dog. That's worth it.
And it's Steven Seagal. You know,
Yeah, he's got
they could have
that.
went for more.
He probably gets that every time he makes one of those shitty fucking movies.
His movies
Oh,
are
more-
excellent.
No, he gets way more than that.
more than $100,000,
kidding?
but I wonder if he can still get hired though. Does anyone?
Yeah, they're
He's
new.
typecasted to fuck.
He made
yeah.
one like last year. Like he gets one
Get
every
out.
year.
He's still making movies.
Yes, like go to his IMDb.
I
just
watched
opened
a
that page
video
of
of
that
him
naked black chick
teaching
again. She's
Anderson
hot.
Silva how to high kick, right? But he can't kick higher than like a knee, right? So like he's trying to teach like the world's baddest ass in the history of the world how to fight, and he's like, you kick him like this. And it's like a knee shot. Meanwhile, he wants him to
Dude.
kick him under the chin. It was so.
Dude,
Go on.
I'm sorry. So he's already made one movie this year. He has 3 more announced this year.
That is crazy.
He did one last year. He did one the year before in 2012. He was doing a TV series, his own show, True Justice, or maybe it's called True Justice.
He's like a Let's Player on TV where it's just
from
quantity
2010
over
to
quality.
2012. He did one in 2011, 2 in 2010, like 4 in 2009. Yeah, he works every year, pumping out this crap. Movies like Exit Wounds, The Patriot, Ticker, Half Past Dead, The Foreigner, Out for a Kill, Belly of the Beast, Clementine, Out of Reach, Into the Sun, Today You Die. Black Dawn, Mercenary for Justice, Shadow Man, Attack Force, Urban Justice, The Onion Movie. What the fuck?
Each better than the last.
I wonder what role he's gonna play in the movies.
Kill Switch, Driven to Kill, Born to Raise Hell.
Like a
Come
tough
on.
guy anymore. He's typecast as like a semi-tough, functionally retarded person. Like he's not. People don't
With
even
a
acknowledge he's
katana.
that tough. It's just like, look at this bumbling oaf figure his way through this.
He's such a
sword.
goofball. He
He
was
always
cool
has
in
been.
Under Siege. Go back
hate
to Under
those
Siege.
movies.
That was a good movie. Glimmerman was okay. Above the Law was pretty good.
What's the ones where he goes to prison and like breaks out or whatever with
I don't
all
know.
the black guys and like they crash a helicopter in at the end? I hate all his movies. I've always hated him.
They're not
fucking
all-
awful. I hate his
Man.
face. I hate his acting. He sounds like a dumb fuck. And it's just it's like watching a big like Hodor. He is a real Hodor that just walks around and beats the shit out of people with
real
lamps and shit. Yeah, he's a dumb cocksucker.
What about in that movie where he pulled his credit card out and cut all those guys' throats at the same time?
Like I said, just the dumbest shit ever.
What movie
Remember-
was that?
Or he
Um,
makes a silencer.
he
out
was with one of the
fucking
Wayans
toilet
brothers.
paper roll.
Yeah, he's always
Oh,
doing
so
shit
you
like
know it's
that.
gonna be good.
There was one movie where he goes into a coma for like many years, and he wakes up, and this chick saves him and like wheels him out of the hospital and gets him to like some mountain retreat, and he's like, "Go get these Chinese herbs. You have to go to a special Chinese only store though, and I'm gonna write this grocery list in Chinese here." And he does like the pictograms or whatever the fucking Chinese.
Sounds
use.
like he's Bruce Springsteen over there.
That's my best Steven Seagal. Fuck you. And so he sends her with his grocery list, and she comes back and he like grinds up the herbs and drinks them or whatever, and like burns the incense and does acupuncture to himself. And he's legit breaking boards immediately afterwards. He goes from so atrophied he can't walk to breaking boards and shit and like doing backflips after
Isn't acupuncture like the whole? It's
the
nonsense
acupuncture
anyway.
and herbs.
Oh, sorry. You cut
I don't
out.
know if it is or not, but
He's a bitch.
Yeah.
I, have
I
a game
heard there were
I
some
wanna play.
sexual allegations against him one time. Like he had
He looks like a rapist. Would he?
Yeah, he got a little rapey with somebody.
No, not like any I know.
Okay. Just making sure.
I have a game.
Oh,
All right.
fun.
We are going to go around the circle. All right, Chiz, Kyle, Merker, then me, then back.
Okay.
The worst advice you can give that rhymes until we run out.
Okay. Well, give us a second to think.
Yeah, take a moment.
Give me an example, please. Are like their song lyrics?
You have one.
it
Well, we
doesn't-
just have to keep rhyming them, but
Yeah, they just have to rhyme. Like
Like I could say, "Cut your throat."
No,
No,
that's just
then
mean.
that's not bad
how is
advice.
that even a rhyme?
Well, I thought I was going to let you do the next verse. I don't know how this game is played.
I
Cut your throat, you miserable scrote.
Yeah.
See, that would be bad advice
well.
and a bad rhyme.
Don't shave your face.
Okay. Here's
Don't
one
use
from
a
the web.
lace.
Don't knock it before you try it. Put your dick in an electric. I'm sorry. Don't you try it before you knock it. Put your dick in an electric socket. Right? Bad advice.
Okay.
If
All
a
right.
stranger says get in the van, just assume he's a candy man.
Wow. Don't drink and drive.
You lost immediately. That doesn't even rhyme.
What? No, I do mine, and then he does the next one to make
Have
it
no
rhyme.
See, drink and drive anywhere.
These are like
Ah.
sets.
Turn your lights off during sex so you can think about your ex.
See, now that's what I was going for, right? He was going to finish it. I suppose we could do it, but then Chiz and I would just be starters, and the other guy
Don't worry about what's in your
No,
drink.
Kyle finished mine.
did it.
So who are we on right now? Because people have gone to
I'm
us.
not even sure. Maybe you should just jump
Whoever's
in. when you
after
have
me is
one.
up.
This is really fucking hard.
Yeah, this is hard. Shit.
It's okay. Have no care. You don't need to change your underwear.
Don't be scared on your date. The worst that could happen is rape.
Wow.
Stretch. A little bit of a stretch.
Oh, artistic
Date
license.
and rape.
Artistic license.
Eminem, you better
That
start-
works. That works.
Always wear a rubber, especially if she's got extra flubber.
What? Why is
Yeah.
that bad advice?
If she's got extra flubber, you're rubbing bare skin against it. It's just a big mess, a lot of blood. Don't do it.
Yeah, but
Especially
there's-
if
Gross,
it's
that's
but,
not
but
advice.
that's not even. That's good advice though. I don't accept that one. Try again.
No, bad. You have to give
So
bad
are we going
advice.
for bad advice? Or
Bad
good
advice.
At this point, just make it fucking rhyme.
If she says
This is
no,
falling apart.
ignore her sass. Just stick it in her ass.
Goodness.
That's good advice.
It's not good advice.
Why
Yeah.
are all of our bad advice things rapey?
That's what. That's
Okay.
if it starts to smell like cheese, be sure to get on your knees.
Oh, this-
What? Oh, the
This
little
is
smegma
fucking
joke.
rhyme. Yeah.
Highbrow, top shelf.
I'm still going for more. I'm still going for
For a
more.
Nobel Award.
I keep thinking of ones that are just shitty, and I don't want to say them.
That breaks the silence. Go ahead. What do you got?
I'll get a good one.
If you're feeling tipsy leaving the bar, take a spin in your car.
That's a good one.
If you've got a lot of hair, be sure to shave with Nair. I'll burn
Feeling
like a
drowsy
motherfucker.
after the bar? Hop a ride in a stranger's car.
I like it. I like it.
Long walk home after school?
If you want to make a friend, talk to a stranger around the bend.
If a hobo asks for a smoke, be sure to give him a poke.
A poke.
I don't know what that means.
A suggestive poke.
I don't like that.
Well, you know,
It's hobo sex. I want to prove it.
well, it's better than giving him a cigarette. Because they'll just keep coming back and asking for more.
Nothing worse than hobo sex.
This is why you don't want to be homeless.
Yeah, that homeless lady that shit on that wall that time in L.A., she's a one.
If your financial prospects are already dim, get yourself a set of rims.
Wow.
I like that one.
If your friend is rather shrewd, refer to him as a Jew.
That doesn't rhyme.
Yeah,
Poetic
it's a
license.
stretch. It's a stretch.
Fuck! This is way harder than you'd think it would be. I've never thought about it, so I guess I can't say that honestly.
I'm terrible at this. I apologize.
I keep like you think of rhymes and then you're like, fuck, that's not advice, and it's not bad.
Yeah, it's a multifaceted
Wait,
thing.
I didn't meet any of the criteria.
Yeah, we suck at this.
If you'd like to get to know a girl, give her a necklace made of pearl.
Oh, that's
That's a little
good.
suggestive.
Ish.
You like it?
Woody's just using pickup lines when he's hanging out at the bar, you know? Like, these are whole rapey vibe things.
Is that how you meet girls?
All right. Right now we are just scraping the bottom of the barrel, so we gotta find something else.
I'm pulling the ripcord.
Anybody else have their butthole violated by a fellow athlete? Maybe some bombings in the country that's not
I'll open one
relevant to
day.
me. A disease that won't impact me in the slightest. Something else we can talk about, please.
I have to pee.
Would you want to hunt a dinosaur?
If you have to take a piss, sit there the rest of the show, you stupid bitch.
That didn't rhyme.
Get over it.
What does this mean?
Hunt a
And-
dinosaur. Would I want to hunt a dinosaur?
First
You
of
know-
all, have you seen Sound of Thunder, I think, where they go back in time and take tours and hunt dinosaurs?
No, but that sounds bad fucking ass.
It's a great movie.
That sounds pretty cool, actually.
Okay, well that's the scenario we go with. We're going back in time and hunting the dinosaurs. Would you want to go do that?
There's a butterfly effect, though. I'm just saying you got to be careful.
Yeah, they're already going extinct. No harm, no foul.
No, I'm saying, like, if you knew the movie, man, like,
I'm
step
sure
off
they
the
came up with
path.
some bullshit scenario, but an asteroid killed all those fucking dinosaurs.
I know.
Well, here
it's-
I'll tell you how the movie works.
It
So
seems like that'd be
basically,
such a
there are
whitewash.
dinosaurs. There are dinosaurs that are going to die, and they know they're going to die, so they go and kill the ones that are about to die, like a volcano's about to explode. That's how
Sure.
it works. So you don't break up the space-time continuum.
Okay.
Glad
No.
we got that settled.
Would I want to hunt a dinosaur?
It would create a paradox if you killed some dinosaurs. There's no way.
Forget about paradoxes. Just talking about killing them.
Let's not talk
Definitely
about
I'd wanna kill
paradoxes. We don't
dinosaurs.
have another 4 hours to talk about fucking
It might
paradoxes.
create a butterfly effect up to the period of the comet, at which point everything dies and
Okay, but dinosaurs
Paradox
did
resolves
actually
itself.
dinosaurs did actually die before the meteor, right? Like we all know that. Like
right. So what I'm getting at is like that dinosaur may not have a kid, that dinosaur's kid was going to kill some other dinosaur, and in some way the whole dinosaur world is altered by the dinosaur that you killed. But at some point, a meteorite comes and alters it so much that it has really no impact.
let's just keep this simple and do what I said. There's a dinosaur standing in front of a volcano. We know it's going to die in 5 minutes. You're just going to shoot it instead of the volcano.
No,
killing
that's
it.
gay. No, we don't care about
Yeah.
time
We're not no
paradoxes.
faggot dinosaur killers.
No, we're not faggot dinosaur killers. We're American dinosaur killers. We're hunting American dinosaurs with big-barreled American rifles,
No.
and we're just gonna go in there and start blasting them. Stegosauruses, Brachiosauruses, Brontosauruses. I don't care.
I think
In
I
the
might want
fucking
to
head,
hunt
those
a
big
dinosaur.
leafy
Here's the
motherfuckers.
thing.
Blowing its head off with a 50 cal.
Killing a dinosaur, it seems like you'd need a headshot, right?
No.
No.
We're taking heavy artillery. We're taking high explosive rounds.
That's where I
20
was
millimeter
headed.
rifles.
If you wait, what?
It's not
20
gonna
millimeter
fit.
rifles.
RPG.
It's not going to
No,
fit.
no. We want
Dude,
we want
they're
machine
literally
guns.
dinosaurs. Like it's like like 300, or not 300, like 300 feet long, right? Those the giant ones.
The giant ones, yeah, but we're gonna be hunting the medium-sized ones, the ones as big as a tanker truck.
Go bigger, go home. I say.
Yeah, like a semi-truck-sized dinosaur. Imagine that. We can fuck that up with a big-barreled rifle. Like a 50 cal, it's done.
That is if there is a dinosaur like that.
There are dinosaurs like that. There's plenty of them.
Actually,
Stegosaurus.
There's
They're big, like 30 feet long or something.
You
see
think
how big
dinosaurs
armored
weren't
stand
that
then
big,
would stop the
Chiz?
bullets.
what?
No, totally not.
Chiz, you think dinosaurs weren't that big?
I know.
I just nothing's concrete. I mean, we don't even know if they had all feathers or they had reptile skin. It's just we put shit together as we found it. You know, we fucked up that one dinosaur with the long neck. That was two dinosaurs combined for decades.
That was one. That was one. Yeah, that happened.
I'm just
one
saying,
time.
there's no proof of them having reptilian.
Wait.
I've
The
seen Land Before
dinosaur that
Time,
you're
and that's all I
claiming
need to
doesn't
know.
exist is in Kyle's background right now. You can't explain that.
That's a sperm. Like Marcus said, that's just a sperm getting an egg.
Sperm diving.
Yeah, I was right. Stegosaurus, 30 feet long. That's a big fucking thing. Machine gunning that up for sure. Cutting those spines off its back, taking them back as trophies. It would be a badass trip. We'd
You
kill
mean
some.
this? You mean that steel spine that it like straightens out perfectly and then rams shit?
No, a Stegosaurus. It's the one with like the hand-shaped or triangular
Yeah, the
thing
little
sticking
like
off its
triangles
back.
on its back.
Triceratops, we'd want to take its head back. And I think it'd be cool to shoot some of the predatory ones too, like the Allosaurus or something like that. Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd definitely want to go dinosaur hunting.
What
Would
if you
kill the shit out of
killed the
nothing
one that
bad?
became chicken and we all had to eat tofu in the future? Huh?
That's
Well,
not
that
how
would
it
suck.
worked.
Don't.
Oh,
correct
now we
me.
give a fuck about
This is
evolution and like time traveling.
These are facts, people.
That's not how it worked.
Just take a raptor back home, one that spits acid. All right, that's all you need.
Oh, the one that got Newman
Newman.
in Jurassic Park.
Poor fat bastard, fucking
It
everyone
scared me
over.
so much as a little kid.
Didn't scare me at all. Fuck Newman. He was really deserved. Of
No,
all
Newman
dinosaur was
didn't
scary.
scare me. The dinosaur spit.
The little, yeah, he was so cute. Newman liked him for like the first 3 seconds, and then he like spread his little neck wings, and Newman got all scared.
Yep.
I was startled.
Just geeked in his face real quick.
That was a
Gleeked.
scary movie. I was like 7 years old when I watched that.
You guys call it geeked?
Gleek or geek.
Yeah, it had an L where I was from, and I can't do it.
Gleek.
Can anyone hear gleek?
I've done it on accident, but never on purpose.
I've
Yeah, just
tried.
Can you
I've
gleek,
never
Kyle?
done it.
no, not on command.
How about you, Chiz?
I've
You
never
gleeker?
gleeked. No,
Uh,
Look at
most
it
I can do is-
sitting on your ivory tower. Over
that's
there.
all I can do.
Yeah, I can't gleek. I can bend my finger in a curious way. Here, I put myself in the main frame. I used to be better at it, but I can bend my finger like this.
So your hand's broken. Okay.
I can bend each finger.
I can do that as well. Actually.
You can do that as well?
Yeah.
I'd
can
really
do
like
it with
to
my
see that.
pinky.
I'd be surprised. I felt like it was a really uncommon
Can you
talent.
curl your tongue?
I can bend my fingers all the way backwards and touch the back of my wrist though. So they're really bendy in case you don't remember.
I
They
can't
crazy
do that
stuff.
at all.
Can you curl your tongue into a taco though?
No, I got no command over that.
Can you roll your R's?
Just keep doing shit like that. I want to see what the dinosaur struggles with.
I hate that I have so many visual topics tonight. I didn't realize it as I was collecting throughout the week. But here's a picture of Olivia Wilde's boob.
Oh, her breastfeeding?
Yeah, so she was breastfeeding,
In a
and this
diaper.
picture caused like a big stir as to whether or not breastfeeding is obscene.
Why is her baby naked?
I'm curious. I was gonna. Fuck.
That's the thing. I have no problem with what Olivia Wilde has going on here. It's fine. If she was there, I would just discreetly look away and let her
No,
do
you
her
wouldn't.
thing.
I would
Babies
not.
need to be fed. I get that. It's not a sex thing. It's just a mother thing. It's normal. It's healthy. It's good. It's all cool. But what's not normal and healthy and good is a baby with no diaper in a restaurant.
Yeah, where's the bag where his clothes would be, or diapers, or anything? It's like she pulled the kid out of the car naked and went, "Let's take some photos in this."
Look at that dress she's wearing. What the fuck happened? This is totally a photo shoot.
And it's in a classy place. Look at the scuff marks at the bottom. Somebody was raped in this diner. I can guarantee.
It looks a little
this is
like
photo
the scene
shoot. I
from
get
Pulp
this.
Fiction where they pulled out the bad motherfucker wallet.
Yeah, I give
Yeah.
this photo no credit. This looks so staged to me. Look at that dress. Look at her jewelry. Look at her
Yeah,
hair.
It's not a walking around
She
dress.
got out
no
of
way
her
that
car,
somebody just-
parked and walked in there with that naked baby like this. Are you that stupid?
By the
The
way,
peacock flock.
for the
This is
record,
very clearly set up.
I
There's
give
no
her-
way.
I give
Those
her
shoes,
a 10.
bro. Yeah, you gave her a 10. Look at those shoes, though. Like, she
She's
can
not
walk in
carrying that baby with like 5-inch heels.
And she's also not that overjoyed to be breastfeeding in public.
there.
I
With
don't.
the cameraman there and all.
I don't understand the naked baby.
No, put some clothes on the baby.
Nobody snapped that photo with a cell phone either.
No.
No. Some guy with like a really expensive camera just
Yeah, that-
meandered
And
up,
like
and she just
umbrella
smiled and
lights
looked at her
pointed
kid.
at her. Yeah.
And then someone
You mind if I
photoshopped
take
it.
a very high definition picture of you with your tit out? Oh, go right ahead.
Good. We'll just send this back to the lab to be
Just
touched up.
naturally here. Wait. Let me get the clothes off my kid.
Make sure you get my peacock dress.
Yeah.
Chiz, didn't you have topics you wanted to bring?
My week. Actually, I don't have links anymore. Where are they?
So
There-
one was
There's a
about
fish playing Pokemon on Twitch and had 20,000 viewers tuned in. And it's a fish swimming around, and he sets off motion detectors on making actions go in Pokemon. And that's a thing, I guess.
How far is it?
I don't know. I can't imagine that far. I mean, this is worse than when people were inputting commands. Like, this is just a fish fucking swimming. And I love how there's like, I looked at the bio and there's like reassurance, like, no, the fish isn't dead. Sometimes it sleeps. And you just wait with 4,000 people there as the fish sleeps.
Oh my god.
And I'm dead serious. It's when I turned in, he was sleeping upside down. I think he was sleeping upside down.
They should add more fish just to keep it interesting.
The guy said he was going to do like a fish site, like multiple fish, because the fish does sleep. So it'd be
Is there a
boring if
way
was
to do it
just
so
one
that the fish battle each other? Because if we can do that, we're about to become millionaires.
battle each other in the game?
They're probably just goldfish, right?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
watch
like-
fish play Street Fighter. Just like every couple of seconds, one like kicks or
Throws a
punches.
punch.
Are you talking about the
Walks.
fish themselves fighting, like those little fighty fish?
No, the fish would
Operate the
actuate
games.
motion sensors, and those would enter commands.
Dive kick. Perfect game
That
for
would
this.
take
Dive kick.
eons.
Commands. Dive and
No, it wouldn't. Not depending on how you just set the sensors up so that
you
it's.
do up for one move, down for the other. Dive kick. It's a game with 2 commands. You dive and kick. Perfect. Somebody do that. Fuck, I want to do that.
How do they get these commands inputted?
I don't know. They've got some kind of sensor. I assume like a Kinect picking up the motion tracking, or a webcam even.
So
bet
the
it's
motion
simple.
tracking is one thing, but how do they send it to Twitch? Is that a thing that everyone has access to?
Not
Well, I mean,
deploying
they're, It's some software on their computer, and they're just streaming whatever the fish does.
Yeah. Yeah, so they set it up so that if the fish does a certain thing, then a certain command is entered.
There's a step in there that I'm missing, like the device driver part that gets, like, I don't know. I guess I'm partly seeing it. Yeah, like that motion there is mapped to a keystroke, and it's an emulator, and
Yeah.
Interesting concept.
More interesting, JTV is no longer a thing.
What if the fish battled themselves to the death, and whichever one lost? What if they were swimming in a blender, and that's where the motion sensors were, and when you lost, you fucking turned the blender on?
But they're both in the blender.
No, they're both in different blenders, facing off.
Facing off against each other in blenders.
Mortal Kombat.
Facing off and dive kick, and the loser dies via blender.
I think as a goof, no matter what happens, at the end of every episode, we blend them both.
Just go there and just like blend them up and go, whoops, oh well, they're fucking goldfish.
No, you cook the winner and eat him. And
No,
obtain his
I like the
power.
idea of like returning champions, like Goldie has returned, his third annual blend
He's
off.
blended 30 opponents. Decades of fighting.
Yeah, what if it was set up so the game did the blending, so there wasn't even a human intervening? It was just a system, so that
So when you lose, it activates.
when
the
you
blend.
lost, you got blended.
Or that, like... No, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I mean, it registers you lost. Send the electrical.
Or something
impulse
less
to blend it.
horrible, right? Like we don't have to blend them, but I want it to die.
What's worse than that's a quick and easy way to kill a fish. I don't know how else you can do it without
Christ
human
almighty,
interaction.
it sounds awful.
Okay,
Yeah, but, like,
electrocute it.
do you really care?
It's a fucking
you
goldfish.
I don't know, man.
Really-
You start blending goldfish on the internet, you might catch some shit.
You think?
Fine, swordfishes.
Maybe.
All right, we'll step it up.
What if we just eat it?
Lobsters. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, there you go. You boil a fucking lobster.
Boiled lobsters. If we start
make
losing,
lobsters play a video game, that
No.
seems like it'd be easier. They got the claws.
we have 2 baskets, right? And if you're losing health, butter drops into that lobster's basket, and then as he loses more, the heat turns up.
I'd like a whole like jambalaya type thing going on. Maybe some crawfish and some corn on the cob, some potatoes and stuff too.
Yeah, and as the game starts to wind down and the heat gets cranked up, you hear that hissing kind of screaming coming from the loser. I'm dying! Like the lobster freaking out. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I always hear lobster scream and talk. I'm dying.
Sometimes it's pretty horrible. The way
Well,
they
I
cook
mean, if you do
lobsters is
throw them in there alive and boil them, they'll like hiss and freak out because they are
I'd
dying.
be a little pissed too.
I've heard it's not the lobster making the sound. It's like boiling, escaping from the holes in the shell or something like that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
but you
something
know
like
if they
that, but it's
could
still like
scream,
a-
they would.
It's like
Yeah,
a
they're
creepy
not
little
happy.
thing.
They're not happy. They're
Boiled
gonna,
alive.
No.
yeah, I don't know why they don't just kill them first.
God,
Well, then you ruin
I
the
want to
meat.
set it'd be fun to set up like 6 of these ideas up and let one of them take off. Like, how much did that guy make where everyone they beat every Pokemon now?
I don't know. I stopped following it after like the second
They
game.
did. I heard it on Reddit. He just recently beat the last. I guess I'm not a Pokemon guy. They all have different colors, but he just beat the last one. So now people playing Pokemon on Twitch have beaten every Pokemon, and he's just running. It's all automatic. He's like sleeping through it. It's an
Remember,
amazing
you had
setup.
the idea of doing Civ 5 and that. You know how crazy that would be and fucking boring.
They're all boring, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, imagine like 5,000 people giving directions in Civ 5. I think the computer would just fucking melt.
You think it would work worse? Yeah. At first, I thought it was a neat idea because it was turn-based and they could like do it a thing.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it's not
So
a
how
good
did they
idea.
do the Pokemon thing? They just had people say like turn left, A.
Yeah, they type left and that inputs to the emulator of, hit the left in the emulator.
That
Yeah,
sounds
I thought
stressful.
Civ
and
But what
was really
infuriating
cool-
to watch.
What was really cool is what he added later, which was anarchy or democracy, which is it would vote in each way when you type. So if it was democracy, everyone would vote on each move and input in the game. And if it went to anarchy, it was just how it originally was: input, 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 input of whatever the fuck was typed out. He did it really well. It was cool. And he didn't run ads, which is a shame.
Wait, he
Was it
never
just
ran
hours
ads?
of them walking around in the same spot sometimes?
Oh, it was all kinds of. You would hit the start
try to-
button 50 times.
So he didn't monetize it at all?
I mean, there's a pre-roll. You can't get rid of your pre-roll on Twitch, but he only had a subscriber feature and didn't roll mid-rolls.
Let's figure
But
out
I
this
think he
emulator
made
business.
plenty off the pre-rolls.
What are you saying, Kyle?
I said let's figure out this emulator business in a game that would be fun to use it on. And then I think the thing that manipulates the emulator is the funny part and the part that you have to come up with. It could be lots of things.
I feel like the ideas are easy. It's the emulator that's hard. That's the barrier to entry. I'm sure everyone who's watched that has had it out. Well, then I get all the money because ideas are worthless. I feel like everyone watching that Pokemon stream has had like 1,000 game ideas that they wanted to like. Oh, we could do this, or this would be great for that, or we, all the different things that they could play.
I feel like if you can program, it's not that difficult. Because as soon as he did his and he saw the success, like 100 knockoffs did the exact same thing.
And they didn't go anywhere.
You just need to understand.
Some of them went somewhere, but you can't beat the first guy. He's pulling 100,000 concurrent sometimes.
Let you come up with a really funny way to activate the emulator, and then you have a way to push it and send people to it.
Like a newborn baby.
If anyone here wants to code it, we'd probably buy it off you. And then we'll promote it and get the cash. Be a win-win, I think.
Yeah, but it better be good, No.
Yeah, we're big picture people over here. We need you to kind of fill in the spaces for us.
I'm serious. If someone wanted to be paid, I don't know, a couple grand for an emulator.
It's a win-win, all right? That's what we're about.
If you think you know how to do it, I'd be interested in that business idea. But
I don't think Civ 5 would.
We need to think of a game first.
And I don't know much about electronics, but I believe it would be pretty easy after a trip to some sort of Radio Shack place to figure out the actual hardware that goes on the other end of the emulator.
Yeah, not for me.
I think it's easier than you think.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard it's easy.
I've seen it done before. I've seen people like making electronic stuff, like Richard Bryan does that shit, and it ends up if you've got a guide, something to sit there and teach you what you're doing and teach you what parts and pieces to use. It's fairly easy.
Here, let's get super nerdy for a minute, Woody. So it's basically just you need some way to get the input from Twitch into the game. Twitch has an API, I think. So you would just figure out what input from chat does, and then take the input.
API or some sort of screen scraper, right? That we could manage.
Yeah. And then you would just take the input from that and put it into the input of the emulator.
Oh, well, you're still talking about the type of this whole scenario where the crowd is influencing the I would like the crowd to influence, but I'd also like there to be some sort of a outside influence as well.
See, I think the crowd is what gets the viewers.
What if the crowd were playing against something?
Against a fish.
Against something like a fish, exactly.
The pieces are falling into place.
We need like a mongoose. That's not a fair fight.
What if the crowd were playing a game against something like a fish, like really, or a dog or something like that? I think that would be funny.
A dog would be more difficult.
I don't think so.
You can't keep a dog in a bowl of water all the time with a camera on it.
No, but
you can.
You're thinking too small. All you got to do is come up with a different way to actuate the emulator. You got.
Well, this is what you do for that. You put the dog in a square
switches.
pen. You put the dog in a square pen. Put the camera above. Now you've got a top down of the dog, and if it moves in a certain direction, that sets off the sensors.
You could totally do mechanical switches and have the dog scratching on them, like playing with toys and stuff.
No, dogs aren't going to be moving enough. Fish are constantly kind of drifting around or something.
Circles all goddamn day, dude.
Yeah, but
exercising, working out. He's building muscles out there.
Your dog is a killer.
My dog is putting mass on every day.
Your dog is preparing for if Steven Seagal rolls up in a fucking tank. That dog is prepared to disarm Steven Seagal.
He does this thing where he practices launching himself, and I can only imagine that they're like dog push-ups. Like, he's just beefing up out there, getting stronger, and his bark, when he barks, you can see every muscle in his body is involved in that bark.
That's hot.
What kind of dog is it?
Woof. And like you can see his ass is tensing up for him to bark.
It's like a Belgian German Shepherd.
It's a Belgian Malinois.
It's a fucking serial killer, is what it is.
If you want to search it, it's Malinoix.
It was like a trained police dog, but it was too aggressive. So Kyle bought it.
It's a good life decision.
Yeah. Just search Charles Manson and you'll find his dog under Google Images.
Yeah.
So what would be the right game? I worry that Civ is too complicated.
It's got to be simple. It's got to be something simple.
I think it's a versus game. Some sort of a fighting versus game with like punch and kick. Like Rock'em Sock'em. Remember
here's the problem. Here's the problem, though, if you want the fish or animal aspect. It's just not even a fair fight then, because the user can just go kick, dive, kick, dive, kick, dive, kick, dive. The fish has to...
In kick dive, it doesn't work. Kick dive's perfect for goldfish.
I don't think it works for any game, though.
Goldfish
Users can thousands of people can input more commands, and that fish can get from the top to the bottom of the bowl.
Does it have to be a scenario where it counts every single command? Because if that's the scenario, then you're right.
Then we'll have them be first 1,000 fish. Whatever we have to do.
10,000 fish.
10,000 fish.
Like Saruman. You would need an army of thousands.
Tens of thousands.
You guys got such a great voice.
Oh yeah, Christopher Lee. That dude's like
Yeah,
93 years
that's
old.
his name. Yeah, he is. Fucking the guy that Ian McKellen's getting up there too.
Yeah.
Isn't he 93?
Ian McKellen's in his like late 70s, I think.
Oh, is he? For some
Yeah.
reason I thought he was old as fuck.
Yeah.
Kyle, you got a new phone, Kyle?
Yes, I love it so
Again?
much.
The LG
LG
S3?
G3.
LG
G3, I believe it is.
G3. Okay.
Yeah, I love it so fucking much. You know, it's a new phone. It doesn't do anything magical that my others didn't do. Everything's just moved around so that I prefer it more. The back is curved. It's huge. It's much bigger than my S4.
And what was it about the launcher that you changed or something? Like you heard me describing it and you were like, that sounds great. I'm going to make it that way. You don't remember this conversation? It was from a few hours ago.
I honestly don't. The launcher?
I don't know. The interface you changed? What did you change?
I really don't remember this conversation.
Well, shucks.
I will say this, like there's only 3 buttons on the phone. They're on the back of the phone. There's the power button and the 2 volume keys. And so like when you want to turn the phone on, you just tap the screen twice. And when you want to turn it off,
They
you
put
tap
the
screen
buttons
twice
on the
again.
back of the phone?
Well, the volume buttons
I
aren't
told them that when they did usability tests with gorillas that it was a bad decision, but I guess not.
The power button is on the back of the phone, which you don't use very often. So are the volume keys, and they're below the surface of the case, if that makes any sense. They don't protrude out. There are no buttons on the front. They're integrated into the screen. So the 3 buttons that you're familiar with on your Samsung or your Galaxy type phones, the home button, the back button, and the whatever the 3rd button to the left is, it's usually some sort of information or something. Those are in the screen now. So the screen's just enormous.
I think that's the way it's supposed to be.
I don't have the specs in front of me, but really fucking big.
It's like you said you had an S4 before this. Like I have an S4, and this thing screen
It's big.
feels gigantic after
Yeah,
the.
I know. So when I went to this, I was like, wow, I totally am comfortable watching, like, I could watch TV on this and be okay. Like, it's pretty big. It's getting close to being, it's not like a Note. It's not that big, but it's getting there.
Those notes are just silly looking.
Yeah, they're way too big.
I have an S4 too. I think we have the same phone.
iPhone 5 because I'm cool.
Taylor shows the back of
It's
his
like
phone.
Steve Jobs' dick.
It was a great man with the turtleneck.
It's not waterproof, though.
My next phone
Oh,
will
yeah.
be.
As if like waterproof. Is that really that big of a feature? It seems like
My
these.
last-
Yes, we're going white water.
Going to be that effective
rafting.
anyway.
I'm going to
Yeah,
leave
I'm
my
not-
phone behind.
Totally leaving mine behind.
Samsung's
Is
way
somebody
better than
going
iPhone
to
now.
bring their fucking phone on that trip? No.
I'm bringing my GoPro, and that's about it.
And what else?
What like down the river?
Yeah.
Not much, dude. Like, what did you plan on bringing?
We could throw your ass in that river.
I'm not getting thrown in that river. I will fight.
Here's the thing.
There could be
keeps
turtles,
saying-
kids.
Kyle,
Think.
Kyle keeps saying behind closed doors, somebody's going in that river. Somebody's going in that river. Somebody's going in that river. And me or Woody are like, none of us are going in that river. If somebody's going in, it's going to be Kyle just to prove his point. Because I'm not pushing anyone. You know, there's going to be some rules here. We've all
plan on
agreed
pushing
whoever
anyone.
pushes someone gets stabbed at
Kyle
the end of the
keeps
trip.
saying he's going to push me in the river.
I didn't say that.
You did say that. You actually said that. You said you were going to push me in the river. And that's like, I don't mean to be an ass about this whole thing, right?
It'd be an
But-
excellent prank because you're a bad swimmer.
I have kicked Kyle's ass in restaurants across this nation, right?
Many dented
Like for no reason. We'll like go back to the parking lot. I'll win the takedown and get the tap. It's
This is a
happened.
fact. We did it at Applebee's 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's not just Applebee's. Like we did it in California. Like
It was outside Denny's. You have plenty of restaurants where Kyle has
I've
been
kicked
submitted.
Kyle's ass in so many restaurant parking lots that I don't even remember them all. And now
Many
he
times.
thinks that if he adds the element of water to this thing, that it's going to start going his way.
Show off
We're
your
not gonna
gills.
have a battle. I'm just gonna push you out. Give the old heave-ho.
See?
Yeah.
See? He thinks that's how it's going to go down. It's
Well,
Yeah, I
I
took
wait
Kyle
till we
down
hit a
outside of
bump
that
and like
hill.
grab you by the belt and just throw you overboard.
you're adorable.
But you're going to be in front of us because you're the most fit, handsome.
Yes,
of us.
yes. They will
I'm
totally
gonna be in
take
the
you
back.
and put you in the
I
front
who's in the
corner.
back, bitch.
Yeah, right, because the big guy's go in the back.
Yeah.
Sorry, cutie. You're up front.
Wait, and Woody's old, so he's got that going against him. He's in the
Oh
back.
yeah, they're gonna take one look at me and they're gonna, yeah, you'll be in the center. You'll take
you're
a
a liability.
non-essential role.
All right, youthful in the front and back, and the
I promise.
infirm in the
You're not
middle.
gonna give me an essential role. But regardless, I really hope one of us goes in the water. I think that'd be a great video.
I think it should be
I'm not gonna push
Chiz,
anybody.
because
I'm
it seems like
teasing
he would
about
get the
that.
most angry about it. Because Woody would be like, "Oh no, I'm in the water. I'm
But it's
really
like-
great at this."
But
And
it's
then
like what I took when I said this to Woody too about pushing him in. We both had the same thing. It depends where you push us in. You push me in anywhere, for the most part.
The rapids. And what was it called? The
The whole
corkscrew?
thing. The whole
The
thing is
chin
rapids.
sucker or something? Like, what were those rapids called? They all had awful names. The corkscrew.
graveyard.
Crack in the rock, corkscrew.
The soon
Yeah,
deceased.
I'm
I
gonna kick
forget.
you out in the corkscrew. That's where.
See, that's where we have a problem. That's where I find one of Kyle's guns in the back and just play a fantasy out.
That's why when I was asking, Woody's like, I'm taking a gun to fend off any pushers.
Woody's gonna sneak up behind you guys and just cram a finger in your butt. You're gonna leap right into that river.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's how.
And that's an
how you-
advantage I have because apparently I think like groin grabbing and checking your oil is just a normal part of this.
Look, I'll let you do that. You can even put rose petals around me, but I'm not going in the fucking river near the class 5s.
I think the
Like-
the raft might turn over.
One thing that we never mentioned about that finger in the asshole
Think so?
thing
Yeah,
is
I don't-
just how
yeah, I
bad
don't
your
think
hands
so.
are gonna smell.
You think the raft might turn over?
yeah, that's happened
No,
to me
he-
before.
Wait, you really think that? I don't think that.
Yeah, I do.
That'd be pretty intense if the raft flipped over.
Nah.
Yeah, the raft will flip over, or or a side will get so high, or it'll get so uneven that at least some of the people fall out of the boat. That's gonna happen,
Oh, I'd love that so much.
Nah.
and you know
On
you
the
could be
bright
one
side,
of those
if
people.
all of that goes miserably wrong, I'll have the Mercadurka show. So there's that.
I'll be sitting in the middle of the boat if it starts to tip either way. That's how that go down. I'll shove bitches out if I have to. I don't give a fuck. There's gonna be some strangers on that boat with us.
See, okay, here's the thing, and I almost feel guilty. Like I'm halfway not wanting to tell you. If the boat is in a situation in which it might tip over, you want to go to the high side. That's like
Right.
it's okay. But your first reaction was to go to the middle, which will soon get you on the low side, which will send you in the water.
No, I'm assuming I'm on the low side, so going to the middle is.
I was going
the
to
high side.
grab you. I figured like wrap my arms and legs around you and just make sure that I'm close and everything will be okay.
Who?
Woody,
Oh, okay.
I got to tell you, I'm okay with this plan.
he's
Did
a
you
very
think that he
strong
meant
swimmer.
you, Chiz? That he was gonna grab onto you for safety?
That's what I.
Oh yeah, if I want to
that's a
sink to the
suicide.
bottom like a rock,
That's a suicide.
I'm hooking myself up to Aquaman over here.
We're
When
all
they
gonna
grab
have
onto
life
Chiz, and
preservers
We're both
on.
gonna sink like stones and be dead in seconds.
Woody keeps saying life preservers, like that's gonna stop if your foot gets stuck under a rock and
Yeah,
gets sucked under.
exactly. My foot's
Like,
stuck. The foam does nothing.
Command a school of fish to come from the deep.
The life preserver may
Right,
kill
foot.
you because you can't get under to unlodge your foot because you keep
Listen,
bobbing up.
Here's my prediction, and this is just the boat's gonna tip. A lot of people are gonna fall out. At least some of us, and everyone will be fine.
A lot of
Here's
ruined
mine.
bones from some.
Remember in Jaws how Quinn said he'd never wear a life preserver again?
Who said that?
Really, should be really hardcore when they tell you got to wear yours and just be like, start telling them that story and tell them you won't wear it. Just fuck with them.
Why wouldn't he wear a life preserver again? I don't remember.
Because
the
the
scene.
sharks ate all his friends in the waters. Because they were bobbing in their life preservers for days after the ship got sank.
So he
Jaws.
wouldn't wear a life preserver so that he would
Yeah,
die
he, would,
before
he
the shark
wouldn't want to
got
suffer
him.
through that again. The days of anguish watching his friends get eaten alive one by one, not knowing who was next.
Well, he could have
So
just
instead
taken
of
off his
taking off
preserver at any
the
Why not
time.
just taking it off? I mean, it's a buckle.
This guy sounds like he's full of crap, to be honest
What a
with you.
melodramatic ass.
Yeah.
It
I don't
really
ever want to go
happened.
through that again. Why
They
didn't
were
you just
trying to
take it off then?
survive. They wanted to live.
No,
Well, then stop
apparently he
complaining.
doesn't want to
In
live
his
because he doesn't
older
want to wear his
years-
life preserver.
But in his older years, he thought that he would never want that again, so he would just rather just die in the ships.
This is the kind of asshole who leaves comments on my channel thinking they know what they want, but then when they get it, they're all mad.
I don't think you've ever seen Jaws.
So can we push Kyle out of the boat?
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Oh my god!
You would have to send me kicking and screaming. I would swing an oar or a paddle or whatever the fuck they call it, and I'd do my best to take anyone I could with me.
What if you hit the
There was one time when there were too many of us sitting on the tailgate of a truck. It was going about 35 miles per hour, and imagine like too many butts on the back of a truck tailgate, and like mine just starts slipping. I start slipping down toward the ground. We're driving in a field, and at some point I turned around so my stomach was facing the bed so it could like grab something, and I grabbed a dude and I took him with me. That's how this is going to go.
Wow.
I'm taking somebody with me.
But you're in front of us.
You're the
I
kind
will-
of guy I want to go into battle with.
You've got to push me. You've got to lay hands on me. I'm taking you with me. I'm grabbing your hand. I'm grabbing your vest, your hair, whatever. You're coming with me.
I got an oar.
You're swinging the oar and pushing at the same time, or
Well,
are you just going to hit me with the oar?
You push me with the oar.
There should be a
If I
picture
clock
of you
in the
doing-
head, that'll knock you
Kyle,
out.
have you ever seen those?
It's
Like,
He's
not
got a
a-
helmet. He'll be
it's
fine.
He's going
Not
to
an
clock
oar.
me over the head with an oar.
You have a paddle. They're different.
paddle.
I said earlier, or a paddle, whatever it may be.
But if we hit you in the head with a paddle, you're gonna fall. You're not gonna go unconscious. You got a helmet on. You know,
If
safety
you hit me
first.
hard enough, you just drive me into the waters, I suppose.
You guys act like the water's a death sentence. It's not. It's 1 foot from the boat.
I don't
but
want
it's
to go in that
cold.
fucking
You
water,
get
and
knocked
anybody
in the
pushes me in that
water,
water
I
is
have an
coming with me.
idea.
That's all I'm saying.
Go back to the boat. You'll be fine. There'll be
I
like
don't wanna
6
get
people grabbing you by
But
your
you-
legs and your life preserver, and they pull you right back in.
I don't like getting wet, so
I don't trust you. What the fuck,
I
Kyle?
don't like getting wet, but you're going whitewater rafting. This is
look.
a
I
bad
didn't want to do this from the beginning. This isn't my ideal
this was
trip.
actually
I'm just down for whatever we come up with, so I'm not gonna bitch out of
This
anything.
is
I
gonna
don't
be
want
awesome.
to do this.
This is my idea.
You know what? Leave a comment and let me know who you want to get sent into the water the most.
You
That's
know
not even
you're
fair.
gonna lose.
That's not even
Chiz.
fair.
Chiz.
Seriously,
It's
if you
all
make it
wet
this
and
far in PKA, I want you to leave a comment and tell me who gets pushed in the water.
You know they all want you or Chiz to go in that water. Nobody wants me going in that water.
I agree. Nobody wants Kyle to go in the water. Prove me wrong. But yeah, they're all going to root for Chiz and I.
But wouldn't it be funnier if Kyle went in? He doesn't like water. He's like a kitty cat. He does the doggy paddle.
What
That
you
makes him
guys
really
don't
cool.
know is like
Picture
I've been
footage
training.
of Kyle doggy paddling back
Watch
into
him
the.
doggy paddling in the rapids.
What
You
you
guys realize
don't
what's
know is I've
happening
been
right now,
training every
audience?
day.
Just Kyle doggy paddling back into the boat.
Kyle,
Oh my
Kyle
God.
thinks he's got you guys wrapped around his finger, listeners. He thinks he
broke.
can just instruct you to tell Chiz he has to go in the water. You show him otherwise. Tell Kyle to get in the goddamn water, and he just might.
Yeah, Kyle's clearly working his
Show
Jedi
him that
mind
you're
tricks.
not wrapped around his finger.
You know you want to see him doggy paddle through crack in the rock.
Exactly. Don't you want to see maybe a close encounter with a turtle, or maybe dirty water?
You know, you're not going to get his mask off unless he's in the water and slamming against rocks. Okay. I mean, you want to see his face? I mean,
Yes.
come
What
on.
if that was the
I
big
promise
reveal
you
of your
this.
face?
I'm
Just
going in the
horribly
water.
maimed.
If someone
don't
has
think
to
I'm going
give
in the
him
water.
mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, they will film it and put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh God!
What if that was
won't
the big
happen.
reveal? The big
That
reveal
won't
was
happen.
him being all below.
I'm definitely not gonna drown. That's not happening.
Really?
I think.
You doggy paddle.
Oh please,
know.
Chiz. You keep talking about that. I just really think that I'm a better swimmer than you are.
Who thinks we
not.
should do a race?
Not.
Let's race. Let's race.
No.
Is it the cabin on
I
a
think
river?
that-
We can race across the river.
I'll even take
Oh,
that bet.
man.
I won't beat Woody, but I might beat Kyle.
All right, I guess we'll swim.
But freestyle, none of this doggy paddling bullshit.
Ah, man,
You
I've
can
gotta
use
start-
any stroke you want. He's not gonna. He's gonna have a. Do you have a faster one up your sleeve than freestyle?
I'll breaststroke it.
That's all I know to do is breaststroke and doggy paddle.
Get your.
Are you serious, dude?
Are you being real?
Yes.
You
What
not
are
know
you
how to
talking about?
freestyle?
Like,
No,
No,
you don't know
I
how to
don't.
freestyle.
But-
Freestyle's the
You don't know how to
normal one.
freestyle?
Arm
Yo.
over arm?
I don't know anything about swimming. Like, this isn't a thing I know about now.
And you say you're gonna beat me.
I just don't think
I've been swimming since I was fucking.
I just don't think you can swim very fast. I think I'm a lot more
Oh,
streamlined.
wait. Let's put money on it. I won't bet on me. You know that doesn't.
All right, so
I will
what's-
bet on Woody. So
How far is this? How far do we have
How
to
far are we
swim? Because
swimming?
I'm like
It looked like it was 100 yards.
100
or so.
meters. Oh. 100 yards.
I will bet $100 on Woody.
now, is this something that we really want to do before we go on a white water rafting thing?
We'll do it after. We're gonna be in a lake.
I don't
at
care
the end of it.
before,
Won't we
after,
be
whatever.
exhausted after the thing? I'm just saying.
You want to do it right after Kyle has eaten his 11th daily apple? That's when he's
Call me
slowest.
call me when the
then
competition's back
you can
on
beat
after we make up these rules about tired and all this garbage.
Yeah,
We'll swim a distance, and whoever wins wins. I'll put money on it if you want to. I think I'm faster than you. I just do. I don't see how
if the river's
If
too
all
wide,
you know
we'll
how
do
to
a
do
thing.
is doggy paddle and breaststroke, you're not fast.
Here's the deal. We want to do the race. If the river's too wide, like it's dangerously far, I'll just swim out, and your goal will be to make it to me.
Yeah.
Okay, but at the end of the river, it opens into like a bay or a
I'm
lake.
a little worried about current, but we'll figure something out. We'll make a race happen.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
Woody will be
Doesn't
the
sound
bully.
dangerous. He'll be
I
fine.
just don't see how Chiz could be faster than me.
Because I know how to fucking swim,
I
first of
do,
all.
I do, man. There are fat people on swim teams.
Dude,
it's not the thing.
Fat floats, first of all, and
It
I've been
does.
swimming. I've had a pool since I was fucking 3.
Oh my God, he's gonna
love
crush
swimming.
you. Kyle's
And first
fit.
of all, I know more than 2 strokes. Doggy paddle's not a stroke, first of all.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't think
look,
that
I'm not
Chiz is gonna
saying I'm
win that.
faster. I just think that I can
Did you have
swing
swimming
my
and
arms and
physical
kick my
education?
legs more efficiently than
Kyle,
you can.
if you want, I will give you a quick swimming lesson.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you have
okay.
swimming and physical education?
Hey,
No.
28, prime time for swimming lessons.
No, we just had a pool at home. Hey, there's plenty of black people that don't know how to swim at all.
Did you see
Hey,
that? I think
easy.
the guy was a
Wow.
wide receiver or something, taking swimming lessons.
I saw that. It's true. Black
white
people don't know
men
how to
can't
swim.
jump,
That's not
you know?
racist. They
Yeah,
just don't.
That is true. We had
White can't
it's a
jump.
generalization.
Kid Rock cannot swim.
couldn't swim.
Or excuse me, I mean Chris Rock. Chris Rock.
I was going to say Kid Rock is white.
Kid Rock is
Yeah,
white.
terrible,
Rock is not
terrible
white.
Came out of my
example.
mouth. Yeah, Chris Rock can't swim.
He can't.
He said
It's-
I saw him on the Stern
I
Show.
won't-
No,
dude, one of the fastest guys I ever swam with was black. He didn't train
That
for
is like a
shit.
shock-
Oh, they
Shocking
could take the sport
stereotype,
over.
though.
They just don't know how.
Yeah. Oh, you're right about that. We used to
Yeah.
sit there on the swim team and be like, because I don't. If you know what a swimmer's body is like, he should be tall, long, and strong, right? If you look at a lot of those guys, like their freshman year in the NBA or like college basketball players, they have bodies that swimmers would kill for. Man, they're tall and they're still strong. Those guys, I feel like if some of the guys that liked basketball like swimming instead, records would be broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Kobe Bryant had a passion for swimming,
Yes.
he might be the greatest swimmer of all time.
It could be. Like LeBron's a little too strong, I think. At least
yeah.
right now he is. But there's a lot of guys in the NBA who you just like, oh my God, they've got
Larry
bodies that
Bird.
would kick ass in the pool.
I bet Larry Bird could have swam. That was a string bean right there.
That mustache is so gross.
I think you're pedocyst.
That mustache was
I
terrible.
think you have a prejudice against pedophile stashes, and it's not cool.
It's a respectable porn stash, all right?
So you were saying Justin TV is gone. Is that a big deal? I don't know.
It's interesting. I mean, that's where the site started, and now the gaming portion took off so big that it didn't go. First, they changed the corporation name to Twitch Interactive, and now it's just JTV's gone.
Yeah.
I
So
used to watch that in high school.
do you remember how Justin TV got big?
I think it was iJustine, right?
No. Here, check this out. So there were a lot of live streaming websites, right? And it was hard to really pick which one. I remember, so Justin.tv was one. There was, can you guys remember some of their competitors?
Ustream.
Ustream was one.
Live stream.
Livestream was one. Anyway, there were a bunch of these. And then on Justin TV, somebody, they were live streaming themselves. They were unhappy and not mentally healthy. And they killed themselves on stream. And it became this really big thing. And like news coverage and everybody learned about Justin TV. And they didn't plan it. It wasn't like, someone just did it, just live streamed themselves doing a suicide. I think it was by Firearm, and it was on like everywhere. It was sick way the best advertising one could possibly get. All of a sudden, it was like, whoa, people are doing shit on Justin TV. Like, you never know what's going to come. It's interesting, and it started the like phenomenon, I guess, of live streaming, or at least, and it certainly made Justin TV the winner out of all those things. And then from there, Justin TV, like a lot of people started, the gaming got popular, then they launched Twitch, and it just exploded into, suddenly the non-gaming stuff faded away. Justin TV was so much bigger than Twitch. When they first opened Twitch, I didn't want to be part of it. They're like, you're gaming, we'll put you on Twitch. And it was like, no, but everyone knows Justin TV. That's the one. Right. And then, like, sort of without asking, you just got pushed over there. And
which is kind of a shame, because I feel like if you want to stream anything non-gaming now, you have to go to like Ustream, which is okay, but it's just not as big a platform, and they really do crack down if you stream non-gaming stuff on Twitch.
Yeah, it used to be that
cool with it.
I don't know if it's
Twitch
still
only
true.
for gaming? I didn't even know that.
Like as recently as a year ago, they were very happy to have PKA on it, but
it was a gaming related podcast at the time. Like, they have podcasts on that. They're gaming focused ones.
But has it really ever been gaming focused?
There were a couple episodes
PKA?
where they talk
Actually,
about
when like the new
perks
games
and-
came out,
Yeah.
it's gotten further and further away from that.
It is. Yeah, it has. I mean, we're all gamers, but it's not really about.
Yeah, I don't think we mentioned
anymore.
games once this.
Nah,
right.
It's boring to talk about. Nothing cool's happening. Oh, Evolve got pushed to 2015. There you go. Only game me and Woody were waiting for.
It's the only game I was waiting for. Oh, there's one more.
Worms 3.
Oh, I didn't know about that. But what's the
make it
one
up.
where they had like great voice actors and is it Destiny or something? I know it's on the PS3. I'm not sure if it's multi-platform. And they push forward. They make it into like a police building, and then they come out of the building towards the end of the trailer. It looked really good. I remember, I think on PKA at one point, we looked at the ice on the ground to see how great the graphics were.
Yeah. It's
Is it Destiny?
Yeah, the show
It's not
certainly
Destiny.
changed a lot since we all started it so many years ago.
What I missed it. I wanted to hear the
Murder
game.
was like, yeah, we've changed a lot since we started it so many years ago.
oh, I see.
From the ground up.
What was the game? Come on, who knows this trailer?
I gotta look it up. Ubisoft.
It's from Ubisoft, you think?
Yeah, Division. There, it auto-completed.
Division.
I'm so out of touch with all the video games.
That,
shit.
the new Civilization, and
Yeah,
that's all
that's
I care about.
The new Civilization is going to be fun.
like
Kyle, you
Yeah.
play Magic on Xbox 360, right?
Absolutely not.
What is wrong with you?
I thought you did.
That's fucking horrible. That's like saying, do you like getting peed on? No.
Oh, so it is.
But it's
It will be a
fun.
PC game. It says the
What is?
platforms are Windows, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One.
It'll come to PC, I'm sure. It's gonna be a big RPG game. Open.
When I
world.
hear Windows, I assume PC.
Oh, sorry, misheard that. Well,
Intuitive.
PC just means personal computer. And
Woody, the
personal.
inference team, GamerTag.
Like, I don't know if you assumed Microsoft Surface when you heard that. but yeah, it looks like it's going to be a PC thing, and the release date's 2015. But yeah, Evolve and Division are the only ones that capture my interest right now.
Yeah, and they both 2015 February for Evolve. That's a shame.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't give a shit.
I've hardly been watching COD videos on YouTube anymore. Is it still a thing?
They're boring. They don't even hit the top area in Twitch anymore. They're like ranked. Every time I look, they're like ranked 13 or something.
Well,
Mainly
partly
because
that's
all the
because-
MLG guys moved. But I mean, even when the new DLC came out just recently with all the cool map packs and stuff, still didn't even. And typically back in the day, it could get higher, but now just it's dead on Twitch, and I would say YouTube as well.
I still get, like, in my comments all the time, they're like, Woody, you should be going back to COD, COD this, COD that, COD maybe.
Go back to that sinking ship. Go
Yeah,
home,
right.
get your bucket,
Woody,
and start pouring the water
You should
out.
make videos that nobody watches or likes anymore in a dying game that has completely lost interest.
You should be like Al Bundy, just reliving the highlights of your youth
Yeah.
over and over
Just
again.
upload content that constantly incites frustration and hate from everyone.
And then get called out as they say, you didn't learn that tip. You found that on Reddit. You were not original.
On blah blah blah. You didn't really come up with that. I haven't watched a Call of Duty video since probably a year and a half since before I stopped making videos.
You're not missing much.
They're not fun. But
No,
But
not at all.
And also, the kind of video I liked where people would open my mind became like, no one makes them.
And if they just moved to vlog, that's what I would do.
And open your
Why
mind is
get a
different than
gameplay?
blow your mind, right? Like, I don't expect every video to just like shock me, like, oh my god, I never thought of this that way. But like some of the guys that did open your mind, like Sean Anders and Hutch, for example, they stopped making that kind of content. Hutch totally pulled back. He's like, I don't talk about like who I am or my personal life anymore at all. And it's like, oh, that for me was my favorite part. Sean Anders, right? He used to talk about how he felt on topics and I think he met Steve Wynn or something, and he would talk about money and the wisdom that the guy passed on to him. That's not the kind of video he does anymore. I don't really make those anymore. Blame Truth, I used to listen to him, and he'd have things for me to think about. No one really makes like videos for you to think about over COD anymore. It's gone.
Yeah, good. Kill it with fire.
I have lots of thought-provoking videos with COD. It's just they're all over the same 11
So
minutes
over
of
the same,
gameplay.
yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. And I love zombies and I loved you, but I cannot fucking watch that shit over and over again.
That's why like 90% of the people who watched my channel didn't actually watch anything. Like I'd ask, like, hey,
I can still picture it.
what
You were
percent of
training.
guys are actually watching, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I just turned this on and listen. I don't know what you're playing. I
I can still picture it. You were training on the bottom of 5 in Black Ops 1. I can picture it so fucking vividly.
And I just being a jackass probably. Yep.
Yeah, typically. I mean, that was you. I mean,
That was me.
you haven't changed much in 2 years. Still an asshole. Horrible
You rat
negotiation.
bastard, Chiz. People are gonna like leave comments and be like, "Why were Taylor and Chiz being so mean to each other? Do they not like each other? Do they hate each other? Is
I
Taylor
met-
gonna try and get him kicked off the show?"
Yes,
I met
I will
Taylor
kick
a
all
long
of them
time
off
ago.
until it's just Chiz.
Yeah,
Suck a dick, everybody.
Right.
the Dr. Chiz Power Hour.
First I fire Merca, then Kyle, then me. And now it's just a Chiz power.
I still upload it to Woody's channel, though, because of DPK.
The Master Ruseman fires himself.
What a twist! Nobody saw this coming.
Oh, they've all fallen right into Woody's snafu. Pranked again.
Evolve should be a cool game, right? It's made by the makers of Left 4 Dead, right? And who I love that game. And what else was I gonna say? Made by the makers of Left 4 Dead, and it's like Left 4 Dead in that it's a co-op game, except it's more like versus in that you go against there's a handful of like beasts or something, and apparently the beasts use stealth, which I guess is similar to versus too. You can't just run into a sea of gunfire in versus and expect to have success. And I don't know. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun.
My favorite thing about the game, and I wish this was in Left 4 Dead, maybe Left 4 Dead 3 if that's sometime before I croak.
Falco through 3.
Well, they can do 4 minus 3 and plus 1 to the 2. But I like that each role. Shut up. Each character has a role. Like in Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead is just cosmetic, even though I always pick Zoe because that's who I like staring at. I like being a woman sometimes, but in Left 4 Dead it's all cosmetic. Whereas in this game, each role actually matters and helps to beat the creature, whatever it's called.
Be tricky
So I
to
like
balance
that.
them.
It looks like you. I think you can only play as each one. Like you have to be in that party of 4. Each person has to be one of them. You can't
Right,
double up.
but
on,
it'd be
like, two
tough to
assault.
be like, I'm the one that runs slow. God, everyone knows this is the worst one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you make him a tank and he can take more hits, or he has more melee. Like before they fucking patched it, Yeah, I think
I
we
do
could do it.
understand, right? Usually they
I
match
believe they
slow with some sort of strength, but
I trust these guys enough to not fuck it up. They made
Are they actually doing
amazing
Left 4 Dead 3?
games. I
haven't heard anything
think-
about it.
Oh,
I think
I
there
can't
was
think
one
of a Valve
screenshot. There was one screenshot I recall seeing of an employee's desk, and it showed like Source Engine 2 and Left 4 Dead 3. That
Name
was
all the
only
Valve
thing cool.
triquels. What do you call a third?
Trintility.
the third what?
Name all the Valve games that have made it to 3.
None. Okay, I'm done.
Is it
Not a
really? Is it
single one.
actually literally 0?
Wait, Valve
Unless-
games? I don't even know what a Valve
If
game
you're
is.
counting the
Am I
number
saying it
3,
wrong? I'm not.
no, you're saying it right. If you're saying the number 3, there's none. I mean, Half-Life has had expansions, like they've got Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2, but there's no number 3 game in any Valve series game. None.
If
I would
they-
like a Portal 3. I would like Portal 3 and Left 4 Dead 3 before even Half-Life 3. Like, that's a fucking decade already.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore.
I haven't even played
and,
Half-Life.
and the cop-out that Gabe always gives is like, it's been so long, we can't make a game to live up to the hype. I'm like, fuck you, you're making it. You're just not telling anyone about it. But, like, I want the other
They're
two
not.
series more than Half-Life 3.
I don't think it's possible for a game to take more than like a year and a half, 2 years to make.
Duke
it-
Nukem.
That was
That's
one of the
actually
worst
going to
games
fall
ever.
into my example. If
Yeah.
it takes more than like a year and a half to make, they start it over. No one works on a game in a straight line for more than a year and a half.
Oh, I don't think they are. I'm sure they've rebuilt Half-Life 3 500 times.
I don't think
you
so.
know?
I don't think there's anyone working on Half-Life 3.
Then what are they working on? They're working on. I doubt they're working on new IPs.
You do?
Yeah, like
It
Left 4
is
Dead
interesting.
3.
I can't think of what Steam would be working on. Are they working on Team Fortress 3? Are they working
That'll
on
never happen.
Are they working on Left 4 Dead 3?
See, Left 4 Dead's
Half-Life 3?
interesting because it was
Portal
like Left 4
3?
Dead 1, and then Left 4 Dead 2 literally came out a year earlier, and people are like, "Whoa, don't do this!" And then it's been like fucking 5 years since that game came out. Portal had a bigger gap between it, but
I can't think of what game they'd be working on right now.
I mean, there are some games they've made that didn't have a 2, like Ricochet, I think, but
Yeah.
nothing major. Like
I
their
feel like I
top
can't
3
even name any
franchises.
Valve games. Maybe they're working on Counter-Strike 3?
No. I mean, they just did CS:GO not that long ago. You know, it's got to be Portal, Left 4 Dead, or Half-Life, and I'm leaning towards the Portal and Left 4 Dead way more than the Half-Life one. And this again, super nerdy. Nobody gives a shit at this point anymore.
Really?
but
Oh, I don't know. All right. So,
I don't know. We're just sitting here going, please give us one of the 3s, or what 3 are you making, or what? I don't know. I just feel like everyone should agree they need to make a 3 game and quit the memes. Please.
Do you want to watch this policeman shoot a hostage taker with deadly accuracy?
No, I
okay.
don't.
Wait. I think it should be a choice. You can watch a hostage shoot a... Did you say a hostage shoot a policeman or backwards?
A policeman shoot a hostage taker.
Or would you like to watch a McDonald's employee beat down an aggressor?
Seen
Okay,
both excellent videos.
We're in a world where we can have everything. I want both.
Oh, pick one.
You get one, Chiz.
Yeah, McDonald's employee beat down
How bad is
aggressor.
the beatdown?
It's
Is
satisfying.
it blood?
It's satisfying. He uses weapons.
Blood.
Uh,
I don't
I
think
don't
there's
know.
blood, but there's like
Gunman.
he's okay. All right.
Gunman.
I'll have to settle for
Kyle,
second place.
Kyle, you better not let me down with this. All right. I'm
well, I mean,
picking-
it's a
everything
guy
I described
dying,
it to
so
Yeah, I give you death.
Bandido chega perto. Está
like his head
armado
explodes.
e rende o amigo do
I don't know about
soldado.
that, but
O
where's your
criminoso
second?
We'll get back if
apontar.
it blows out.
You know, I wanted to be.
Oh, I have seen this one. This
Yeah.
one's a good one. So if,
This is a good one.
yeah.
It's fucked up that we can even say stuff like that.
Nice
Man.
little story of death right here in this 25 seconds.
That's it. The video ends right there.
Oh, you
Yeah.
guys watched it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Isn't
don't
that
wanna-
weird to see those kind of videos and just realize like the culmination of every action, every person they ever met, all of it just ends there. Like that's
Kyle
it.
and I
It's
saw
weird
some
to see-
people dancing with AKs. And to
Watching-
Gangnam.
Death is a funny thing, right? Like it's it's
really
a weird thing. And then if you
so
rewatch it, it's
somber.
weird too. It's like I am watching a person right before that person completely ends. It's something about
Yeah.
it, like life removing is so irreversible. It's like it's a weird thing. Like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden this person that was alive, I don't know what their motivation was, why they took a hostage. I think he was just trying to get their gas money. Suddenly, in the end, oh, and by the way, that cop made a really risky choice. It worked out.
Yeah.
But the guy
Good
had
shot.
a gun on his buddy, and he just pulled it from his hip and got that shot off in one motion. He's a much better shot than me. I mean, I think I could probably make it against paper, but if you've ever been rushed with a gun, if you've never been rushed with a gun, it's easy to underestimate how much it hurts your, accuracy. It messes you up. That guy's a good shot. I bet he's a competitive shooter.
He shot fast.
He shot like a competitive shooter. He shot like a guy who's done that drill a million times.
Yeah, maybe so. Well, that's one that gets drilled a lot. That little piece of the hostage taker behind your hostage, a few inches of target.
Yeah, there are people who daydream about that. There are a lot of people who watch this video who wish it was them that was in that situation.
Totally.
Oh, if that was me with my wife,
I've done that 10,000 times.
Yeah, that would be so perfect.
I've thought about that before. I don't know how nerve impulses work. Like, is it even fucking safe? What if he jerks him getting shot in the head? You shoot the part that sends a signal to tell him to pull his trigger. I don't know how
Well,
that
that's
shit
entirely
works.
possible.
Yeah.
Merc, are you coming? I mean, do you know this, or are you just saying like?
No, it is possible.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, just
That's why it's
little
always
death spasm.
super.
I
That's
don't
why
know
it's
if it
always
is or
been
not though, because I've seen another video that seems to be like a Hispanic hostage taker, and they blow his fucking head halfway off.
It
and-
depends if he die. It depends how he dies, or if he died. Period. You don't know if you've just shorted something and he's just involuntarily twitched his whole body, or if he's
Yeah.
out dead.
I saw a video where a sniper. It was like in Iraq, and I think a sniper shot a would-be terrorist in the head, and the life from him was so completely removed. He dropped straight down into like a puddle almost, and it was shocking to me to see the life removed like that. Like it was just zip gone, all the way gone. No goodbye, no movie death scene, no oh my god, tell my family I love them. No, just
dead.
Right.
I have a hard time explaining just how fast an instant is, but he was dead in an instant. And then you've seen, of course, the slower deaths and the twitchy deaths, and not really with humans have I seen twitchy deaths, but I've seen a lot of them with animals. Sharks that bite after they're gone, snakes do it for ages.
they kick and claw and roll around and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're dead, right? I mean, like literally, these things
shoot them though. Usually when I shoot animals in the head, they just drop.
Yeah.
Do they? I haven't shot any animals in the head. Well, actually, I did that squirrel, but everyone knows that one.
Yeah, I've shot a deer in the head before, and I've also shot one in the spine, and it gets a pretty similar reaction.
That's fucked up.
Just gone in an instant.
With a bow too, if it makes you feel any.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
a bow.
Wow.
See, now this
With
is the
a
difference
bow.
between Kyle and I. Kyle has a real he's like, man, that guy's shooting with a bow. He needs to take this seriously. That could be inhumane, this and that. In my head, I'm like, I think if you asked the hog or the deer or whatever, if he gave a shit how you killed him, he'd probably be like, no, don't. They're dead. If you ask them what they did with the body afterwards, I don't think they'd care about that either. I think that Kyle's probably right. I mean, he's certainly more experienced in hunting than I am, but I don't understand really.
It's a more painful death. That's all. It takes longer to run its fruition. You die for a longer period of time. Well, I'm just saying, like if I would rather not put any undue suffering upon the animal.
No, I know.
And what we were looking at was like people shooting hogs out of a helicopter with a crossbow. And I was like, yeah, that's cool as long as you're accurate. And the guy who's doing it was accurate. He was making good, humane shots. But still, I was like, if I got to choose, I'd much rather have that buckshot than that bow.
He's talking about a video we watched of hog hunting from a helicopter, and the guy used, was it a bow or a crossbow?
Crossbow.
It was a
Did we watch
crossbow.
that one last time? Maybe after the show? I think we did.
It had music to it. It was
Yeah.
The music was a little intense.
And Kyle, I don't know. Kyle was like, but it's okay because the guy was an ace
Yeah, I had no problem with any of his shots. They were all really good
Yeah,
shots, right?
it's not
in
like
the heart
clipping
and
their
lungs.
Achilles tendons.
Yeah, nothing like that. Like when I was first learning to bow hunt, I did make some bad shots, and I always felt awful. I shot a deer right in the ass one time. Like,
I want to
I
watch my
blew
video.
a rabbit's like whole lower body off with a.
Let's
12
watch the
I was
McDonald
11
thing.
years
All
old.
right.
Yeah,
Missed the whole
I
thing.
think you guys are gonna like this.
Let's watch it.
And I'm going to have a different opinion than most of you on who the worst person in
should
this
we
video
queue up,
is.
or are we
Let's
just?
queue up at 0
Yeah,
this
queue
time.
up at 0.
That's where I am.
And at
Is
the
the
end,
McDonald's
try and
fight?
determine who the worst person in this video is. Are you
All right.
ready? So as it starts, I'll say ready, set, play. As it starts, the woman is already in some sort of verbal fight with the McDonald's employee. Ready, set, play.
Do something.
Oh, that's just rude. That's not how you
Woman
get
needs a
that.
beating.
That woman with
Yep.
the hat.
Don't
So
reach
you
over the
act in
counter.
public.
Fucking scene,
We should have watched this when Anthony was on the show.
right?
Keep watching.
Oh,
She slapped him, and then he like pushed her. So she's not okay with
Oh, he's
this.
jumping over.
You shouldn't really climb that counter.
Oh shit! You done stepped into the fry man's land. Oh,
Look at Now listen.
we don't tolerate that shit at Burger King.
Oh my god!
Brad,
Look at that guy laughing. You can't contain yourself.
give her another. Yeah.
Oh, I've actually heard the backstory of this. This guy was convicted for manslaughter and had just gotten out of prison.
He whipped the shit out of her. Good.
Oh
Come on.
Good.
Now,
I
wait,
watch
wait,
that
wait.
again.
First question. Whose video wins?
Oh,
Yours.
your
that-
video wins.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Second question.
Why is he hitting
Who was
her
the worst
with?
person in that video?
She was.
Who's
She was.
The woman that got hit?
Both
That
of
was
the
a
women that
righteous
got
beating.
slaughtered.
No. The worst person in that video was
The guy
the
filming.
blonde bitch yelling, "Stop! Stop!
Yeah.
Stop!"
Oh, that.
I'm watching it again.
He only listened mildly. He kept hitting her.
No. Go back. Go back in 45 seconds. I guess the person on the ground said something to him. He's like, "Oh yeah," and he starts giving her some
He
more.
starts hitting him again.
Oh, the
I
stop
love how the
woman?
coworker grabs his hand like, hey, cameras are on.
Yeah,
All right,
no,
so
the
I've watched
best
this
part
3
is the
times now.
coworkers
Who
like
is this
this.
other? So I see the lady with the gray shirt go back there, but there seem to be
There's
two
two
of them
women,
back
yeah.
there. he beat
He's
some
whooping
broke
two
down.
women's asses with whatever the fuck that is he broke
It
off and
looks
made a
metal.
shakeout of.
That was just he just administered a hardcore bludgeoning. At
Yeah,
her.
women.
You know
please.
that guy just said, hey, clean up this bitch's blood and went out and had a cigarette out back.
I'm
That's what he
telling
did.
you, that guy loves women, but she slapped him across the face. Don't
Inexcusable.
do that.
And came
then
into his
invaded
place.
his land. They invaded his place back there.
They
What
came
made
after
her
him.
think
This
This was.
and whipped her ass real good.
I
She
keep
needed a good
saying
ass
this
whipping.
on every show. I think women underestimate the strength difference. That guy just beat up 2 girls. Last week, there was a guy that beat up 5 women at one time.
Hey, he had a weapon. He had a half a broken friolator back there.
I hear you. I hear
But
you.
he
those
beat
women's
them up.
asses.
He whipped those women.
How would that
He
have
gave-
gone if he had no weapon?
Oh, he could have bludgeoned them
He'd
the
have-
same way with his arms.
He would have won anyway because
Yeah.
You see that guy's arms?
That guy was gonna. Those women were stupid. Stupid. Not crazy. Not, risk takers. They were just
That guy
stupid.
slept fucking great that night.
10 times out of 10.
I don't know if
that
you guys
goes
heard me
down
at
that
the
way.
end of the video. That guy was convicted for manslaughter and had just gotten out of prison because I read the news story about it.
Wait, get out. That's
And so-
true?
Are you serious?
It's true. He
That's
was
Freddy the
convicted of
Killer, the
manslaughter.
Fry Man.
Fucked with the wrong ex-con.
I've been whooping ass for 15
Yeah, that's a
years.
dangerous
He
person to mess
just
with.
got out, went to Burger
my-
King, now he's back in
So
jail. 'cause of
I'm reading the
probation.
description on this video to learn more, like maybe what Merc is telling us.
Yeah.
Here's the description.
So good.
The brain
He,
knows
he was
what it
acquitted.
wants. What it wants? 2 broads step into the wrong fry guy on the wrong day. Bitch, never ask for a Whopper when you want a quarter pounder. That's the description. So you think this guy was he just got out for manslaughter or something?
Yeah, he had. I mean, this video, or Bill Burr talked about this video on his podcast like 2 years ago or something when it first came out, I think. It was him or someone else, and he was talking about a news story that he was convicted of manslaughter, and he had just gotten out.
I like that
great.
so much because all right, so I have a real thing, and it's not black women. It's I don't know what it's something about women who are screaming and are saying things like do it, and like getting in somebody's face
Just
and really
boisterous
just
and
egging
annoying.
Like
them
the
on.
bitch on the bus that one time.
Yeah, when they're just like, bring it. Oh, you won't, you pussy, you faggot, you bitch.
Just needlessly
And it's
contentious.
just like, and you're just thinking to yourself like, I will destroy you. What are you thinking, you 120-pound weakling? Like, don't you know you are the equivalent of the nerdiest man of all time, and I could knock you out with one punch? What are you doing? And it's just like to occasionally see it go down where Fryman's had enough. He arms himself and whips not one but two dumb bitches. I really enjoyed that. And hopefully they move forward in their lives respecting other human beings, not just men, it's not misogynistic in any way, I don't think. I just don't
No, not at all.
like people like her.
If there weren't other people in there at the time, he'd have beaten them to fucking death.
So
Look,
wait,
I've said it before, I'll say it again. People greatly overestimate how serious these beatings are, okay? They'll be like, oh, but people die all the time. They fall over, hit their head on the sidewalk. Yeah, freak accidents happen. For the most part, we're hardy. We can take a whooping. And
I have
those
some
women
more
are gonna be all
details
right.
about the whooping we just watched.
Tell me how bad it was.
What he
Well, he
hit
lost the back of his head.
One woman
so-
suffered a fractured skull requiring surgery
Yeah,
and a
fuck
broken
her.
bone in her arm.
Yeah,
The other
fuck her.
one
I'm not worried
Don't
about
put it
her.
up to. It's when she put it up to defend against the
Yeah.
object coming in.
Yeah.
And then the
If
second
she
one
hadn't got her
suffered
head and face in the way.
substantial pain and a laceration. And
Oh, you got
Merkin-
out lucky.
All right,
the
look, I don't-
guy is facing 2 felony accounts on criminal possession of a weapon, and the women are been hit with menacing, disorderly conduct, and trespassing counts.
Yes,
That
Your
guy
Honor.
gets a
I
lawyer,
did
he'll
use
get out of
that,
this.
That violator
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
weapon.
If that guy had a good lawyer, he could get out of this. And second of all, he shouldn't have fractured his skull. He should have been hit. I imagine him hitting her like in the legs and ass and thighs and meaty areas that could take him for maybe the
Dude,
back and.
That guy just went red and started wailing.
Yeah, I wouldn't hit anybody in the head unless
know
it was
what
like a
the fuck
dude
he-
that I was trying to incapacitate or something. But
I want to know what the weapon was. What piece of kitchenware was that?
it looked like a piece of. You know what it looked like to me? It looked like a tool my dad made sometimes. It looked like a piece of spring steel, that they used to like lock a door or something.
Like
Like
the
something
thing you used to hold your hood on your car up.
Yeah.
Something like that, or maybe like something they would stick
it
to
had
the freezer
many-
door to like, keep it lashed or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Certainly
grabbed
something
it.
sufficient to
was a
seriously
metal
maim 2
rod.
people.
Yeah, it was a metal rod of some kind,
I wonder if that's just the
bend.
defense.
Did you
I actually
notice that?
thought it was a fry pan that like broke apart as he hit them, but it's described in here as a metal rod.
Yeah,
And you notice it didn't bend at all. Like it was like stainless steel. Like it was a solid piece of spring steel.
Oh, he has 2 felony assault counts and criminal possession of a weapon. Did I say that properly? I'm
not
not
the
sure I
first time
did.
he's whipped a woman like that.
That was his nightstick. He just happened to be carrying on him.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
he had that with him.
And the manslaughter, interesting. He killed someone with a 380, which is often called not enough to kill someone, but clearly is.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
We should do an experiment with the 380 when guys get down here and like get a goat and kill it.
You guys have to fuck it first, though.
Yeah,
Like,
dang it.
film it with
I'm gonna take
night
it off
vision.
in private. I have a reputation to
Hey,
protect.
if you actually want a goat to use as a target, like not a live one, but like a goat carcass, I can make that happen for like $80.
Down.
Just saying.
If I'm
Down
gonna shoot
for
for
the
the first
goat.
time, it's gonna be a dead fucking goat.
If you've ever wanted to like
a Henry.
40
You never shot a gun before, Chiz?
for Magnum or like a.
I could, but I just haven't. We've got guns.
I shouldn't. I feel bad that he fractured his skull, but I still think they both needed a good ass whooping. I wish the first woman had gotten the same ass whooping the second woman had gotten, and I'd feel better about it. But still,
You
They
felt
learned
better
about-
if they both had fractured skulls?
no, if they both had lacerations and bruises.
Yeah.
If they both passed away on the Burger King floor.
Because she slapped him and then climbed over the counter, and she wanted to like hit him more.
If he hit her
to
once,
attack
I
him.
think he'd have been cool. If
And,
he
and
just
the
laid her
thing
out.
is, he retreated, right? When she slapped him, he like went to the back and she chased him there.
Yeah.
And something about that, it seems so aggressive. Like I don't know about you, but I kind of have this thing built into me that like that area behind that counter is not some place I'm supposed to ever be.
Right.
I feel like I could get in trouble if I went there.
If
Like,
I'm
you know what I
ever
mean? It's something
behind
from
a
like,
counter,
childhood. It's like I don't belong there.
like
It's just being responsible.
sometimes you find yourself in an area you're not supposed to be, and it's like, oh my god, how'd I get here? I was when we went on vacation for Dan's wedding, they had like a an omelet station at the like hotel restaurant, and it was just built in such a way that you walked behind the lady, like if you weren't thinking, and that happened to me, and it was like, oh no, like I'm behind a counter. You don't go there. You're not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a thing.
Like I've been invited behind the counter at gun stores before, and once you get back there, it's like, wow, it's kind of weird to be back on this side of the counter.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different feeling. But she had no problem invading that safe zone that I feel is kind of ingrained into my psyche.
It's not that safe.
Did
There's
you-
fucking oil boiling back there, you
Did
know?
You know
you
what I
see how
mean?
she
It's a
was
safe
sauntering,
zone
though?
because like, what's that?
Like just the pace of her walk, the way she was walking back there, it was just the bold-faced
I'm coming
arms
to
at your
fuck
side
you
walk
up, yeah.
of someone who has never faced a real threat in their life of physical violence, someone who has no conception of what getting in a fight would
Like
mean
she
at
owned
that
the
moment.
place.
Like
Like she
someone
owned the
who-
place.
Like, I am coming back there and I'm going to give you a piece of my mind and you're going to deal with
Gonna
it.
slap you around,
She
gonna
walks
claw
around
your
the
eyes
corner,
out.
has a
I'm just
big
gonna take it.
face full of metal rod. Excellent. Excellent. Two thumbs
And that
up.
was a big dude too. I don't want to face off against that dude. No way in hell.
he
That's
should
a
have
big
French
dude.
fried him.
Bit of a story. So, my daughter has a friend, and it's critical to the story. Her friend is a pretty white girl, and she goes to what the two of them describe as a ghetto high school. And she wasn't. It was actually a ghetto middle school. But anyway, she wasn't from the ghetto, so she was new there. And like first day at school or first couple days at school, she's sitting on a bleacher outdoors, like maybe at a football field or something. And this girl came to her. And it's relevant to the story, so I'll mention she's a much bigger black girl. And she's like, "What are you doing in my seat? Get out of my seat!" Doing like this like head finger thing going on. And Hope's friend is like, "Ooh, I'm sorry. Like I didn't know this was your seat. You know, I can move." And then another like a big Hispanic girl is like, "Don't you talk to her like that. She's pretty. You leave her alone." And Hope's friend was like just totally out of her element because she was new to the school. And then what she said was funny. She's like, "I didn't know how to deal with them." And so I'm like jumping on her. I'm like, "Oh, them? Who's them, huh? Who's they in this situation? What are you talking about? You don't know how to deal with minorities? Is that what you're saying?" And she's like, "I just didn't know what to do." And I'm like, or she said she didn't know what to do with them at the time, implying now she does. And I'm like, well, what would you do now, right? Now that you've been in that school for a year and you're a little more seasoned. And she's like, "Oh, you got to stand up for yourself. You got to make it look like you're not a victim." And, she's like puffing her chest out. Like, and now I'd have been like, "What? This ain't your seat? What makes you think this is your seat? Huh?" And she's like, "They don't want to fight. They just want to like make a big display of it." And, I'm trying to be sensitive here. But there are...
Let it out.
No, I can't.
Come on, you want to.
I know what's coming.
What's coming?
I don't know. I was just trying to coax you out.
This could go really wrong, so I'm just waiting for you to,
Kyle,
from the grave.
Like,
I was pooping.
they make a big rush at each other, and they don't actually want to fight, so they just put on like a display of dominance and as if they wanted to, but she's like, it very rarely
Now I
escalates
know what you were going to
into violence. What was I going to say?
Were you going to say like gorillas or something like that?
It's possible
Like a
something like that had
display
entered
of,
my
like-
mind, but I would
Right,
never
that's-
say such a thing.
My God.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what you described. I was just like, oh, display of challenging and masculinity. That's kind of a gorilla
Yeah,
thing.
but these were girls. But yeah, it's she's learning like how to survive in this ghetto school where kids pretty much rush up to each other and and then go.
Wow.
So that just happened. And so
All right, that's PKA 192. This one's NAACP.
but she started telling story after story, and like all this like she just, I don't know, I wish that I could tell it without getting myself into deep trouble. But the displays of the way like people would like peacock around each other and the fighting and the like all of it was so wild. It
Just read Anthony Cumilla's tweets from a month ago. You'll get where Woody's going with this.
but yeah, she taught us the ins
Tell
and
me
outs
more about the chest pounding.
of surviving in a ghetto middle school. And now I guess she's going to a ghetto high school, but she feels like she'll be well equipped for dealing with everything that's to come. So yes, apparently Pretty White Girls can do fine.
Excellent news.
That's fantastic. I was worried.
Good for
Yeah.
that poor child.
She's
I wonder how the education is there.
Not good.
Probably less
Okay.
than ideal.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
You know, if ghetto is being used to describe the school, I'm gonna say it's not that.
yeah. Well,
Bet
she's
she
in all
smells
these
great.
like honors courses and stuff like that. Maybe
Yeah, but what's really an honor class in a ghetto school? Let's be real here.
not sure exactly. And it's
Yeah.
so I was Did you
No
guys see
bullet
that
holes in the
prank?
walls.
I know everyone here saw the prank video. I linked it in the Skype, but this guy goes into the ghetto and pretty much provokes people to hit him.
Fucking
It's
ass.
black guys.
Yeah, he's
it's
an
all about
asshole and he
provoking
deserves
black
it.
guys.
It's not a prank.
It's
Like,
mostly
he's
black
just
guys. There were some
disrespectful.
Hispanic guys and there was a couple of Asian guys. But the real key was the demographic. They were ghetto, right? Like I don't know. How
They
else
were
to say
saying they were dropping N bombs to get hit and stuff, and they were doing.
Wait,
things
was he
you
saying
wouldn't-
the N bomb?
I never heard
I don't
that.
remember that actually.
I don't remember that.
I do
but
remember he'd go up.
I could've
For
sworn.
example, one thing he did a lot is he'd say, "Hey, you want to buy a gun?" And he had a water pistol behind him. So like I guess the second half of the prank would be showing him a water pistol, and he would immediately either get hit, like knockout shots to the jaw, or they'd pull their own gun on him. One guy pulled a knife and started chasing him just because he offered
Yeah.
to sell him a gun. One guy, he was actually really civil. Like he and his buddies were sitting on like the grass in like a park or something, and he'd ask for directions. And as the guy was like, oh yeah, you go here, then you make a left. He's like, don't tell me what to do. He got confused and started the
What?
directions again. Don't tell me what to do, but you asked for directions.
Really provoking.
How
a
did I get
fucking
there?
fight.
Yeah, that
Just trying to
particular
be-
one. Like,
And he farted on some guys too.
yeah,
Well,
see
he
the
had one of
farting.
those fart
Now-
box things.
I often thought to myself, like, hey, if
That
I'm
kinda
ever
is a
in a
prank.
situation like that, I hope I respond violently, right? Like, that's the sort of person I'd want to be. There used to be a thing in Europe where they do this, like, slap game where I guess they'd slap people and run. And often the people were, like, so shocked that they were hit that they'd get away with it. Whereas I hoped that my immediate reaction was a counterpunch, like, to get back at it. That's not what a counterpunch is. But anyway, to hit right back. And when I watched this, all of a sudden I was like, wow, some of these guys hit way too early. If he farts on you, I can even kind of get that, right? Hit him for that. That's he's provoking.
Yeah, if he farts on you, that's an immediate punch to the face.
Yeah, that's good to go. If he does the other thing where he provokes you like 6 times, you're good to hit him. I think you're clear. But there were other times where
If someone asked if I wanted to buy a gun, I'd probably ask what kind first of all. but realistically, like if they asked me if I wanted to buy, what would be something? If
what
they
were
asked
some
me
of
if I
the
wanted to buy
ones where
cocaine.
he really
If someone walked to me and asked me if I wanted to buy cocaine, I guess that would be the same thing because it's probably illegal for these guys to be buying a gun from a person wherever they are. I wouldn't hit them. I'd just be like,
say
no,
no.
fuck off.
Yeah.
Same for the guy on the grass where he gets pestered like 6 times before snapping at the guy. Like, I
What
wouldn't.
about when he's
I'd
trying to
just be
take
like,
a picture
fuck
of the guy's
off.
girlfriend's ass?
What was in the beginning? They were uncalled for the hits. Do you remember what he did?
At the beginning is when he dropped N bombs, like just randomly. He was doing conversational stuff and like telling a
Oh,
joke
the
that was
beginning.
highly inappropriate.
Those weren't N bombs. Here's what he said. What does a black man do after sex? What's the first thing a
Yes.
black man does after sex? The guy goes, I don't know what. He goes, 25 to life. And the guy goes, ha ha, pow, and like punches him in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes straight to violence on that. Where if someone told a white joke, that would not be my reaction.
No.
Yeah.
Well, no, because you couldn't get away with it. Someone would tell on you and you get in trouble if you just punch somebody in the face for telling a white joke.
I think it works for black jokes too. I think if he went and told on him, he'd probably get in trouble. He could probably take that video and get all those guys arrested. I'd say most of them.
Yeah.
Really?
I hope he did.
I mean, he didn't really do anything. I mean, he didn't hit anyone.
He didn't
so-
break any laws. Farting on them is probably.
No, I'm with a lot of the
Yeah,
hitters.
but you deserve to get hit if you're farting on someone.
Yeah.
But do you,
He deserved to get hit in every fucking
edit that
scenario.
out. No,
there
I
were
just
a couple,
the
I
water
swear, where the hit wasn't called for. The water
The only
guns
one
a good
I can think of is
situation.
the grass one.
The what? Oh man, I
What
wish.
about when he walks up and says, "You got a problem"?
Yes, that. Thank you. He'd walk up to someone and say, "Do you have a problem? I'll solve it." Right? Which,
Yeah, he's in the ghetto swelling up on people. That's intimidating.
He's so tiny, and
He's
that
so
remember that one
tiny
guy
and
who was
so
wearing the
weak?
jersey, and he was a big dude. He looked like he was really light skinned with facial hair, shaved head, and he looked like he was maybe 6'3", like 270. He was bigger than that. He was huge.
250, 270s, 300, something big.
He was really
He was
tall.
big and he was strong and he was a little fat, but like big country strong, big strong guy. And
Corn-fed.
and the person doing the "you got a problem, I'll solve it" was probably 5'8" and 150.
Tiny guy.
150 pounds of pure bitch.
They're in the ghetto, and you don't.
I
trust
disagree.
crazy
I
white
thought he
people.
had tremendous balls to do.
No,
to
that's
do
true. It
that
does
prank.
have balls, but if it were
Yeah.
funnier, I would be on his side more. But it wasn't as funny.
Yeah,
It was just
it
kind of
wasn't a
just
prank.
shocking.
He was just fucking with people and seeing.
He was trying to get hit because it would get views.
I thought it was funny personally because just seeing him get hit over and over, and then like me thinking like this guy knows when he walks up to each of these guys, God knows what he might do. And how many of
Right.
them were usually with a white person when you're like, it's a prank, man, it's hitting camera show. They're like, oh, you motherfuckers, you got me good. These guys were like, I guess his murder's gonna be on camera then. Come here. And like,
Yeah.
like coming after him with a knife and shit. Like the guy's chasing him with a blade that he pulled out of his back pocket.
He
And
like
by the way-
left his backpack there.
Oh yeah, like somebody broke his phone at one point because he just started taking pictures of people and
Well,
like,
and he was taking selfies, but you know, they
Yeah,
asked
so he was
questions.
taking selfies, but it looked like he was taking their picture. And that's another good example. If someone took my picture, I wouldn't hit them for it.
But
Yeah.
he was also like, there was the one with the girl at a distance. All right, that's a little. You're gonna get talked to if you're doing that to my girl. But then he got like right in some dude's breathing distance, held up his phone to the guy's fucking face, and then was like, just taking photos. You know, like that's gonna piss off.
if someone was that blatantly trying to take a picture of the girl I was with his ass, like in that situation, like I mean it was like broad daylight, and he stopped and was like turning the camera sideways and shit, I might just hit that guy.
Maybe, but there was somewhere we should take a picture of the guy. And I'd probably smile or pose or do something.
I don't know. It's just different. I mean, they're in
The
the
way he was
ghetto.
doing it was so disrespectful, though. Like it was
Yeah.
clear that they were together. They were both like dressed in swimwear.
You're still on the girl one, right? Like there was one where he just took a picture of the
Didn't
guy.
like that. No, I'm talking about when he's clearly like either filming her ass or like going for the close up. Like he starts
Yeah.
with his phone vertically and then he goes horizontal. It's clear he's like doing something, and it
It's
really
funny.
looks like it's.
I want to be the guy that responds violently to stuff, but some of those made me not want to be that guy. Some of them just seem like you guys seem to be on the side of the hitter 95% of the time, and I was
No,
more
no,
like
I-
50.
See, what I'm saying is I wouldn't react that way or agree with it, but given where he is and the demographic there, he deserved all of those. Like he should
Well,
know.
of course he
going
did.
all
That's
of
why he
these
was doing it.
scenarios. Yeah,
He knew he was going to get it.
that's the thing. You know, he deserved every single punch because
They did
he knew.
they've done an earlier video called like trolling black guys or something like that that has a couple of the clips. Like the whole point is fucking with black
that was
guys.
a compilation video, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've got one more topic I think for tonight.
What
What is the most outrageous display of wealth that you have personally seen?
Oh, personally.
Personally, right? I don't know that I have great ones.
Wealth, that's quite big. That's not, money or rich. That's generational.
Just the most outrageous display of wealth. Some guy who got his car coated with gold. Some guy who made
I
it
got one.
rain in a way. You got one, Merca?
Yeah. It was this kid I played hockey with when I was in high school or so, and his family was so fucking loaded, just multi-millionaires, and his grandfather had this giant palatial estate with a giant outdoor pool and a giant indoor pool, and his problem was that the spas were on the other side of the house away from the pool, and he didn't want to walk and track water to the spa, so he had a separate second spa built closer to the pool so we could walk closer. And he also wanted to be able to swim outside and inside at the same time without having to go from the inside pool to the outside pool. So he had an extension built on his house and a pool built half inside and half outside. And that's what he
that
did.
guy is a problem solver. I'll give him
Yes.
that.
It was a really fun house to hang around in. It had 2 elevators, which is unnecessary. You don't need that.
It is shocking to have an elevator in the house, but 2 is something else.
And it was
One for the help and one for us.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
there was help
I
around.
think you're gonna win.
All the mirrors.
I saw
TVs.
I've seen a $20 million gun collection.
That is pretty extravagant. Anything?
Oh, I've seen a I saw a collection of tanks and aircraft and military arms one time. There was a private collection that I wouldn't know how to value, but it would be hundreds of millions.
Hundreds
I don't know
of
if that's
millions.
exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, like 30, 40 tanks.
I was. That almost feels like, I once saw a 401k statement that was so gigantic. Like,
I got pictures.
but it's like I guess it is a display of wealth, and that's what I asked for.
Yeah.
Mine's weak compared to yours. I'll tell the story and try and keep in mind these are like early 90s numbers. But the guy bought a
1890s.
the guy bought a mine
Sixpence.
for 25 grand, and he bought one for him and his wife and his 4 kids. Right, so it's 150 grand in, and each one of them immediately paid out, like, I forget if it was 200 or 250 a year. Right, so like 10 bangers every year off his $25,000 investment, and then he eventually sold it, I think, for $10 million. And my father was doing his taxes,
Wow.
and he finished it, and he was like, I don't know what to say. Like, I did it. I found every deduction there was. We did this all together. Everything's perfect, and you owe $1 million in taxes. And the guy, like, my father was concerned that his reaction was going to be like he was frustrated, he was mad, or something like that. But I guess he expected it because he was like, oh, yeah, there's no problem. And he wrote a check on the spot for $1 million, and they mailed it in. So that was
That's
Yikes.
pretty awesome.
kind of cool.
Wonder if Chiz has a good one. In between puffs.
Man,
I
I
know.
really.
Kyle
I
bought a
want-
boat and
Oh God, no! Please don't let me be your display of wealth.
and Woody has a lot of expenditures with WoodyCraft. I ain't got shit. I'm trying to think. I mean, I have rich family members, but I can't think of any big gestures
Extravagant.
they've done.
I want to think of one better because I don't think I answered your question correctly. I think you wanted like
I'm
something
looking
like
for more
blowing
wasteful.
30 grand. Yeah, like blowing 30 grand at a strip club or something,
Yeah.
or like picking up the tab and it was $10,000 or something crazy like that.
Even I don't love my own.
Or like
I saw a guy send
buy
over like
expensive
$2,500
bottled
worth
water.
of. Yeah, I saw a guy send over $2,500 worth of champagne one night. To some girls who didn't need it. We needed it to look at them. What he was thinking.
Oh, bad call.
Yeah, that's the most extravagant one I can think of. I can't
I've
think
seen
of anything else.
$8,000 blown at a strip club.
I've heard Howard Stern used to describe his trips to the strip club. This is way back when, first wife and stuff.
Yeah.
And they would come with a stack a stack of ones about 2 inches thick. And they'd just grab the stack and they'd give about half of it to Howard, and the other half would be split amongst the crew. And then they would just give money to the girls all night. And they did an interesting job of describing the strip club mindset. Like, those girls are into you for your money. You just know that,
They
right?
suck. I hate them.
They don't actually love you.
I not only do I hate the strip club experience, everything about it, I hate strippers. I hate them.
But most people, when they go to a strip club, become temporarily convinced that those girls are sexually attracted to them.
Pathetic.
Kyle, why do you hate them?
Who could really believe that,
They're just
though?
trying to work their way through college on their medical pre-med degree. They're just trying to make it in this world. All right,
Some of
Candy
them,
has
that's
real
true.
life.
Okay. So let me rephrase. I know a
Candy
couple
and
strippers.
bubblegum, they did. They just,
Yes,
I know a
Candy
few
and
strippers.
bubblegum.
Okay, and they're not all like this, but some of them are soulless succubuses that should be scraped off the bottom of a shoe. and like it's just disgusting. And the idea, like I've been drugged to some strip clubs a few times. I don't like going at all. Like I wouldn't if there was a strip club and like a Joe's Crab Shack next door to each other. I'm definitely going to get in those crabs.
Then
The
don't
kind you eat.
suggest you and I go
Like-
there in Vegas.
I won't. I don't like going to those places. I don't. I'd rather just go pick up a prostitute if we're going to Vegas. Like if we're gonna blow some money on some women, let's just go buy the sex rather than like
You and I
some
will
sort
split
of
a hooker.
blue ball bullshit where like someone grinds on you for $80. So
Ugh.
I'd much rather go and spend $200 and just.
If we don't get more
sex with a hooker.
Patreon money at patreon.com/PKAccount, I will be splitting a hooker in Vegas because we don't have enough money because of Taylor.
I refuse to split a hooker too. Harley and I always joke about that. That sounds like some real low class shit.
You can refuse all you want. I'm walking into your fucking room though.
Well, it depends if it's sharing at the same time or one after the other.
I think he's talking about it at the same time.
Yeah.
Then that's, you go
We're
for
running trains, It's a bonding experience.
Yeah, I actually think same time is less.
it's way better than having one person watch.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I
one
wouldn't
after
want you to be in the
another.
room. Like you'd exit the room while I wrap this up. Like that's not how splitting a hooker works either. Like I don't want to. I guess it is, but what I'm
I
saying is I
picture it
don't
as a
want no part of
menage a
splitting a
trois.
hooker.
That's not how this works. You go stand out in the hall and let me finish.
That's how I would want it to work, but I wouldn't want to split a hooker. Period. I'd
Listen,
want my
if they're
own
charging-
private hooker. A hooker is such a low class thing to begin with. Do you really only want half of one?
They charge by the hour. All right, we're not gonna fucking do this one at a time bullshit.
Not all of
We're
them
on a
do.
budget. The good ones do. Ones with syphilis do.
No, but yeah, no. I really just strippers are just disgusting, and they all smell the same.
Like
They smell like
Fucking
fatherly
delicious.
disappointment.
They
No,
smell
there's a
delicious.
smell. There's this like body spray or something that they all use to cover up the smell of the lube that's on the pole and BO, and the smell of dirty money, I suppose,
covers
and
the
broken
smell of
dreams.
shame.
Yeah, smell of shame. But they all use this same fucking like body spray or like sprinkle scent or some shit. But I swear to God, I can recognize that scent on a woman. I know that she's a skank.
They
Like I
s-
smell it, and I get mental images from the past of past skanks, and I'm like, that is the scent of skank. One is near.
It is the
Like-
scent of failed University of Phoenix online courses.
Yeah, there you go. It's Boulevard of Broken Dreams type shit, and it's I can smell it coming a mile away.
Don't go to a for-profit school, kids. Learn from Candy's mistakes.
Learn from
Candy.
cinnamon.
I went to school. Never mind.
For just $5 a day,
Oh,
you
no,
can
no.
send
What,
cinnamon
what?
and candy to
Nothing.
school.
It's nothing. I shouldn't.
Really?
I'll tell you after, and you'll see it wasn't worth it.
Okay.
Speaking of which,
Maybe save it for Pecan.
All right. PKA episode 192. I
Hope you guys
liked it.
enjoyed. It is 4 fucking a.m. because we don't give
We
a
did
shit.
a 3.5 hour show before the actual show.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been rocking this shit.
You guys
I had
missed it big
since
time. Kyle consumed apples and pears.
Skinned
6
apples.
hours and 45 minutes later, here we are.
yeah, you guys are only 4 hours into this, but I've been talking to these fucks for 7 hours, and I'm ready
It's
to
been
go.
going
So
for a while.
appreciate it.
Fucking sucks.
That's it.
All right.
We're still recording.